Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 Minnesota Renewable Energy Roundtable. We're going to have a few opening comments and welcomes today, and we hope that you have a informative and enjoyable day. And for those of you who are here in person, thank you for braving the 1st of December and getting to Sika. And for those who are joining us virtually, we welcome you as well. And I think we have close to 30 people online with us this morning as well. Luca Zullo is going to deliver some opening comments, and then we'll hear a few other welcomes this morning as well. So Luca, why don't I give you a few minutes here at the podium?
Thank you everyone for coming. I will not take much of your time. Obviously, this is an interesting, exciting time. If you have been working on any time with biogas, I think looks like finally the promise of the potential that the United States has in biogas may realize. Biogas can contribute a substantial amount of the demand of natural gas in the United States when we look at also the opportunity to convert into biogas energy crops. And other source of organic material like waste from the waste fraction of food waste and the organic fraction of municipal solid waste beside manure, which is obviously the low-hanging fruit. With this, I think I thank you everyone for attending, and I want to thank the sponsors of this event, which is I think we, Compare Financial, CenterPoint Energy, Excel Energy, Nature Energy, Avisen Legal, and the Bioeconomic Coalition of Minnesota and Vanguard Renewables. And with this, I think I can pass to the next speaker. And thank you, and I hope that you have a good day today.
All right, thank you, Luca. You could have just kept reading off my notes there and taking care of this whole thing for me here if you'd wanted to. No, we want to echo Luca's comments and welcome everyone. If you are joining virtually but are sitting in the audience today, we ask that you keep the volume on your laptop down, or else we get an echo effect here in the room. So I notice we have some people that are watching while they're sitting here. That's fine, but please keep the volume down. And then we're going to hear more about this wonderful venue, Farmamerica, during our lunch break today, and we appreciate their willingness to open their doors and have us here today, and we look forward to hearing from Jessica later on today and finding out more about what they do here and what their mission is as well. Luca mentioned them, but I want to give a little shout out to our sponsors. That's why this event was able to be presented free of charge today, including Compeer Financial. Thank you. CenterPoint Energy, XL Energy was one of our participating sponsors today. Nature Energy, Avisen Legal is here today and one of our sponsors. Bioeconomy Coalition out of Minnesota, and Vanguard Renewables, also a presence here and a sponsor of today's Renewable Energy Roundtable. The Renewable Energy Roundtable, and we're going to get more on the history here in just a second from Michael Sparby, but we don't work internally in a vacuum at AURI. We are required by statute to include outsiders to help us drive our thought process and put these programs together. Rose Patzer from the Minnesota State University system is on our external team, as is Megan Lennon from the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. We'll hear from her in just a bit. Deputy Commissioner Kevin Lee from the Minnesota Department of Commerce is on our external team, as is Michael Reese from the University of Minnesota system. We are recording today's program, and it will be made available on YouTube. And again, we do want to welcome our online audience as well. But right now, let's get a little bit of the history of the Minnesota Renewable Energy Roundtable from Michael Sparby. Michael is the Commercialization Director of the Agriculture Utilization Research Institute, or AURI. He's responsible for developing projects, securing grant funding. He assists in program delivery and oversees the AURI stakeholder analysis process. He's also responsible for AURI's Cooperative Development Center through USDA's Rural Cooperative Development Grant Program. He's implemented and managed the development and coordination of AURI's Renewable Energy Roundtable. So please welcome Michael Sparby.
Thank you, Dan. Give you a little bit of a brief history of the Minnesota Renewable Energy Roundtable. It started 16 years ago in 2006 as a collaborative effort to assist the University of Minnesota with a very large federal grant funding opportunity. And what we ended up doing is pulling together a large cross-section of the industries. The ethanol industry, the biodiesel industry, state departments, the Minnesota Department of Commerce, Minnesota Department of Agriculture, the university system, the MnSCU system, and federal representation. Unfortunately, we were not successful in receiving the grant, but the collaboration was successful. And the stakeholders that were at that meeting encouraged us to continue to hold the event, to put a spotlight on renewable energy in Minnesota, on the bio-based renewable energy. And we continued to do that over the years, and eventually the Minnesota Renewable Energy Roundtable was actually included into our statute language. And we now hold it as an annual event each year, identifying areas of opportunity and identifying barriers and how we might be able to deal with those barriers or move beyond that. So that's kind of a history of the event. Today's focus obviously is anaerobic digestion, and I look forward to learning more. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Michael Sparby. It's good to have that history, I think, behind us as we think about some of the projects we're working on and some of the things that we see moving forward around the state of Minnesota in renewable energy, and especially today in anaerobic digestion. Next, we're going to get MDA's perspective on what's happening with anaerobic digestion. Megan Lennon leads the Energy and Environment section at the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. Her portfolio includes bioeconomy and advanced biofuel programs, food system planning, environmental review and agricultural land preservation programs, and climate initiatives. Over the past 15 years, she has worked at the nexus of working lands, conservation, and climate. Prior to joining MDA, Megan worked as the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources Legislative Coordinator. So Megan Lennon, welcome to the program.
Great. Thank you so much, Dan. Can everyone see me over the podium? This is good. I have a little extra time because as I was practicing, I ran over 5 minutes. Like Dan said, I lead the Energy and Environment section at the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and we have a, okay, is this better? At MDA, I work in the Energy and Environment section, and that section has a really broad portfolio. Dan mentioned it a little bit, and it's really focused on policy development and program implementation and developing relationships to help the Minnesota's ag sector grow in new and different ways. And so I'll spend a little bit of time this morning framing today's conversation, and I'll talk about the policy and market forces that are impacting deployment of anaerobic digestion and biogas systems in the state and around the country. So I think it's a really exciting time for anaerobic digestion. And the reason I'm so excited about this is there are a few really important factors that are all aligning right now. Let's see here. So those factors are state and federal policy and funding, private investment, industry sustainability goals, and also the West Coast low carbon fuel markets all provide an opportunity for anaerobic digestion and biogas. And when all of these factors align, I think it really elevates anaerobic digestion and biogas and renewable natural gas systems as being a key solution to meeting climate goals for the state and the nation, and then also for meeting private industries, their own sustainability goals as it relates to carbon intensity. So I'm just going to take a brief dive into the three factors that I think are all coming into alignment right now. And the first is Minnesota policy and actions. The Walls administration released the Climate Action Framework, I believe in August. The final document is a guide or a roadmap to state agencies, actions, and work and action steps to address climate change and help prepare the state for climate change. And in that document, anaerobic digestion and biogas and renewable natural gas was mentioned throughout the document in lots of different sectors. So that would be in the agricultural sector, in the transportation sector, and also in the electricity generation sector. So what I think is really great about anaerobic digestion is that it is a solution for lots of different sectors that are hard to decarbonize, not just agriculture. In addition, Minnesota has the Bio Incentive Program, and this was developed with the Bioeconomy Coalition, but the Department of Ag implements this program, and it provides production incentives for commercial scale production of renewable chemicals, but for this discussion, more importantly, advanced biofuels. So there are a handful of facilities in the state of Minnesota that have anaerobic digesters, are producing biogas, upgrading that to renewable natural gas, and are injecting that into the pipeline. So these facilities are getting incentives from Minnesota's program, but also earning credits in California's low carbon fuel standard market. And the third thing that is happening in Minnesota is the Natural Gas Innovation Act. And so that passed a few years ago, and this is a regulatory framework that allows utility companies to invest in new renewable energy projects like anaerobic digestion. And I see that Emma's on the schedule for later today, so I'm excited to hear about CenterPoint Energy's work in this sphere. So that was kind of the first factor, Minnesota policies. The second is federal policies. And I think we all know that the Inflation Reduction Act that passed, was that also in the late summer, has a lot of incentives and tax credits to support anaerobic digestion and biogas production, not just in agriculture, but in a lot of sectors like wastewater, on-farm manure management, food waste. And these tax credit supports projects that produce renewable natural gas and biogas. And then just the last factor that I want to talk about is more of a market force of private industry, private companies' desire, goal, drive to reduce the carbon intensity of the products that they create. And so I really see an interesting intersection between, as an example, I'm going to use advanced biofuels or renewable chemical companies and the potential for these facilities and companies to reduce their carbon intensity of their product by using anaerobic digestion and biogas systems. So it's process improvements can only get you so far in reducing your carbon intensity. And then the next step is to figure out how do I reduce my fossil fuel use? And one way that we can do that is by utilizing anaerobic digestion to produce biogas to offset fossil fuel use in industrial settings. And so each of these three factors alone, I don't think, or may not be enough to really make a anaerobic digestion project pencil out financially. However, the alignment of all of these factors of federal and state policy, private investment, and industry's drive to reduce carbon intensity, all these factors together really make a strong case that anaerobic digestion and biogas is coming soon, and deployment hopefully is going to be increasing. So I'm just going to leave my comments with that, and I'm happy to chat afterwards with anyone. Thank you so much.
The final greeter this morning, we've heard the history, we've heard the state perspective. We're going to get EPA's position now, the national perspective, as we hear from Dr. Venus Welch-White, a senior advisor to the Agriculture Advisor Office, as well as a designated federal officer for EPA's Farm, Ranch, and Rural Federal Advisory Committee. She joined EPA in 2020. Prior to joining EPA, she served as the National Rural Energy Coordinator in USDA's RBCS program. A STEM fellow and a USDA Shining Star, please welcome Dr. Venus Welch-White.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Again, as mentioned, my name is Venus Welch-White. Apologies that I couldn't be there in person. I actually really like Minnesota. I've been there a few times. So unfortunately, I was a last minute ad. So I'm sorry that I couldn't be there to meet you all in person. I see some faces and some names that I've recognized. So for those that I haven't seen, probably my USDA space, hello. And so as mentioned, I am the senior advisor to the political appointed ag advisor to Administrator Michael Regan. And so obviously EPA has a huge stake in the standpoint of all the things that we're doing around the anaerobic digestion space. Just to kind of paint a little bit of background, I supported the climate smart ag and forestry goals under Tom Vilsack at USDA when we had a digester a week. So I've actually worked in this space for a very long time, really looking at some of the concerns, challenges, implementation, regulatory spaces, as well as financial, and work really closely with the 9003 program that the previous speaker mentioned. So really happy to be here and kind of bring my perspective. So the first thing that I will mention, specifically in the standpoint of where we are in the federal space, is that, you know, here at EPA, we have a AgStar program. I think a lot of people are probably very familiar with that, but for those that are not, it is a voluntary program that's sponsored by EPA as well as Department of Agriculture, and it promotes the use of anaerobic digestion systems and sustainable manure management practices to reduce methane emissions from livestock waste. It provides information, training, technical assistance to the public, and it also collaborates with universities, government, as well as U.S. livestock associations, non-government associations, to really look at advancing and adopting sustainable manure management practices, specifically within the U.S. This is a voluntary partnership. And so one thing, I mean, obviously EPA, I usually start off most talks with stakeholders that I'm with the EPA. Everybody hates EPA. So once we get that out of the way, I'm with the government and I'm here to help. And so we're really supporting voluntary incentives. We are not really trying to, you know, do the regulatory hammer. And so I'm here even with the EPA. The administrator has been committed, Rod Snyder, the advisor to Michael Regan. We're committed to making sure that we're working with trying to find parameters that support from a voluntary perspective. And so the EPA AgStar program really does that. And we're really happy that we have that and it's like kind of longevity. So it's been here for quite some time. I'll pivot a little bit because I want to talk just briefly about some of the executive orders and some things that have come down the pipeline from the Biden-Harris administration. They announced, so there's actually kind of in two parts. There have been lots of executive orders that have come down the pipeline, but I'll specifically, just in lieu of time, mention the U.S. Methane Emissions Reduction Action Plan. This was announced last year, November of 2021. It is an ambitious whole of government approach, an initiative that uses all available tools, including but not limited to very much common sense regulations, catalytic financial incentives, transparency and disclosure of data, as well as public-private partnerships. And so in this particular a plan, really looking for ways to identify cost-effective ways to reduce methane emissions from all major sources, and obviously our agriculture is part of that. I'll just mention the oil and gas industry methane emissions. There was a rule that was announced with COP when both U.S. Secretary of Agriculture as well as Administrator Michael Regan were in Egypt for COP27. We're also looking at ways to reduce landfill methane emissions. And so, and that is really, kind of to mention what the previous speaker talked about, really looking at efforts to place ramping up incentives and initiatives to reduce food loss and food waste. So there's a lot of things that are happening, and we're also looking for ways to boost voluntary landfill methane outreach programs to achieve a national goal of 70% methane emissions capture from all landfills across the country. The last thing that I will mention is more specifically is the agriculture space. And again, this is really bodes very well with the fact that there was an executive order that was announced, I want to say day one of President Biden's administration, on tackling the crisis climate at home and on abroad. And so this is and so this particular portion of the methane strategy really looks to USDA, obviously, to work with farmers and ranchers to identify these voluntary incentive-based approaches that will help advance those climate goals. And really in the standpoint of really looking at multiple purposes of work streams, the adoption of alternative manure management systems, the expansion of unfarmed generation, and the use of renewable energy, as well as the development of climate smart ag commodities and partnership initiatives. Obviously with a, inevitable goal of increasing the investments in ag methane, quantification as well as related innovations. The one other thing that I will mention is that if it's not live, we are in the process of, we'll be announcing a new set rule. So this is for the RFS, the Renewable Fuel Standard. So if you don't know, it's scheduled to be live probably within the next hour or so, and we will be taking public comments. So just want to make you all aware of this particular stakeholder group, that proposed rule is coming out. And just like a little bit of a background, specifically on the renewable fuel standard, it proposes, so the set rule will actually propose the bio volume requirements and associated percentage standards for cellulosic biofuel, biomass-based biodiesel, BBD, advanced biofuel, as well as total renewable fuel for for the 2023 to 2025 years. And so in the standpoint of really looking at ways that, this particular stakeholder group, again, we'll be having open public comment period on potentially the utilization of being able to do from an ERIN's perspective, and I'm sorry, really looking at ways to advance for use in transportation on the electric vehicle side of the house. So stay tuned. I will make sure that if you all don't get it, I'll send it to the organizers that make sure that you all will get it when it goes live. But I don't know, I think it's still embargoed, so don't tell people I said it, but it will be coming out momentarily. The last thing that I will mention is one of the charge topics for the Federal Advisory Committee, the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Federal Advisory Committee, will actually be looking at the nexus of climate and agriculture. And so we just recently announced new members. That was, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago, on the 16th of November. And so we will be, having our first public meeting, hopefully early part of next year. And we'll be looking at ways to really incorporate some of the climate smart commodities, and really the anaerobic digesters piece is really important in the standpoint of how we advance climate goals, specifically within U.S. ag. So I think I will yield. I'm probably over my 5 minutes, but there's it's a lot to talk about in the standpoint of the anaerobic digester world. So really happy that you all reached out to me, and I'm happy to take questions or follow up via email or phone if there are additional questions or somebody wants to engage. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Welch-White, for those comments, and we will make your contacts available if people do want to reach out to you. Appreciate those comments this morning. Here on the primer on anaerobic digestion, Luca Zullo, our Senior Director of Science and Technology at AURI, started his career at Shell Research in the Netherlands. He was involved in designing novel oil and petrochemical processes, focusing on process modeling, control, and integration. He also worked on developing some of the world's most extensive process plant simulations. In addition, he led the development of Virtual Plant, a pioneering prototype of a visual simulator for operating training. Later at Cargill, Luca worked in corporate R&D on novel agricultural commodities, transformation processes, emphasizing biofuel development and renewable energy. He led a group that developed multiple domestic and international projects in anaerobic digestion, biomass utilization, and carbon intensity reduction. Among them, what was at the time the largest cluster of manure to biogas products in the U.S. Luca, we look forward to your presentation this morning.
Thanks, Dan. Anytime I hear my bio, says I feel this guy looks way cooler than I am, but that's okay. Well, first, this was supposed to be just after lunch, so when then you can, freely fall asleep on the technical presentation. But it's a bit earlier, so but my goal with this presentation was to provide some basic technical information, not only on anaerobic digestion for those, a lot of you probably know this stuff and this is redundant, but also showing that actually this is less mysterious than sometimes appears. A lot of times I get questions, so how much gas I can get out of this? And in reality, those answers are not trivial, but not too difficult to answer. And part of our mission is helping producers, developers, and anyone else interested in this space to develop. And this is a big space. as I said, the potential for biogas production in the United States is massive. Today, there are about 2,000 sites, 2,200 sites in the United States that produce biogas. A lot of them actually are municipal wastewater treatment facilities, and only 250, 270 farm sites. And this is a much larger number than used to be only a couple of years ago. But the potential is just, if you look at the potential, just in the farming sector, probably there are about 8,000 potential sites, and 2,000 sites are the American Biogas Council identified to do food waste, and a total of 15,000 potential biogas generation sites, without counting the possibility then to have dedicated new sites for things like energy crops. So we can go to the next slide. And I will talk a bit about project scoping. So, but first, what is anaerobic digestion? Well, you know, it's really a natural process, and this is what makes it very intriguing. We're not really doing much other than harnesses what happens in nature. What you see to the right is something that, well, we have, we're the land of 10,000 lakes, some of which are a pond more than a lake, but actually that is where these things happen. Probably most of you have seen here in Minnesota, especially when the water is shallow, occasionally in the summer, bubbling stuff out of the water. That is actually swamp gas, which is really biogas, is what is the organic sediment at the bottom of the lake, which is in an anaerobic condition and generates gas. So biogas wants to happen. Those organisms are there. If you put garbage in a bag and you seal it, most likely, other than a day like today, that bag will pop up eventually. And so this is what is attractive, where it harnesses natural processes, but also what making a bit deceptively can induce some confidence, because it looks at a simple process. But there are some tricks in order to harness it for industrial application. No. It's not working. Which one? I guess is the big, yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got it. So, but first, I always like to do a bit of history, because it's not something new. I mean, apparently in almost in biblical times, biogas was used to warm up water in Assyria. And then, the observation of the existence of biogas and the degradation of biogas in nature was actually occurred many centuries ago, a couple of centuries ago. Obviously, my fellow connational Alessandro Volta takes credit also for this. And at the end of the 19th century, we start seeing the first applications. The story about India is interesting. The first engineered digester to capture energy was actually in a leper colony. So nobody wanted to go there. And so necessity is the mother of inventions, and they exploited the gas from the sewage to get fuel for cooking, because nobody wanted to deliver the wood in a leper colony. But the first commercial application at larger scale were done in England, and then eventually the first documented application in a farm is in the UK in 1938. So nothing particularly new. Now, what makes it interesting about anaerobic digestion is that, it's not like it's a biological process, so you can look at it as a kind of a fermentation, but it's not like the fermentation of ethanol, where, you have an organism, a single organism that pretty much gets one single feedstock, sugar, and converts into a product, ethanol. Now, it's much more complex like that. Inside the organism, there is a lot of very complex metabolic pathway, all the pyruvate, ATP, alphabet soup. I have a microbiologist that works for me for dealing with this stuff. I am an engineer. I can deal that like a black box. This is a bit complicated. It's a bit more complicated, because actually what happens is that we have consortia of bacteria, and these consortia of bacteria do several things. So before we get methane, we get to hydrolyze the material. We get to generate acetic acids, and actually that is, and then we go to the methane part. And this is what actually makes the process interesting, that these organism of bacteria are not unlike a human population. You know, they all work together, but they don't all have the same ideas on how what is the best way for them to live. And so eventually they have to compromise. So we have too much acidogenesis. You get a lot of fatty acids being formed in the feedstock, but those low pH that is generated is not something that the methanogenic bacteria like, so we don't get methane. So really the making digestion is making sure that all these bacteria work together well and in this balanced process. And if we do, we can maximize the production of biogas. Now, the scope of anaerobic digestion is really to create a system that we design and we engineer to make sure that for the feedstock of interest, we can get to the maximize the gas production and maximize the destruction of the organic material so that we can harness the best energy out of this. And as I said, and in the process, you can hear a lot of different terms, the rate of digestion, high rate, low rate. So that's how fast it takes to generate the gas. And what the flow characteristics, you know, is a plug flow, stirred flow. But there are other. By the way, there are digesters that have no flow, because you can actually have dry digestion where you just put the stuff in a box and you wait. The operating temperature, mesophilic and thermophilic, which is a fancy way to do low or high temperature. And type of mixing, which is always mixing is the bane of digesters, unless you want to design a system without mixing, and optimal solid content. There is simply not a unique recipe for doing these things. A lot of things work, sometimes don't work with specific feedstock, and part of the art and engineering of the digester is figuring out what works for a specific feedstock or mix thereof. And in the condition that one is working, you know, an issue, for instance, could be footprint. You know, if I have a lot of space, I can use big lagoons, but sometimes, you know, if you're in the Netherlands, for instance, you don't have a lot of space, and that's why the Dutch become really mastering the art of building high-rate digester with extremely expensive but very small footprint, but probably not necessary here where, you know, we can have a bit more footprint without spending too much money. And so that goes back again, that is what we design a digester for. We want to optimize the gas generation and the gas generation rate and quantity by managing temperature, mixing, solid content, feeding of different substrate. I'm going to discuss that a bit later, and integrating potentially with processes to increase the digestibility by chemical, biological, physical, or mechanical pretreatment. Before I was talking about with some of you about the future will be the digestion of energy crops. We can make a biogas with wheat straw, however, and actually it could be very potentially interesting crop to do biogas. But if we just dump wheat straw in a digester, well, we're going to get biogas, but as such a slow rate that probably is not going to be no accountant will be very excited. But there is work we can do to pre-treat that material and make it much more digestible. You know, it's like the difference between eating raw pasta and cooking it, or rice, depending on your preference. And there are many potential geometrical configurations. We are, you know, as an organization, we don't take necessarily a stance on what is best. We just try to identify what works best for specific project and helping developers and producers to look at the best pathway for developing a project. And so what are the critical operating characteristics? First, the feedstock characteristics. You need to understand the feedstock characteristic, composition, particle size, moisture content, and what is the potential biogas. Then you need to have consistent or slow varying operating conditions. Digesters, you know, you have this big consortium of bacteria. They don't like to change things very fast. Things will change and they will adapt, but they don't like to do it very fast. And especially when you do digestion of multiple feedstock, best way to crash a digester is dumping a bunch of new stuff in the digester. And as I said, there are a few parameters: mixing, feeding policy, retention time, the organic load, temperature, and pH. And then, of course, you have to control auxiliary nutrients and inhibitory substance. This is a question that come up a lot. Inhibitory substance, what can kill a digester? For instance, if I use antibiotics in a farm, could they potentially damage the digester? They could, but dilution is also our friend in terms that digester is a big thing. So again, if you understand what you have, you can control it. And auxiliary nutrients, there are bacteria, they need something else, typically nitrogen. For most feedstock in farm, we don't need extra nitrogen. But if you were, so for instance, working with energy crops, probably we would need extra nitrogen because the carbon to nitrogen ratio would be too high. So understanding the feedstock and its impact on digester operation is essential. So what do we do to do the feedstock characterization? And this is an area where we can definitely provide a lot of support. Elemental analysis, first, how much carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and so forth there is. And then the proximate analysis, volatile solid, that is a kind of is probably the most inappropriately named term, because when attempting about volatile solid, thinks about something that is very easy to volatilize. In reality, the way we calculate volatile solids analytically is just by incinerating them. So it doesn't mean that all the volatile solid we get will get on biogas, only a fraction of them. The question is that you have to understand how many of these volatile solid you have, and then by other tests, which fraction of them can actually be converted in biogas. And then the composition, carbohydrates, lipid, and lignin. Again, this is very important because something very rich in carbohydrates versus something very rich in lipids or fats and oil will provide different amount of methane. More reduced the substrate will produce more methane. And that's why it could be potentially very valuable, although they're actually a bit more difficult to break down. Size and morphology. I mean, I have stuff in big chunks or small chunks. If I have manure, what type of fiber I have in the manure? A particularly challenging feedstock, although has a lot of potential, is poultry litter. And the reason is because it comes with a lot of wood shavings. And I have a couple of experts on the topic here that I encourage you to talk to about poultry litter. And what it needs pretreatment. And also for low solids, we can actually do some very quick test in the field, which give a chemical oxygen demand, which really comes from the wastewater treatment area, and the total kernel nitrogen that already can provide us some good indication of what the biogas potential will be. As I said, there are a bunch of rule of thumbs that, as all the rule of thumbs need to be applied with judiciously, but can provide us a very good view of what a feedstock can do for us and how it can do it. So, and so this is one of the most important tests you can do, and is the biomethane potential. Biomethane potential is not the end of all, because it obviously provides us a needle amount of methane. In real life, it's going to be different, but both the shape of the curve and the value of that, and where that curve gets flat, tells us a lot about the ability of that gas to generate, that feedstock to generate the gas. What you see here, basically in the test on biomethane potential, is a lab test where we take a feedstock, we put it in we inoculate it, a small amount, in a fairly diluted phase. And by the way, there is not yet a standard for BMP recognized internationally that we are working in. The community is working on that. So it's very important to understand the protocol used. And then we observe over time how much biogas is generated by basically totalizing. And obviously what you see is the curve flattens, means that the moment pretty much that is how much biogas you can produce. But I don't know if this is a, oops. But what you see here is that this is actually the same feedstock, is work I did in the past, the same feedstock with the pretreatment. And obviously the pretreated material is the blue. And two things are interesting here. The pretreated material not only give us more gas, but most important, because in reality, in real life, we'll never run a digester for 40 days, gives a faster rate of generation of gas at the beginning, because it means that we actually break, in that specific case, the pretreatment break up the cell wall in such a way that allows the bacteria producing the methane to access the feedstock earlier. And this type of analysis that clearly can be extremely important to understand what the potential is. Clearly, when we go to in real life, then now we'll have to calculate, there are going to be some efficiency, so we're not going to get all that methane. And really, we have to look at, what we can realistically do in the time we want to work in the digester. And in order to achieve this, there are other factors. I mean, because this is not mass transfer limited, now mixing and how we blend the material can become very important. But this is where we start. So, other two critical parameters that we can immediately figure out, and how that is, are the organic load, amount of feedstock fed daily per unit of the digester volume. Again, if you put too much of it, you're going to kill the digester, but if you put too little, you're going to spend a fortune for a lot of volume, because at the end of the day, when you buy a digester, what you buy volume. And the bigger the digester is, the more expensive it is. But this is particularly important for non-continuous feed digesters, so something that you feed instead of daily, maybe every other day, or maybe not continuously every hour, or maybe once a day or so forth. And then the carbon to nitrogen ratio. This actually is one big problem for in farming feedstock like manure. Too much nitrogen, so low carbon to low nitrogen ratio. You're going to kill because of ammonia poisoning your digester. So again, fairly simple analysis, very quick to do, that can provide us a guideline of, okay, what might work, what might not work, and eventually direct us towards the right technological solution. If you don't have enough nitrogen, for instance, you might need to add some urea. And all this data will allow to do initial educated techno-economic analysis, because all this can be eventually reduced to capital cost, volume of the reactor, capital cost. And of course, gas production, so needs for treatment, and obviously the value you get out of the gas. A couple of comments on temperature and retention time. So you're going to hear a lot about thermophilic versus mesophilic. And in the anaerobic digestion community, this is almost a religious battle. Obviously, there are people and companies that absolutely swear for one and the other. Well, actually, they all have their own trade-offs. Thermophilic, obviously, you see this diagram here, which to the right is partly covered by me right now. But what you see is that operates at a relatively higher temperature, about 120 Fahrenheit, and 60 C. And as you see, you get a much higher gas generation. But if you look at the curve, the optimal point is much narrower, and when you are out of that optimal point, drops much faster, while you have on mesophilic, lower temperature, about 35, 36, pretty much human body temperature. It's a bit flatter, the top of the curve, drop up a little fast, not as fast, which means that the temperature control is a bit less problematic. And of course, let's look outside. It's cold here in the winter, so it means that there is a lower parasitic load. On the other end, and with parasitic load means about energy that you have to put inside the digester to keep it warm. And so what is better? Well, really, there is not a recipe. It's really depending on the feedstock. On thermophilic, we can probably do better with high lipids. But if you are dealing mostly with only with manure and conventional manure, like, not some fancy mix of manures, mesophilic probably works for most applications. Again, there is not a recipe, there is only what works for a specific project. But what is important is understanding the trade-offs. And thermophilic also allows you to do a bit faster. So again, but you trade that for higher capital cost. By the way, biogas actually generates also a much lower temperature, but much slower. So it's called a psychrophilic digestion, and that is actually what happens in the lake. But it's so low that the rate is so low that nobody uses industrially. Biogas composition. Obviously, we get raw biogas, but unfortunately we're not done yet. because biogas is only a component or is a mixture of gases, which only really methane has a value for us. And so we'll have to do some work with it regardless what. Later, I have another presentation. So you're not completely off the hook with me when I'm done this. I'm talking about biogas pretreatment. So I'm not going to enter in a lot of detail here, but let's suffice to say that carbon dioxide might not necessarily need to be removed, depending on what we're using the gas for. After all, is an inert gas. But we'll also have ammonia and we'll have trace of nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen. Again, we don't have to worry too much about that in our typical feedstock. And so we can almost ignore it. But we always have to manage ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and of course the water. The water is saturated. I mean, imagine the gas come out of this reactor is fairly warm, so it's saturated with water. Ammonia has also to be, the good thing about ammonia is that if there is too much ammonia, you know, you have a problem in the digester. So typically ammonia, you have some ammonia, but not that much. And so it's easy to manage. What really is critical to manage is the hydrogen sulfide, which can go to a few thousand ppm. It's not uncommon to have 1,500 or 2,000 ppm in manure digester. And I've seen situations where we're way higher than that. And so that's always to manage. Again, more to come on that. But the good thing about that is that there is nothing that cannot be solved by the most powerful tool in the arsenal of an engineer, which is a checkbook, because vendors exist. Another thing I want to briefly touch is the fact that digesters are actually pretty good at destroying pathogens. Again, internally, we don't have the capability to do this test, although we can certainly help interested party to identify where to do it. But what you see here is an example of doing anaerobic digestion of feedstock with specific pathogen, among them Escherichia coli, against control, where without in aerobic condition. And what we look at the decimation time, so the time it takes for the pathogen population to be reduced to a tenth of what it was originally. And as you see, anaerobic digestion is very effective, in particular thermophilic, because obviously temperature has also a role. But this is something to consider, is often a part that is not completely appreciated of the ability of digestion to provide also good destruction of pathogens. Now, it's not sterilization. If you really need to sterilize, you still need to add a sterilization step, but is fairly effective. So what can preclude effective AD? Well, you pretty much, if you know the operating parameter is when those things don't go wrong. Mismatch between residence time and temperature. So you're a mesophilic condition and you push too much material through. Poor temperature control. That is one serious problem in some digesters, unfortunately, especially when winter comes in, or the opposite when summer comes in, because now if you're very well insulated, we might start getting too high in temperature. The problem with the digester is that they are actually slow system. When you have a big reactor with or a lagoon, a covered lagoon, I mean, basically you have 10, 15 days if you have of material, if things are going south, they're going to go south slowly, but when you realize that they're south, now it takes a long time to go back up. Excessive rapidly variable organic load. Always think of the digester as a kind of a living organism. You are eating your diet and suddenly someone gives you 10 pints of ice cream and you eat it. You're going to not feel very well after that. And that is exactly what happens to digesters. This is a particular problem with multiple feedstock digester. You get, especially if you aggregate different feedstocks, oh, we have all this, a truckload of that material, let's dump it in. Well, that can create problems. Chemical inhibition is not a really big problem most of the cases. Is most of an issue with when you deal with organic material coming from from waste management than from manure or other organic material that we can find in our industry. And of course, failure of ancillary equipment not suitable for process conditions, which can be anything from corrosion, a pump that instead of getting the right pump, you get a pump that is not suitable for the amount of fiber and breaks. And of course, the level of not doing the right maintenance. Digesters, I like to remind people that are not maintenance free, do require a tremendous amount of maintenance, but require a bit of maintenance every day. And if you ignore it, then eventually you pay the price. And, and again, deep understanding of the feedstock. If you know the feedstock, you know which pump you're not going to use. You understand the type of mixing you need. By the way, there are a lot of, and I'm not going to enter in a lot of those details, but there are a lot of rules of fairly effective guidelines on designing. So mixing can be actually a big energy input. But if we understand the characteristics of the feedstock, we know how much power we need to put in the digester, and we can understand not only the cost of that, the energy consumption, and what we need to do to prevent problems in the future. So, supporting the development of anaerobic digestion. So, what we do to do anaerobic digestion project? What do we do? Well, feedstock characterization should be always characterize your feedstock as the way I told you. And again, this is something that we can certainly help. But then there are times where you might want to bench scale digestion. This can be when you have, and when I talk about bench scale, means something between a few liters to maybe 20 gallons, 50 gallons type of digesters, where, this, if you have uncommon feedstock, well, nobody really has tried to do this specific material, or you have to do co-digestion and you want to understand how you feed the material. And when you have rheology concern, which is a fancy way to say you don't know how much the stuff will mix. And then, of course, you can go at higher scale, pilot scale digester, 1,000 to 2,000 gallons. Not as common need, but when you need it, you really need badly. And this is specifically to optimize the feeding of low carbon to nitrogen feed. So there is a lot of risk of ammonia poisoning. And the problem there is that really you need that scale to look at the ammonia generation, because it's not something that can really be studied without looking at the scale impact and the mixing scale up studies. Especially when you have to put a lot of energy into the mixing, then it makes sense to try to optimize that. Obviously, if you want now enough digestate to do, say, land application, and of course, training, if you want to start operating, training people in using digesters. And so, as a last, I'll give you a very simple example of project scoping. And with that, I also hope to answer a question that you will all, I'm sure that you are burning to know the answer. So, we have a farmer, she just bought this fantastic F-150 Lightning truck, and he says, hey, I wanted to charge it with the bioelectricity produced by my cows. How many cows do I need? So let's connect some manure. I have, again, I'm picking on you, Alan, but I have an expert in manure collection here. We characterize, we do a BMP study, and let's answer this question. How we go by? Well, first we go observe the farm. We discover that each cow produces approximately 7 kilos of total solid per day, and there are 5.6 kilos of that is volatile solids. Then we do a BMP analysis, and we discover that we can destroy 38% of those volatile solids, and we generate 0.76 cubic meter per kilogram of volatile solid destroyed. So basically, we produce 1.6 cubic meter of gas per cow per day, which looks a nice number. And the energy content of methane, that's we'll find it. You just Google it, 35 megajoule per cubic meter. Now, we have a genset at 35% electrical efficiency. I could buy a German one, as higher efficiency, but it's so expensive that this is, I already spent too much for the Lightning. So, I'll get a domestic one, 35% electrical efficiency. So what is the energy per cow? 54 1,000 BTU per cow per day, which 35% efficiency means 5.57 kilowatt hour per cow per day. Now my Ford Lightning has 131 kilowatt hour battery pack. So what is the answer? 24 cows. 24 cows. So now I don't know if Ford would endorse that, but certainly we can say the Lightning is 24 cow power, whatever that is. And that's, you know, that some notes that I commented before. Again, obviously I see my colleague Harold there that says, forget that damn electric truck, buy an old Chevy and use compressed natural gas. And that is not an unreasonable question, but I will, as my professor of calculus used to say, I will let you the pleasure of solving that problem, whether it makes sense doing electricity or using a conventional pickup truck converted to conventional compressed natural gas. Yeah, I'm ready for questions.
All right, here's your opportunity to quiz the expert. We do have an online question that has come in, Luca, and I think I'll start with that one. What type of ash will settle and displace organisms in the reactor?
What type, sorry?
What type of ash?
Ash typically is not a problem unless it's chemically reactive. However, a high ash content material can create a problem of sediments. So then you have to look at the geometry of the digester for that.
Questions? Anybody have a question for Luca? We'll make our way over here.
Very good presentation. Thank you very much for that. Quick question. What's your opinion on gas mixers versus mechanical mixers? And I know that in Europe, you can see people trying to really think about gas mixers for various reasons, but obviously still unproven, but wanted to hear your opinion on that.
The issue of gas mix, well, depending on how much solids you have. If you have a lot of suspended solids, which can be the case on, say, on certain type of manure, then gas mixers might not be enough because again, they you know, just keeping the solids suspended, I mean, especially if you have a lot of fiber and so on, might not work. And also gas mixer requires, you know, often they would require some level of gas compression and some manifolds and so you might not save a lot in doing gas mixing versus regular mechanical mixing. Having said that, there are areas where, especially if you have low solids, gas mixing can work reasonably well, or actually well, because now then you don't have anything, you know, you have less moving part inside the digester, like a mixer and so on. So again, it's a trade-off. But if you have high solids, then I would be a bit skeptical of gas mixer, just because it might be difficult to keep those solids suspended only by gas mixing.
Thank you, Luca. What do you see being done regarding PFAS or PFOS in the biosolids?
Oh man, how much time we have? So
and maybe a little explanation of what
yes.
that is. Yep.
So PFAS are the so-called forever chemical, are fluorinated compounds, and obviously Minnesota is PFAS capital of the world because the inventor of PFAS was 3M. But now they're using a lot of components. An example of PFAS was Scotchgard that now has been phased out. But basically PFAS are some very interesting characteristics. So if you, why Scotchgard was so popular? Well, you spray Scotchgard on textile and pretty much makes them much more difficult to stain because basically creates a coating that protects from, say, lipids, which typically cause a stain to attach. They're used in a lot of products, and there are a lot of variety of PFAS. The problem with PFAS is that they have been discovered to be endocrine disruptors, and because in nature we have nothing that really destroys PFAS, because there are, you know, not a brand new compound invented by mankind. Unless short of burning them, they end up concentrating in tissue. So This has been a big issue on biosolids because are used in a lot of consumer products, so eventually end up in biosolids. And in regions like, for instance, the Northeast, where biosolids have been extensively used for fertilization in agriculture, we're already seeing dangerously high level of PFAS in the soil that have actually caused a certain part of considerable amount of acreage to be taken out of agriculture. Now, the good thing about this is that if we deal with manure and we deal with organic food and food waste and organic food from agricultural processing, or there is not much PFAS. If we start getting to dealing with biosolids, which obviously would be very interesting because blending, that is actually a good energy source, and adding biosolids, or even worse, organic from MSW, we're going to have a PFAS issue. Right now, I don't think we have a good solution other than say that Digestate is not going to be land applied, but become a solid fuel. And I think we are looking, a lot of people are doing a lot of research, and there are chemical ways to destroy PFAS. The problem is that the concentration of PFAS in this material is pretty low. The problem with PFAS is not so much the amount we have in a certain amount of waste, is that eventually that PFAS end up stacking somewhere, and then over time it builds up. So I wish I had a better answer, but I think right now, I think the industry is going in this direction, try to segregate waste in such a way that we don't blend stuff that there is a likelihood of PFAS with things that have a likelihood of PFAS, and then dealing separately with the Digestate. What I didn't talk a lot here, this is going to be discussion this afternoon, is what we do with the Digestate. The Digestate is a fantastic source of nutrients, but obviously if there is a risk of PFAS, then we'll have to think of that alternative. And right now, I think the industry is going in the direction of, well, we probably use that as solid fuel. There is demand for low carbon solid fuels, and PFAS getting destroyed 700C. So not the best answer, but probably the best that we can do today.
Any other questions for Luca? Luca, it seemed like anaerobic digestion at the farm really took off in the 80s, maybe?
Yeah.
Late 70s, 80s. Farmers didn't want to do that. They didn't want to maintain them, keep them going. Has the technology gotten better? Is it easier now to do anaerobic digestion?
No, it's always been easy, but obviously if you're a farmer and your business in raising cows, that's had some extra burden of work, which some farmers might not be willing to take. So what is different now is that I believe that, and what certainly we have seen in other countries like Germany, where they had incentive structure earlier, is that when those incentive structure exist, now there is a commercial organization raised to the task and provide that support to the farmers. Now, when I talk about incentive structure, it's not necessarily just the incentive like, so many dollars per each BTU of gas, but can be just the fact that the energy market changes. Today, see, when I first tried to do this, when we first tried to do the first digester in, it was a Cargill back then in 2008, suddenly apart the financial crisis that got a lot of, made people very unenthusiastic about investing a lot of money, but gas was $2. And that makes it very tough to compete. Now gas is much higher, and we're at the point where we, even without carbon incentives, we can get close to be competitive. We can basically compete, actually, especially locally.
I guess that was going to be my follow-up question. Are we conquering the economics of making digestion economical?
Yes, we are. And by the way, you have to look at the complete value chain, because there is digestion also provide an environmental. We're looking at recovering nitrogen, but ammonia was now in northern Minnesota is $1,800 a ton. And I don't see that, well, it might go a bit lower. So suddenly the nitrogen in the Digestate is so much more valuable. So yes, the economics are now getting in where can help this, can definitely make this valuable.
Luca will be back in another segment later today. You'll also be around for the networking. So if you want to ask a question, feel free to seek him out. I guess our other guests for this segment are now with us. And our virtual listeners, remember, you can send questions in through the Q&A portal. But Michael Sparby, I believe you're going to lead this next segment. So I'll ask you to come back to the podium.
Thank you, Dan. And now we are going to move into lessons from abroad. And I'm going to introduce Timothy Logan and Stefan Dehne. And Timothy Logan is the general manager of Envitec-Biogas USA. In this role, he is responsible for the overall profit and loss of the construction and services business segments, as well as leading efforts in the US for local fabrication. Timothy has over 20 years of experience in solid waste and gas upgrading and has worked with over 100 landfills in the US. Stefan Dehne is the Senior Technical Sales Manager for Envitec-Biogas USA. He has 15 years of professional experience in biogas and biogas upgrading technology. Stefan also has experience with biogas plant development and design. He has a degree in mechanical engineering and is a certified electrician. Welcome, Stefan and Timothy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. We're excited to present today and appreciate all the good work that the AURI is doing, specifically in Minnesota. Thanks again for your introduction. Of course, I'm Tim Logan. I'm the general manager of Envitec-Biogas US. And we'll kind of take a little walk through some slides here, and we'll tell you about, what our history is as a company and what we're doing currently in the US. I'm trying to click through on the bottom and I can't seem to. Oh, there we go. Maybe there's just a slight lag. Thanks for bearing with me here. Little bit of what we'll talk about today is basically the history of Envitec-Biogas, the financials, the structure of our organization, what we're doing abroad, how we're resuming operations, so to speak, here in the US. Get a little view about what we're doing here today. If you notice Envitec-Biogas AG, that means corporation. So we are a publicly traded corporation on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange and have been in that role or position, or have been publicly traded, I should say, since 2007. Okay, we were started in 2002. So in the last 20 years, we've built over 700 anaerobic digestion plants. We've done so in 16 countries. The first 10 years of our existence, we built a full, most of the time, a comprehensive full plant, including anaerobic digestion. We use a broad range of feedstocks in order to make that happen, depending on the local regulatory scheme or what's popular in the markets that we're working in. Again, the first 10 years we have the biogas that comes off of the tanks, focused on the first 10 years with CHP. We were an early adopter of the Evonik 3-stage membrane process. We were the first OEM in the world to invest in that. So increasingly, in other words, in the last 10 years, we've been more focused on the back end. Of course, we still do CHP where that makes sense, but more in renewable natural gas upgrading. We currently have operations in 17 countries, as I mentioned. We've been publicly traded since 2007, and here's our 5-year results. Published financial reporting, total revenue of just over 257 million last year, 100 million of which was outside of Germany. Our EBIT is, EBT is 22.7 million, and we have, I think this is a little dated, we have over 515 employees. That's within the group. Talk to you a little bit about how we're organized. Three-legged stool, I would describe it as, with a growing fourth leg, so to speak. So the first leg is construction, plant construction. That employs about 137 people. That's the full plant design. So that's engineering and construction. Then we have our service group. The service group is focused on biological and technical services for constructed plants. We also operate other plants as well, or service. And I want to make the distinction between service and operations here today. So service is a 24/7 hotline. It's scheduled maintenance, unscheduled maintenance, spare parts inventory, etc. That encompasses biological and technical. So biological is, of course, making sure that the stomach, if you will, or the digester is functioning properly, and technical is everything on the back end. Of course, the technical gets into the PLCs, how the plant is operated, mixers, agitators, heating systems, and all of the elements of the biogas recovery as well. We have 11 million spare parts stock at our headquarters in Germany. We have 2 offices in Germany, and we currently are building our stock in the US for service. And then the final developed third of our company is what we refer to as own plant operations. So of the, just over 10% or 89 of the plants that of the 700 that we've designed and built in the last 20 years, we operate either independently or co-invest with others. So those are on our balance sheet. So we are in charge of that from a P&L standpoint. So that's full operations, not just a service contract. So that's I wanted to just kind of make that distinction. We also started an energy group where we're doing a bit of energy trading. I would say today in the US, we're very squarely in the construction and service business. And we're thinking more and more concertedly about possibly investing ourselves in the US, but that's to be determined. The balance of the group rolls up to the corporation in Lohne, Germany, where our financial headquarters and the group headquarters are. Our construction and engineering and fabrication is in Saarbrücken, Germany. Those are about an hour apart, and they're in northwest Germany. So current status. So Envitec-Biogas US, it was incorporated, founded in 2010. And Envitec built 4 projects in upstate New York under a NYSERDA grant, which was for a PPA for power production. These were single tank digesters. We did not provide the CHP in the US for the projects at that time. So we built 1 digester per year, 2012, 13, 17, and 18. Last year, we signed 4 contracts for sites at dairy farms, 2 2-tank projects and 2 1-tank projects. And those are the first Envithans that we sold in the US. Envithan is our trademarked name for our gas upgrading equipment. The beginning of this year, we signed an additional 6 contracts. Of note there for our audience today, 2 of those are in Minnesota. We're currently in negotiations for an additional 6 contracts. Hope to have those executed by the end of this year. That will include another 2 projects in Minnesota. And we're currently doing front-end engineering design for 3 additional dairy developments. And I'd like to point out that all of those projects, including the ones in the earlier ones with CHPs, were all developed on dairy farms. We have a lot of interests with based on our experience of processing food waste, renewable energy crops, dry manures, feedlot manures. So we're continually receiving inquiries on that in the US. But for sure, because of the regulatory schemes in the US, the dairy market is what we would consider low-hanging fruit in the US. Our outlook for next year. So I didn't get into the number of tanks, but basically what we're building now are anywhere from 2 to 4 tank systems. So we're contracted to build 29 anaerobic digestion tanks next year. We'll be commissioning 8 projects, which include the commissioning of the biogas plant and the ramp up of that, and then the gas processing equipment on the back end once the biology is stabilized. For us, we're very focused on expanding our US supply chain. I think when we stick our toe in the water in a new market, we're comfortable with the sub-suppliers. We live in a global world. I mean, a lot of the sub-suppliers are the same here in the US, but developing more of those local relationships and goods here. Our tanks are fabricated in the US, and our heating containers are fabricated in the US currently. And again, as noted, we're interested in developing our spare parts stock and our service groups. So the service groups will have service contracts to follow the, at least today, 15 to 16 plants that will be built. Few lessons learned for us. You know, we're pretty flexible in terms of contracting. We're comfortable working with EPC partners, or we can contract directly with investors, utilities, developers. For us, it's really important. Communication is always key. Just because we're speaking the same language doesn't always guarantee understanding. So we've learned some lessons in that regard. So we're pretty flexible, I'd say very flexible in terms of our scope of supply. Some people are only interested in our upgrading solution. Some people are only interested in our AD solution. We're pretty, you know, pretty flat when it comes to that. We're just interested in getting, you know, our product out there. Of course, a lot of people see the value of combining that and limiting the interfaces so that you have all from one hand and an integrated plant design. So, but again, we're flexible when it comes to that. Really, we don't like spending a lot of time on teams where we're able to. Obviously, the pandemic has made that a bit challenging, but we like to have a nice level table and have a good handle on all the parties that are involved. So we're comfortable. We are also comfortable with some risk on our side in terms of price fixing for a period of year without, you know, sometimes these projects can take anywhere from 14 to plus months to bring online. We're comfortable generally fixing price for that time period. We're open to LDs for delivery. Again, we just like to sit around an open table and play with open cards and generally just make sure that everybody's aligned and has a successful project. I mean, to that end, the interfaces are crucial. There's for sure things that we don't provide in the US in terms of local engineering, bringing power to site, bringing natural gas to site, things that would ultimately be required for these projects, building pipelines and interconnects, for example. These are things that we don't do today. This slide more or less represents what our typical offer is today, and to be honest, it's expanding on a daily basis. So if this view would be more or less what you would expect to see at a dairy farm in the US, where we have a manure in a slurry so that we have a feed pump associated with that. Now keep in mind, 95+% of the plants that Envitec has designed and built, of those 700 plus, do not involve a slurry pump or a manure mono slurry. They would involve a bit more sophisticated pre-processing in the form of what I like to call an upfront kitchen. That would have a hopper, so you can put a variety of substrates into the tank. They're ground, mixed in a Christ, what we call and patented as a Christ dissolver, and return some digestate from the tank back to the beginning of the process to develop a consistent pumpable slurry depending on what you're processing. However, of course, in the US, pretty easy when you're talking with dairy manure. So we have a slurry feeding pump. This represents our digester. We treat typically with a little ferric chloride to establish the biology in the tank and to maximize the biogas yield. The O2, we purify O2, we inject a slight amount or small amount into the headspace so that we're performing with both of those steps a bit of hydrogen sulfide reduction in situ or in the tank, if you will. And that would basically, that's an OpEx consideration because it allows you to greatly reduce the size of your activated carbon on the back end. It's just part of your raw biogas treatment. We deliver the recirculation shaft, which is the overflow principle. You can see it's attached to the tank here. Condensate shafts, pumps, level controls, everything for that. The raw biogas treatment, which typically is a gas cool washer and ammonia scrubber, and we haven't found the need for VOC filtration, but certainly H2S when we're dealing with dairy manure. The emergency flare, and this represents our Envitec solution. From an engineering standpoint, or just to kind of flesh that out with some verbiage here. So that's the full engineering plan. So all of the mechanical, electrical, safety, supply chain, and process engineering associated with the tank is included. We do not lay any pipes in the ground though, so we don't actually run any lines in below grade today in the US. But again, all the sizing, the material type, both for the cable and the piping is from our hand. And then in terms of equipment, we're supplying tanks that cover all the heating systems that are required inside the tank, exterior to the tank in order to heat the hot water in an internal coil or loop, the agitators, revision openings to enable maintenance of the agitators themselves, control panels, gas upgrading solution, again, any sump, pump, level control, all the appurtenances associated in essence with operating it as an AD plant. We also perform construction work. So again, we cast these tanks in the US, we deliver them to site, we stand up the tanks, we offload and set all of our equipment, and of course, commission it. When we're thinking about projects up front, we like to think about minimizing risk. For us, everything starts with the feedstock and having good data on the feedstock, whether that's manure, crop waste, residuals, agricultural wastes, industrial waste, slurries, potato peels, food processing, post-consumer, pre-consumer food wastes. We want to understand what's going into the tank. The percent dry matter and volatile solids are required. Those are basically sizing. The first one more or less informs the size of the tank, the number of tanks, and the hydraulic retention time. The second one more or less informs the amount of gas that's going to be generated. So then from there, we very quickly can develop a balanced data sheet, which would inform how much gas we're going to get from the project. We like to know the location of the plant so that we have a really tight view on the local climatic conditions, which can certainly impact the amount of heat that would be required locally in order to make sure that the tank stays in a nice mesophilic environment throughout the year. Also, if we're going to get into the gas treatment, obviously we want to know the gas to grid specifications. This just basically represents what we would process from a balanced data sheet. So these are the inputs that we need, as well as if it's a slurry, the gallons per day, or an estimation of how much manure is coming from each head of cow, or if it is a dairy play, or exactly how much tonnage we're dealing with dry wastes. And then we would simply, I think an important number is the million BTUs per year, because that more or less gives you a thumbprint of the viability of the project from a revenue perspective. Just a bit about our tanks. We've built over 15,000 tanks in the last 20 years. This is a pre-stressed post-tension concrete tank system. We have the ability to do just over 2.7 million gallons net volume. We're comfortable doing that with a dairy slurry. We would have to take a closer look for some other substrates. This is very flexible. So basically, if I think it's about 56 or 58 panels for the 2.7 million gallon tank, so we can scale that down in increments of 2 to right size the tank for the application. Today in the US, we have the capability to cast or pour 1 tank per week. The base plates are tied and formed 1 to 2 weeks on site. It takes usually a morning of assembling a lot of concrete tanks to get one monolithic pour down to form this, which is the base plate. And then the tank is generally erected within 2 to 4 days. We use it in the US today, a double membrane roof. We've also used air blown covers. We feel that the double membrane roof is a good solution for us today. And I think I misspoke. I said 15,000, but I guess that's 16,000 tanks. Just a couple of images here to share, just to give you an idea of what we're doing. This is our production facility. This is a partner of ours. These tanks are fabricated in South Dakota. And having a series of these forms in a line is where we develop that efficiency, because you basically stress the concrete, put in the tubes, which are used for post-tensioning, and then you pour all at once, and then you pop them out the next day and they cure. Just some more, couple of images here. This is a post-tensioning tensioning element, I should say. So normally these tubes would go straight through, so you can run a stainless braided cable through there. If you note, there's a wood here in the form, and then there's a box out of the back. And so when you stand these up, these are the elements that you actually run a machine up and down to pull and create the tension around this tank. So it's more or less a whiskey barrel, but instead of the bands being outside of the wood, the bands are run internal to each panel. What does that look like? So here's a 3-tank system. This is being prepped. This cover is being pulled because it's getting ready to be poured, and that's just been poured in the morning. Here's a little bit more advanced view of that same facility. So this one is actively being poured, as you can see. This one's curing, about depends a little bit on the weather, but 7 to 21 days. And here you can see a crane, and all those panels are being staged right here. And here's a picture of the crane standing those up. This is one of those tensioning elements I was referring to, and you can see the strand kind of more or less sticking out the one side here. And so that's the other tensioning element back here. So we pull and tension it across 180 degrees with 2 panels. Here's a picture of a finished digester that's ready for commissioning. This particular digester, I believe, is in Connecticut. This is the manure influent here. Sight glasses. There's a main platform here. You can see it's tough to see, but there's 2 agitators mounted here. We'd like to have sight glasses so the operator can get a view of the top of the substrate. One principle for us is the level control here above the top of the bottom of that inlay or that liner. So this roof is pulled down and affixed to the wall. We level control above that. The reason we do that is so there's no exposed concrete in the headspace of the digester. As we know, hydrogen sulfide is extremely corrosive. That's also why we utilize a hardwood, an African hardwood, to support the roof. We've learned some lessons there using stainless and other materials, concrete included, for that, and it just is, it's too susceptible to corrosion. This is a view right here. Also, you can see our heating coils inside the tank. So those are filled with hot water and heated to roughly 100 degrees to maintain the temperature inside the tank. So we have nice steady production throughout the year. Bit about our gas upgrading solution. It's called Envitec. We've built over 80 of these. I think we're probably up closer to 90 these days. All of these we have built right in our factory, right here in Saarbeck, Germany, and the flows show the relative amount of, or the total gas production across all of these platforms. So the 6,000 plus SCFM here represents 10 upgraders, and as mentioned, we should be under contract for another 5 or 6 here in pretty short order. A picture of the Envitec itself. So Evonik is a German corporation. They developed separating green membrane. This separates CO2 from methane. So they had a patent for a 3-stage process. We were the first OEM in the world to invest in this technology. So probably 2010, 11, and I think it was commissioned in 2012. We invested our own capital to build out on the Evonik platform. So they have been a really excellent partner for us. We still are very intimate with Evonik and do a lot of R&D because we have the oldest plants based on their patent on the market. So we routinely remove membranes and test them and make sure that everything that we're doing is correct. So we're always advancing the technology a bit here. And if anybody's interested, we can get into some more of those advancements that we developed over time. This is basically 3 sealed rooms. Each one has different temperature requirements. So the control room is back here. This is the membrane room, and this is the machine room. So more or less, we keep this, a lot of heat is generated here, so we just keep this well ventilated. This is kept slightly warm, and this is kept slightly colder. The gas comes in here, it's compressed to 200 plus PSI. This is an oil flooded screw compressor. Then there's some post-gas treatment here, final carbon polishing filter here, as we don't like any hydrogen sulfide hitting the membranes. And then there's a 3-stage pass that enables you to meet or exceed most pipeline regulations in the US. Some pictures of our heating container solution. These were fabricated by us by a new partner for us in the US. It's based on our design from Germany. This is the O2 generator. It's basically a PSA that takes a bit of purified air from this air compressor. Through the PSA system, it purifies the oxygen to 90+%. So we're only injecting purified oxygen, which gets consumed by the hydrogen sulfide in the headspace of the digester. We developed this technology on the heels of our Envitec because we used to inject air. A little bit of residual oxygen when you're burning gas in an engine is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's certainly not ideal for pipeline injection. And the membrane itself doesn't separate oxygen. So you want to be conscious about how much oxygen you're putting in on the membrane. And that's why we developed the PSA system to purify the oxygen that we inject into the headspace. Just a picture of a slightly almost completed digester. It still does not have the insulation and cladding on it, but basically we always have a main platform. If you recall the daylight you could see from the inside of the tank is represented here with the sight glasses. We have two. We have two because one holds a light and the other one is more visual. So you can turn a light on and off. Obviously, if you stick your head under here, you wouldn't see anything otherwise. These both come with a bit of supplied water in order to wipe the sulfide off the inside of the soda glass. Over under pressure guards are here. We require two in the US from our evaluation or HAZOP. These are filled with glycol. These both prevent overpressurization and under or a vacuum situation to protect the membrane roof. This wench here, it's not clear from this angle, but there's a wench here and a revision opening or a zippered opening integrated into the roof that enables you to pull the agitator without emptying the tank. And there's 4 of those typically situated around the outside of the tank. This is a single tank project for us in Connecticut. Here's the raw biogas treatment. This is the Envitec right here. This is the ancillary supporting equipment, chiller and table coolers to support the raw gas, or I should say the compressed gas post compression treatment before it enters the membrane. For us at Envitec, what we've learned, we've contracted initially with a lot of farmers over the years, and the owners and the management of our company come from large scale industrial egg production, believe it or not, in Germany. So we have a pretty good understanding of biology and what we can do and what we can't do. And so for us, to say that we contracted initially with mostly farmers, I think is true. And what we're finding over time is that that's changing, right? As these projects become more profitable, contracting with utilities and people that might not have ultimately that are responsible for the health and management of the biology of the farm itself, which greatly can impact the health and biology of the digester system. So we like to think of this as an operational pie, if you will. And so really what's really important to consider is feedstock. That's the biology. That's what's going on that really not even a developer or the operator of the plant has a view on, because that's what's going on the farm. And so to have a really good level table and a good relationship with the person that's ultimately developing or handing the feedstock, whether that's food, agricultural residual, or dairy or other manure is extremely critical to have an open line of communication there, because anything from a process perspective that can change on the feedstock can certainly impact the biology of the digester. And if you impact the digester biology, it's challenging because it can be something that's difficult to realize until it's a big problem. And if you have a big problem, you have to drain the tank, reestablish the biology. And that's not a 1 or 2 day fix. And as we know, these projects can be quite lucrative, particularly when we're talking about the LCFS, even though that's taken a hit obviously in the last year. But for sure, we're trying to avoid catastrophic breakdowns and things that would require a reseeding of the tank, which could take 4 to 12 weeks, depending on how that's actually can be done in the field. So the feedstock and having a handle on what's coming into the tank and the biology of that is critical. Then we get into operations. This is, in our view, the day-to-day operations of the plant. This is things that we can be responsible for, or things that we may not be responsible for in the US. Certainly we own and operate, as discussed, about 90 plants, and we're comfortable to be in that operational role. But this is fully 1/3 of the pie. And then if all we're doing is designing the plant and delivering equipment, that's more the engineering and technology piece. So having a good flat alignment across this operational pie is really critical to make sure that you have a good, successful, and well-functioning project that's going to keep all parties happy. So just some brief lessons learned. For Envitec, because we operate so many plants and we build so many plants, for us, we don't really support technology or solutions that we haven't built and operated ourselves. So that's a hallmark, I would say, for Envitec, is that when Envitec has something, it's something that's been operated and proven by us. We've tried a lot of different things over the last 20 years. And so looking for that, I think it is good and a bit of a differentiator for us. Again, we talked a little bit about this before, reducing the interfaces. The more that can be integrated from one hand, typically the better. The reason is there can be a lot of finger pointing that goes on when things go wrong, and who was responsible for it. So to have, we found our clients in the US like our approach, and we've typically in the past 18 months have been adding more and more to our scope of supply as we develop and feel more comfortable with the market in the US. From a feedstock perspective, testing is everything. So having good quality lab data up front for the initial analysis. If we want to get into process guarantees, we're fine with that. We'd like to see BMP testing on the data as well. But you really couldn't test the feedstock enough, and understanding how that should be tested and what it should be tested for is something we're happy to support. Again, as we discussed that towards the end there, having a clear view on the operational pie and who's responsible for what is critical. You want to have a great spare parts inventory, either at the facility or within a day's driving distance. And in that vein, you also want to think about localizing your service. That's all I had for today. As we were introduced, I also was mentioning, or Stefan was also introduced, and we're happy to take any questions that you have at this time. Just a brief note on Stefan. Yes, he's been at the company a very long time. He's had many roles within the company, and has recently relocated to upstate New York with his family. So we're delighted to have Stefan's contributions here in the US. And I think that speaks to Envitec's view of the US market and its growth potential.
Thank you, Timothy. Are there any questions for Timothy on his presentation?
Michael, I'm curious if all of these facilities that they put together have been incentivized by the local governments, the federal governments, or in other ways help them put these systems together?
Yes, that's a great question. For sure, the short answer to that is yes. All of these have been all of these locally have been incentivized in some form or fashion. I think the interesting thing about Envitec is we would not be as successful as we've been over the last 20 years if we were only focused on the market in Germany. And I think we have and do a good job to have people strategically located throughout the planet, keeping their eyes on the local conditions, because for sure, there's always some boom and bust cycles, I would say, with respect to these projects. For example, food waste is extremely popular in France today. So we do a lot of food waste AD in France, but for whatever reason, and Stefan can speak to this better than I could, that's not as incentivized in Germany today. So, you know, we sell more CHPs in certain part of the world and we sell more upgraders in other parts of the world. We've developed several facilities in China. The interesting thing about China, and Stefan can speak to this because he's developed the market in China, the economics in China are such that the value of the digestate, right? So the organic fertilizer is actually the economic driver for these projects in China. Whereas in the US and France, it's the feed-in tariff and the value of the renewable natural gas that's driving the project. So even you know, you think at a macro level, what's important to these different communities, what they value in these different countries, for sure, it's important. But the short answer is yes. A lot of this depends on local subsidies, tax incentives, other strategies locally as well, beyond just, you know, what are we seeing here in the US? We have the sale of brown gas. So you're making renewable natural gas. That's 1/3 of your revenue. If you can show a significant CI reduction and create a pathway into California, you get the LCFS credit and you get the federal D3 credit if you're producing transportation fuel. So if you can show those three things, and a dairy project can, then you have a pretty good incentive there. But for sure, there's always a, you know, and I'm not an accountant or an expert in that space, but I think there's always also local benefits as well.
So Timothy, you had mentioned that a majority of the projects that are going on in the US are dairy related. You had also mentioned the utilization of specific energy crops in Europe. Could you highlight some of those and what type of crops those are?
Yeah, Stefan, do you want to field that question? I think you'd be in the best position to have a response to that.
Yeah, when we talk about energy crops in Germany, for example, that's more or less really corn, what is grown on the fields for energy production, which is seeded especially for energy production. When we are, for example, look to France, France is a driven market in biogas with really specialized in co-digestion on food waste, over household waste, leftovers from restaurants, supermarkets. That's it, as I said, that's it from country to country, absolutely differences in this perspective. Here in the US, we saw, okay, what Tim already mentioned in the presentation, that it's low-hanging fruit at the moment are the dairy farms, yeah, because there can grab into the highest tariffs. But what we want to try to do, it's also to develop more or less more in the food waste or other organic waste stream sectors, yeah, where we can place our technology. That's it. What we try to do at the moment, yeah. Also to go besides all these subsidized tariffs, yeah. For example, in Germany, we just built a plant called Güstrow, which runs completely out of the subsidy streams, where we want to produce LPG or LNG, yeah, which then we find these application in the heavy vehicle fuel sectors. So we have a lot of opportunities to where biogas or biogas can find their applications.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad you mentioned the LNG. So we built a 22 tank digester system in 2009, developed, engineered, built that plant and sold it. And we recently acquired it at the beginning of 2021 with the explicit intent of our first flagship project to produce LNG directly at the site. And because heavy vehicle fuel is particularly incentivized in Germany, that made financial sense for us. So I think about 20 years ago, CHP, and then, that was the focus, then the investment in membrane technology. And now I think what Envitec has done a good job of is making a concerted investment and pivot to be in front of the market. And I see that strongly in the LNG space today. And it could be in, 5 to 10 years that direct manufacture of LNG on site, literally fueling the trucks right there, is the way that we're going. So I think that's a good point.
CO2 liquefaction is also an application which we can offer after the upgrading stream, so that you can produce liquefied CO2, dry ice, which then can also find the way into the maybe beverage or food sector.
Yeah, so I don't see that today. We've toured some facilities. I think it's very limited, the market a bit today, or maybe just not as heavily valued production of CO2. So if you were to go to an Envitec today, and we basically 55% methane going in, roughly 97+% coming out, we strip the CO2 through the membrane, that's vented to the atmosphere. It doesn't have to be. And in Europe, we have a lot more, and Gustro reflects this, with recover the CO2. As Stefan said, it can be, what you do with it really is a function of the local economics, the local value of that product.
Wonderful. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, and thank you for your time today. And I think we are going to be moving into our networking session again, but let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, you are, Michael. Networking for the next 15 minutes. We're going to come back at 11:05. Maybe it's not quite 15 minutes anymore, but 11:05, we'll get our program started again. We're moving to the renewable gas market incentives and policies, and a couple of people who are knowledgeable in that area. And we're going to hear today from Emma Ingebretsen, who is a senior project manager at CenterPoint Energy, focusing on CenterPoint Energy's decarbonization and the initiatives under Minnesota's Natural Gas Innovation Act.
Thanks, Dan, and good morning, everyone. I'm standing off to the side. A little short. Nice to be with you all here this morning to give you an overview of Minnesota's Natural Gas Innovation Act and tell you a bit about CenterPoint Energy's work to develop our first innovation plan under the Act. First, a bit about CenterPoint Energy. We are an electric and natural gas utility company. We operate in 6 states. We have natural gas distribution in all 6 states that we operate in, and we have electric transmission and distribution in Texas as well as Indiana, and we also have several generation assets in Indiana. Here in Minnesota, we're the largest natural gas utility. We serve over 900,000 customers in 260 plus communities, and we employ over 1,200 people. There we go. So before I get into the details of the Natural Gas Innovation Act, we'll do a little bit of context setting. The Natural Gas Innovation Act, the purpose is to reduce carbon emissions associated with natural gas use in Minnesota. So unless you've been hiding out somewhere and not paying attention, you know that there's an ever increasing focus on carbon emissions reductions. The state of Minnesota has set a goal to reduce carbon emissions by to 80% below 2005 levels by 2050. You know that many companies and organizations have set their own goals for carbon reductions, and CenterPoint Energy is one of those companies. We've set a goal to achieve net zero emissions for our own operations by 2035. And we've also set a goal to reduce emissions associated with our customers' energy use by 20 to 30% by 2035 as well. So all of these goals have been set, and much of the progress towards actually achieving these goals has been made on the electric side of the equation, deploying renewable electricity projects to reduce the carbon intensity of the electric grid. And so people are increasingly turning to look at solving the other pieces of the puzzle, including decarbonizing the emissions associated with natural gas end uses. And that is particularly important here in Minnesota, where it gets cold, like a day like today. And natural gas is a very important part of our energy mix here in Minnesota. So towards that end, the Great Plains Institute and Center for Energy and Environment convened a group of stakeholders to look at this issue. How do we reduce emissions associated with our natural gas end uses here in Minnesota? And that working group put together a set of recommendations that were laid out in the report shown on the bottom of the slide. And many of those recommendations centered on policy changes that would help enable this transition to a decarbonized energy future, focusing on that natural gas end use carbon reduction. So the Natural Gas Innovation Act is one of those policy changes that help enable that transition to a decarbonized energy future. So getting into the details of the Natural Gas Innovation Act. I'll call it NGIA sometimes in this presentation. NGIA was actually proposed by CenterPoint Energy. And from there, it gained a lot of input and eventually support from a lot of different stakeholders, and ultimately passed at the state legislature last June with bipartisan support. So this law applies to investor-owned natural gas utilities. There's 5 of us in the state. And what NGIA does at its core is provide a clear and explicit regulatory pathway for these natural gas utilities to invest in renewable energy resources and other innovative technologies that reduce overall carbon emissions associated with the utilities' operations and customers' natural gas end uses. And this is, it's providing this regulatory pathway to do that, just like we would invest in our more traditional fossil fuel natural gas systems and resources. Seems to fall asleep.
So this is a Minnesota law?
Correct. It is. It was passed at the state level in Minnesota. There we go. So what is this? What does this regulatory framework look like exactly? So what NGIA lays out is a pathway for utilities to file what are called innovation plans with the Public Utilities Commissions. And the PUC can approve or deny the plan or propose modifications. But if they eventually approve a plan, then utilities are allowed to recover costs associated with implementing the innovation plan. So what exactly is an innovation plan? It's a 5-year plan that lays out a set of pilot projects that either directly deploy or encourage the deployment of 8 innovative resources, which I'll go over in a second. But before we get into that, I just want to touch on pilot projects. You kind of usually think, oh, it's a demonstration project, small scale, kind of proving out a new technology. That's kind of what you think of when you hear pilot project. That can certainly be a pilot project that is included in our innovation plan, but it could also be kind of a wider range of activities. It could include deployment of kind of a proven technology like renewable natural gas, building a anaerobic digester. It's, kind of out there already. It could also include more nascent technologies and encourage research and development for those more emerging technologies pre demonstration project. So it kind of runs the gamut of different activities across the innovation scale. So a wide range of activities, but all of these pilot projects must encourage or deploy innovative resources, which we'll get to potentially. There we go. Oh no. All right. So there are 8 innovative resources laid out in the Act and defined in statute. It's helpful to think of them in 2 buckets. The first bucket is gaseous fuels. So these are kind of the molecules that could directly replace fossil fuel natural gas molecules in the system. So these include renewable natural gas, which means pipeline quality biogas that we might put into our own distribution pipes. It could include non-pipeline quality biogas that is used directly on site instead of utility delivered natural gas. We can also do pilot projects that involve power to hydrogen, specifically green hydrogen produced using renewable electricity via electrolysis. And then we can take that hydrogen further to ammonia and do pilot projects that involve green ammonia. The other bucket of innovative resources are more on the end use side of things, kind of reducing overall consumption of the molecules and carbon capture. So we can do innovative energy efficiency, we can do carbon capture projects, we can do district energy projects, which are inherently efficient, and we can also do strategic electrification projects that switch from natural gas to electric end uses where it reduces overall carbon emissions. There's a lot on this slide. In the interest of time, I'll just say when a utility files an innovation plan, NGIA requires that they provide a lot of different details, information, and analysis to support that plan. The law goes into great detail about all the different things that we must file with accompanying an innovation plan to support the decisions in there. One of the things that we must file to support the plan is a cost benefit analysis of each pilot project and the plan as a whole. The NGIA required that the Public Utilities Commission adopt a cost benefit framework, and the Commission on June 1st of this year ordered that that framework, and it's shown here, a summary. I'm not going to go through each of these things individually, but wanted to call out that it's a very broad view of costs and benefits. It's not just boiled down to, a net benefits number in dollars and cents. It's looking at other qualitative considerations of projects such as environmental co-benefits, economic development considerations, and in particular, it considers the kind of innovation and scalability benefits that might help a project or a technology that is maybe not cost effective today in dollars in cents, but might be cost effective in the future and contribute to this overall decarbonized energy system of the future. The NGIA also specifies cost caps that the utilities must adhere to when they're filing a plan. The caps are based on either a percentage of a utility's gross operating revenue or a cost cap per customer. They're shown in this table here. There is certain bonus money for certain types of renewable natural gas projects. Food waste projects are eligible for bonus money. Wastewater treatment plants, and then projects that involve prairie grass blending. So this bonus money can exceed the cost caps shown here. The other thing to note about the cost caps is that they can escalate over time in subsequent plans if a utility can prove that their previous plan was cost effective. So to give you a sense of scale for CenterPoint Energy, these cost caps translate to about $20 million per year for the first 5-year innovation plan. So about $100 million in total. Okay, so before I close, I wanted to give you a sense of the work that CenterPoint Energy has been doing to develop our first innovation plan under the Act. An overview of the process and timeline is shown here. We're thinking about it as kind of a funnel, initially casting a very wide net of all the possible projects that we might want to consider for inclusion in our plan, and eventually narrowing it down into an optimized portfolio that we'll file with the Public Utilities Commission. And we are targeting Q2 next year for our first filing. The timeline is fluid. This is the first time we've done this, but that's what we're targeting right now. Earlier this year, we issued a call for external and internal ideas, both from outside parties as well as employees at CenterPoint Energy. We received over 100 ideas, and we have, through an initial screening, narrowed it down to a list of about 25 pilot project concepts that we'll be doing detailed analysis on, and we're in that stage right now. So we're looking at each of these 25 concepts and doing analysis on estimated greenhouse gas emissions reduction impact, as well as going through that cost benefit analysis that I showed earlier for each of these pilot project concepts. And from there, we'll be using that information to develop our optimized portfolio that kind of meets all of the requirements that the law requires, and eventually filing our plan with the Public Utilities Commission. And throughout this process, we're having a parallel stakeholder engagement process through a series of meetings. And there's a link at the end of this for anybody who is interested in participating in that process and attending those meetings. So the last thing I have is kind of a list of a sample of the pilot projects that we are considering at this point. We are looking at, I'll kind of highlight the first 3, which I think are the most relevant to this group. We're looking at a series of renewable gas or biogas projects, ranging from pure offtake agreements to potentially investing directly in actual new anaerobic digester projects or other RNG projects. And we have a series of R&D studies and other projects to just generally support the renewable natural gas market that we are considering. We're also looking at different green hydrogen and ammonia projects, looking at actual direct use at industrial facilities, and additionally potentially blending some hydrogen into our pipes. So CenterPoint Energy actually already has a hydrogen blending project up in Minneapolis that we did outside of the Natural Gas Innovation Act, but we are looking at doing additional projects potentially through our first innovation plan. And then we're looking at various carbon capture projects, probably at industrial facilities, some of those large users, but we're, considering all the options. And we have a variety of projects in the other innovative resources. So we still have quite a wide net that we're looking at, but we are in the process of starting to further narrow that down. And it's an exciting time for our first innovation plan. So that is what I have today. I will hand it over.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out here. It's my pleasure to be a presenter, and thank you to AURI for inviting me, and excited to continue working in this industry. I assume, first off, that nobody won the lottery from a few weeks ago, right? So if I if I make the statement that you're all interested in getting financing for your projects, because nobody's independently wealthy with, $1 billion or so, you're all interested in that. So I'm here to talk today about the incentives. Mostly I'll be talking about the Inflation Reduction Act and impact on how that is affecting biogas to RNG projects and biogas projects overall. So first, you'll notice in the very lower left-hand side for you, AmericanBiogasCouncil.org. Give a shout out to them. They are one of the leading organizations nationally promoting biogas industry, and a lot of the slides are taken right from their presentation with their permission. And so they're a really good organization. I would encourage anyone that's interested in biogas to participate in them. I know there's a number of people in the audience, their companies are members as well. So this is a good slide because it gives you a bit of an overview of what the biogas industry in the United States is doing right now. You'll see there's a little arrow I put in there to Minnesota. I'll have some more detail on the next slide about that. As Luca said in the beginning, we have over 2,200 operating biogas systems in the United States right now. That number is hard to always track because there's been an explosion of growth with new systems coming online, being proposed. So it's a little tough to track, but the big star that's there is really talking about that potential. And I think these slides are all available, so I'm certainly not going to read them for you, and I apologize. That's hard to read. It's hard for me to read even on my iPad here, but it talks about just this massive amount of resources that we have to utilize biogas systems in the United States. And the Inflation Reduction Act is a key component of it. So a little bit of information specifically to Minnesota about what our potential is. Right now, we rank 8 out of 50 states in biogas potential. Sorry, my lovely video screen there is covering up what it is, but it's 46.91 billion cubic feet is available for potential for renewable methane from biogas. If we were able to effectively utilize the available biomass. What that means is that's 35 food waste digesters, 640 manure digesters, 50 wastewater digesters, a massive expansion of digester opportunities in Minnesota that are available. Makes me happy to see people taking pictures of these slides. I'll just remind you that that they are available as well, but please take pictures. So that's $2.19 billion of capital investment. That's huge. I'm a finance lawyer and I work almost exclusively within this renewable energy industry. And I've done it for about 24 years. That's a massive amount of money. And then you spread that over 50 states, each state's having, varying degrees of amount of capital investment. It's really exciting to see. That's 1,213 permanent jobs. That's hugely impactful as we look at how we start dealing with a circular economy, start dealing with how people get trained, how people are going to be working in the jobs of the future in a low carbon economy. Biogas can have a very strong potential impact in having jobs in the future. And then there's just the more technical aspects of this, how much electricity can be produced, how many gallon per year of gasoline equivalent can be produced, greenhouse gas potential. Biogas has a significant role to play in helping decarbonize our economy and providing low or even zero or sometimes negative carbon impacts for our electricity and transportation fuel production. Please. Yeah, it's essentially any one of them. They're just different ways of counting the possibilities of how you do it. Although certainly the trees and the cars, you could essentially, depending on how you want to count them, do both. But yeah, I mean, it's not, God waving a magic wand, making everything better for everyone, but it's a significant benefit. All right, let's see. Oh, it worked for me before. Come on. There we go. All right. So absorb this for a moment. I put this up there without any introduction for you on purpose. This is a slide from the American Biogas Council on the basic information from the Inflation Reduction Act as it relates to biogas. It is very complicated. Out of the entire Inflation Reduction Act, there's about 100 pages that really deal with energy. And while I've been doing energy related finance, especially with renewables for about 24 years, it's complicated. It is by far the most impactful federal regulation bill that will incentivize renewable energy. It is also complicated. So bear with me as we go through some of this. I promise it's well worth it. I know there are developers in this room. There are manufacturers of biogas systems in this room. There are people that are farmers that want to take advantage of this. The bill has a little bit of something for everybody. So we'll get through it here. So in essence, for biogas, the Inflation Reduction Act is the first time that biogas to RNG gets parity with wind and solar from a federal tax perspective, at least for a period of time. We'll get to that in a moment, but for a period of time, we're on parity, biogas to RNG. Biogas to electricity has always had some of the components of the federal tax credits and will continue to do so. So everyone thinks about the IRA and this tax credit of 30%, right? But really the base credit is 6%, and it can become 30% or higher, depending on whether you meet certain criteria. The most important one is whether the project is paying prevailing wage and meeting the apprenticeship requirements. While the Inflation Reduction Act has a lot of information and benefits for renewable energy, it is also a jobs and domestic content, domestic production bill. And so if you look at the bonuses that are available, the prevailing wage, the domestic content, the energy community, it reflects those other policy priorities that exist. So we assumed in general that everyone likes 30 more than 6, even a lawyer can figure out math like that. Luca, right? 30 is better than 6. I always check with Luca on my math, so he's my guy there. So 30 being better than 6, you'd rather pay prevailing wage and get a 30% tax credit. And it essentially looks at the capital cost of your project, of your biogas to RNG project, and you can get a tax credit back from the federal government for that. And for the first time ever, municipalities and other nonprofits can actually participate in that, even though they're not tax-paying entities. They can get a direct payment from the federal government. So we're actually working with a number of cities that are looking to upgrade their wastewater treatment to RNG, and they're ecstatic because now they have no idea how to file a tax return because they've never had to do it before. But you tell them that your $30 million project now can get an 18. Well, sorry, see, I can't do math, Luca. What is 30% of $30 million? $9 million, right? So you get a $9 million check back to the city budget. That's pretty nice. And they look like heroes. So it's terrific. So the idea is for these projects, biogas to RNG, for the first time, you can get up to 50%, but generally it'll be about a 30% tax credit. Okay, timing. This is where the rubber starts meeting the road and it gets really complicated. And this is a simple slide. It took a lot of effort by some very smart people, not so much me, but other people that worked on this, although I did help on all of this. But so starting 125, you see that section 45Y, section 45E, clean energy. Yep, thank you very much. Starting 1/1/25, you will no longer have the investment tax credit like we are working under right now. Or that starts 1/1/23, and this is going to be terribly confusing, and I apologize for it. There's no good way of really explaining all of this easily. Eventually, the federal government is changing all of these policies starting 1/1/25 to just focusing on tech neutrality, right? They don't care wind, solar, biogas, whatever, storage, whatever it is, they want low carbon. So they're trying to find ways to get out of incentivizing or treating different technologies differently, which they failed to do, but and they just want to focus on low carbon, right? Low carbon production of either transportation fuel or electricity, electrical generation. So for biogas to RNG, we essentially have from 1/1/23 until 12/31/24 to begin construction on facilities that are biogas to RNG. If you do so and otherwise meet the requirements, you can get what we would expect would be at least a 30% federal tax credit based upon the 30% of your CapEx, of your eligible CapEx. I'm gonna put a big asterisk here. One, the new rules are not out, right? The proposed rules haven't even been released for this. And so we don't know exactly how everything will work. We have some ideas from what wind and solar had, but it will be a little complicated. So every once in a while, you're going to say, oh, well, that's 30% of CapEx. And I know what my CapEx is. Well, it's eligible CapEx, right? And what is eligible? Well, there's a lot of parts of that. So I'm not going to belabor all that. We could literally spend an hour on this slide. But if you are looking to develop biogas assets and you want to take advantage of the new credit, right? The new federal tax credit for biogas to RNG. If you have something that's about ready to go now, don't place it in service until 23. And if you're working on something new, you better have it begun construction, which is a technical term under the Department of the IRS regs, right? So consult somebody that knows what the heck that means. You better begin construction by 12/31/24. It's not the end of the world. You don't fall off the cliff, right? But now you enter this world of these tech neutrality. That's section 45Y, section 48E. If you're producing biogas to RNG and you don't begin construction until 1/1/25, you no longer have what you had if you did it between 1/1/23 and 12/31/24. And you really only get this 45Z clean fuel production credit, which is kind of like RIN. It's at best, it's about $1 a gallon for a tax credit, and it's not bad. There's a lot of calculations about CI analysis about how that works as well. So you're going to have to figure out how you want to develop your project and the timing of all your projects, and what incentives are going to be layered in there. One thing you'll see the clean hydrogen, clean fuel, alternative fuels excise credit. That's essentially the existing like renewable diesel, biodiesel credit that you see out there as well. Lawyers and accountants that work on this, we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what we call the capital stack and try to figure out how to layer all of these things together. So who's putting in what money, where are you getting it from? So this timing becomes really important for us in working with clients, trying to figure out how to finance these things. And it becomes really important for you if you're developing a project, owning a project, investing into a project, to figure out how to best utilize these as well. Oh, okay. Don't go too far. All right. Biogas to electricity. So biogas to electricity right now and has historically been allowed to take advantage of the PTC, which you convert to the ITC. Don't worry about that. Essentially, it's similar to what we're talking about with the Inflation Reduction Act, where there's a federal tax credit for production of biogas that then is used to produce electricity. And so that will continue. with some differences under the new Inflation Reduction Act. And again, the timing is important, that it has to have begun construction by 12/31/24, because once you hit 1/1/25 for begun construction, you're under this tech neutral regime, which has similar aspects to the existing 30%, but it will change in ways that we're not exactly 100% sure how to work, but we're pretty sure it's going to be, somebody's looking at their watch. Am I doing okay? So, all right, good. So we'll likely continue that way. One thing I want to say is EPA just released, I think our previous speaker from EPA just talked about EPA coming out with the new RFS rules, and they just got released about an hour ago. And I was skimming through them because I have a client that's a biogas facility that is looking at eRINs. And the introduction of eRINs, which is part of the proposed rule, it's going to be really interesting, because while Luca's Ford Lightning truck may or may not work from a practical sense versus somebody's Chevy that you put in a CNG fuel system in there, it's very clear that federal policy is heavily weighted towards electrification of our grid and our transportation. And eRINs is going to be another interesting element of how that works. And it'll be interesting to see how biogas producers evaluate whether they're going to try to do eRINs or whether they're going to try to do biogas for RNG. So, but this is the big change. This is what never existed until now. So everyone that's doing biogas to RNG, if you believe in biogas to RNG, and there's a lot of economic reasons right now to be doing this with the various state incentives that are out there, this is all brand new. And this is a wonderful thing. It puts biogas to RNG on parity with solar and wind for the very first time. And again, it's the base is that 6%, but we're expecting almost everyone to be able to qualify for the 30% tax credit. I feel like I'm running long. Am I running long?
You've got a couple minutes yet, Todd, and then we'll take some Q&A.
God, all right. So I'll go fast for all these things. Biogas RNG for vehicle fuel is essentially the same as the for heat projects that was just there. Again, you're going to have all these slides, so apologies for going slow on you here. But you'll notice that once 1/1/25 hits, everything switches over for new projects to the clean fuel production tax credit, which is based essentially on a CI scoring. Here's the thing. If you begin construction by 12/31/24 for a biogas to RNG project, you can not only, one, get the investment tax credit, but two, you can take advantage of 45Z for however long you're in operation, as long as 45Z lasts, which is only until 12/31/27, unless it's extended. So as you're trying to maximize and stack all these things together, if you're doing biogas to RNG, get it begun construction by 12/31/24, and start operations so that you can take advantage of 45Z, the clean fuel production credit, as quickly as you can. All right, I'm done. Other than I'm just going to say Luca's presentation, I was kind of glad it went in front of mine a little bit. The description of all the technical characteristics of an anaerobic digestion project are not only important from an operational sense, but they're important from a development sense. Lenders, equity partners, accountants, lawyers, consultants, we all have to have some basic knowledge about how biogas works, because the contracts that go into building a project like this are built around certain assumptions about how the facility is going to run, its flow time, its uptime, how much methane is going to come out of it, right? These things all flow through into the models for how it gets financed, and that's what I do, so that's what I care about. And so having a really good understanding of those elements is super important. I just know that I don't tread on those areas because then Luca yells at me. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Emma. Q&A time, and I got to believe these two have generated some questions. Yeah, Todd, you can have that other microphone there. And you've got the first question virtually here, Todd. How can we get a regulatory pathway with CARB LCFs for beef cattle manure versus just dairy cattle manure. Then there's a dash and it's RNG ?
Well, so CARB, the California Air Resources Board, has a excellent website that will, if you pull it up, you can look at all of the different pathways that already exist for all of the fuels that California counts for its system. So the first thing I always tell people to do when they're looking at California is try to figure out if somebody's done something similar to what you're doing. I think pig manure is not allowed within the CARB system. Beef manure, I'm not sure. It's not allowed, right? I always go to Luca. He knows everything. How do you get it in there? I find it interesting, although disappointing, that California's low carbon fuel standard purports to say we care about low carbon fuels and we don't really care where it comes from. And then they put in blocks behind different types of feedstock. The best way to do it would be to petition CARB through various organizations to get it in there. As I said, California is just one place where, and it's a big one, where there's state incentives for renewable natural gas. There are other states. Minnesota likely will pass in 2023 our own version of the low carbon fuel standard that's being worked on by a number of groups right now. And Canada has one, and then there's just the federal RFS with its RINs and its own pathways for that. So while California is an extremely important market, especially now that we're having e-RINs on a federal level, eventually, I would say that I wouldn't be terribly discouraged about it. And there's probably going to be some policy, but I don't know that you're gonna have much luck getting California to change its rules anytime soon.
I think that sounds like a long process.
Don't hire me for it.
Emma, after listening to you present, are there other energy companies that are taking that Renewable Innovation Act and trying to develop some pilot projects, or was this bill designed for CenterPoint?
I thought this question might come up. I do not want to speak for any other natural gas utilities. There are only 5 of us investor-owned natural gas utilities in the state. So it's a limited pool of potential people that might, or entities that might take advantage of this new law. I can note that Xcel has stated at Public Utilities Commission's hearings that they are thinking about doing an innovation plan as well. I don't know if there's anyone from Xcel here today, but that's the only other one that has indicated publicly that they're thinking about it, to my knowledge.
And in your opinion, there's room for multiple players?
Yes, it's interesting, you know, talking about the different markets for potential offtake and purchasing of these environmental attributes. There is a limited supply when it comes to renewable natural gas. There is a limited supply. So we're, you know, kind of thinking about, okay, how are we actually kind of competing for different projects? And that will be interesting to see how things play out. I'm not the renewable natural gas market expert here. We have a technical consultant that has a lot of subject matter expertise, and we're drawing on a lot of other kind of experts in that area. So I personally don't have an opinion, but we're interested to see how that all kind of plays out.
Other questions? If not, I'll throw one at Todd. Maybe I'll throw one at you, Todd, while I walk over here. Well, actually, I'm almost there now, so let's just.
This is for Todd. If you draw a parallel with solar and wind, it took quite a while for different, tax equity providers to get comfortable with development risk, construction risk, operating risk. If you think about biogas, which is inherently more complex, do you expect, the execution on these incentives to take longer, shorter? Do you expect the same players to be involved? How should we think about biogas versus solar and wind?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'll tell you, I've done some solar and wind projects, but it hasn't been my focus. My focus has been on biogas and other bio-based renewables. But I've worked with colleagues that have focused on wind and solar, and I've generally been jealous of how easy it has been for them to develop their markets and get things done. This Inflation Reduction Act has been a sea change. It has been a huge change. I mean, just the other day, Shell announced, buying Nature Energy for $2 billion, and there's more and more of that. And there's at least 3 developers in the room just today. And you look at membership of the various organizations behind this and the number of financiers that are starting to join and come to these events. It's really astounding. It is a complicated process versus wind and solar, especially as you're trying to figure out feedstock, especially as you're trying to deal with things like food waste, right? Food waste is incentivized under the Natural Gas Innovation Act, in part because it's a difficult one to solve, but it's really important to solve it. It is, no offense to anyone, it is easier to do a dairy digester than it is for something like a food waste one. But it's an important challenge out there. There are a lot of investors that are coming to this. Now, those investors are smart investors, right? They're not just going to find anyone that's got a bunch of dairy digesters and just throw money at them. But if you have a good plan and a good idea about how you deal with feedstock, how you deal with regulatory risk, how you deal with market risk. I mean, for example, California's LCFS, we talked about it before. I mean, what is the price of a credit on the California LCFS done in the last year? Right? Nosedived, right? And it's changed the economics for a lot of how companies, developers and RNG are looking at this, and investors are aware of it too. But despite all of that, despite the CapEx, that's one of the biggest differences really between wind and solar and biogas is we have a much higher CapEx as a general rule. Despite all of that, there's a huge drive and it's really exciting to do it.
Well, maybe ask both of you to comment on how fast can we decarbonize the grid? Have you given any thought to that? And then maybe for you, Todd, on a follow-up would be de-risking the process of decarbonizing. What needs to happen? Is that, or am I bouncing stuff off the wall that we don't need to talk about, or go ahead, Emma.
The gas grid we're talking about?
Sure.
It's a different question than the electric grid. So, there's a lot of consensus growing that our goal should be net zero by 2050. CenterPoint Energy as part of as one of the things on our consideration list for our first plan is doing a study to look at, can we decarbonize to net zero by 2050? So that is, a signpost in the road. We haven't done the study. But that's kind of the time frame that we're looking at, kind of in consensus with scientific recommendations.
27 years, that's going to be here in a blink of an eye.
Ambitious.
I'll take a swing at the electrical generation and the grid for that, because nobody's going to yell at me from a public company if I say something that they don't like. So our problem with electrifying the grid isn't generation assets. It will be the infrastructure of transmission, substations, all of that. That's a really difficult one for the United States to tackle, because you look at what it requires to build a pipeline or a transmission line and how to deal with that. I think you're already starting to see renewable electricity generating assets like solar in Texas starting to shop around almost as solar as a service, because they're being built purpose made not to have a PPA, but to figure out who wants to buy it and what do you want to do with it. And so you're going to have a lot of these assets that are out there being built I think we're going to have a really interesting time, which is just code for saying it will be difficult. And I think, you know, I'm very worried about this push for electrification of our transportation fleet versus using liquid fuels, because I don't know that we have the infrastructure plan ready to do it for all that we pushed between E-RINs and EV infrastructure, charging stations, for all the money that's going for it. The challenge is enormous, and we have an existing liquid fuels transportation infrastructure right now that, you know, who knows what's going to happen to it. I mean, how long is corn ethanol going to be able to survive in the face of all the push for EVs? And I've worked in corn ethanol since my very first project in 1998. So I'm a fan of it. I just think realistically, it's going to be tough.
Emma, you're nodding in agreement
Yeah.
to a lot of that.
I'd just add, there's the pressure on the electric grid, or the added challenge from EVs, but then there's also on the space heating side, there's a lot of talk about electrification of that. And so that's just additional pressure on that whole problem, especially in a state like Minnesota, where we have a lot of natural gas heating.
Anybody want to add to the conversation? Ask a question. Here's your chance. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to the presenters. Okay, we got a question here in a minute. You'll wait till I get you a microphone. We're recording this.
I have 2 or 3 friends with Chevy Bolt EVs, and I've got a Prius hybrid and a Flex. I've had several flex fuel cars, and I'm an investor in Poet Ethanol, so I'm a little concerned about long-term renewable fuels. And I've worked with farmers, so I want that to survive. But I look at a neighborhood like my Green Acres suburb in North Mankato. Our electrical service coming in to the neighborhood is marginal. It's adequate. If 2 or 3 or 4 people on my curve and street charge cars at night, we're okay. But when we hit that point where a number of cars hit on my street and every other street in Mankato and North Mankato, that we have done really nothing much. We have a marginal national aging delivery. Production is one issue, but the delivery, whether it's lines, whether it's substations, terminals, just citing a solar panel installation in a rural community that's ideal for a site. The first question is, well, there's no system here to get power to another location. And I was all hopped up to join my friends and buy a new Chevy Bolt while I had the rebates on, but those got away from me. And now I'm looking at, would my next car be an EV, or would it be maybe a hybrid? It might be a hybrid one more time.
More of a comment than a question, but if you'd like to answer back,
I'm
feel
sure
free.
you'll welcome all of the new infrastructure that'll be built along your street to power all these EVs, right? I mean, that's the problem that we have, and that's just on a local level, let alone, the big transmission lines. You want to put in EV charging stations at every target, that's one thing. You want to start doing that so people can power at home. That's a tough thing. Now, I'm not making any comment one way or the other whether electrification of our transportation fleet is a good thing or not, but policy often runs far ahead of the reality. And so this is why I don't play in policy very much. I'm aware of it, but it drives me bonkers. Apologies to anyone that does, or any of our elected representatives here, but.
Well, your presentation just about blew the top of my head off, Todd. So that was a lot to absorb there, but we don't have any other questions. We're getting ready for lunch, but I'm going to come back to both of you just for a second to think a little bit more short term. And what are you excited about in the near future? Emma, we'll start with you.
I'm excited to file our first innovation plan sometime this year. It is really exciting for CenterPoint Energy, because this is the first time that we're starting to look past kind of our traditional energy efficiency programs, which, by the way, play a very important role in our overall decarbonization strategy. I mean, energy efficiency is still first and foremost the cheapest way to decarbonize for the natural gas system. So, you know, this is not supplanting that at all, but we are excited about looking at these other ways to further decarbonize our operations and our customers' operations through new technologies. So just overall excited about to see what our eventual plan looks like and the things that we're going to learn over the next 5 years by implementing a plan, assuming it gets approved by the PUC, which is an assumption.
Todd, what excites you in the near future?
I'm excited that after 24 years of kind of banging my head against a lot of things that, we're starting to see excitement and activity. Mostly I'm excited though. I've always been a proponent of food waste as a feedstock. And I'm excited that we're now starting to see activity in that space. I mean, just like for natural gas usage, efficiency is really important. It's really important for food. I do a lot of work in the ag and food sectors, and not wasting food and reuse of food when applicable is really important, but we will always have food waste. Diverting it from landfills and getting it into something that's more productive is a really kind of a pet interest of mine.
Very good. Todd Taylor, Emma Ingebretsen, thanks for being here today. Let's thank them for their time. It is lunchtime, and we had a little switch this morning when we had a speaker that was ill. So we took one of our afternoon presentations and moved it to the morning. And now we're readjusting a little bit in the afternoon. So we're going to take a full hour here for lunch. Just be orderly. It's ready to go. Eric's, oh, it's not yet. Okay, stretch it out. Okay, it's not ready to go just yet. But when we're going to spend about 45 minutes networking and eating, and then Jessica from here at Farmamerica is going to come in and tell us a little bit about this wonderful venue and what they do here and how you can also use it someday if you want to for a meeting of some kind. Trying to think if Harold, have you invested in that new cryptocurrency yet? Called Decibel. To get your money, you just yell louder. I hear it's a sound investment. I didn't hear any groaning. Well, we got them still sitting here. Any questions for something popped up after we told you it was time to eat? And
it'd be a lot better than his dad jokes, let's be honest.
Exactly. Any interest in micro digesters?
It is, I'd say it's something that CenterPoint is considering as part of our innovation plan. We've heard from a couple of our customers that maybe that would be useful or interesting in particular applications. So yes, some interest.
So I've seen some interest at airports for a solution for their organic waste out of the airports. Sizing for the digester at an airport can be really variable and challenging. And so I've looked at with some clients doing a study right now, in fact, at a large Southeast US airports on how to potentially have a series of micro digesters that they can scale up or down depending on what their need is. I think it'll be interesting. I'm curious always about how the OPEX and the CAPEX will work versus what they get. Sometimes if you're looking at that, you might be wanting that as a solution that is put in place for other than economic reasons, whether that's because you want the green benefits of it, or I've seen it considered. Actually had a client that was pursuing this with the National Security Agency because they had paper that they wanted to deal with. And they thought, well, maybe a green way of dealing with that paper instead of just incinerating it is throwing it into a digester as a feedstock. Didn't go anywhere, but it was an interesting approach to it. It would have been totally uneconomical.
Todd, that brings a question to mind on financing and investing in new things. How do you create that comfort level? I think here at AURI, we see it somewhat in the hemp industry or aquaculture when some of these new producers want to get in the business, but the banks and the investors have never done this before and they're hesitant to go there. What's your message to them?
Find a buyer. Find a buyer, find a buyer, find a buyer. I mean, how many companies have we ever seen that have come up with some product or solution that is super green and wonderful, and yet nobody wants to pay for it, nobody wants to buy it. I mean, there's a famous example of so Coastal Ventures is a very well-known VC firm that has invested in a lot of projects, not all of them all that good. They invested in a company in Minnesota called Segetis. Segetis was working on a green laundry detergent additive. And it was wonderful. It worked well. It was just priced far beyond what the market was willing to bear at the time. Now, this was a number of years ago, and they couldn't find any buyers and they died. And Coastal lost, I don't know how much money, but quite a few millions of dollars on that. They had a very nice pilot plant in Golden Valley that they spent with that. So what we get time and time again for when clients are out there trying to find financiers, whether it's equity or debt, is, who's buying it? If you don't have that, you don't have a project, you don't have a company. Sorry to say.
All right, we'll leave it there. Yep. I think we got a question coming. That's good. Last one, then we're going to eat. Really?
Thanks, Dan. Todd, this is one of the comments on one of your slides talked about, the 60-day window. You may or may not have seen last night Treasury, issued the guidance on the apprenticeship and prevailing wage. So your 60-day window is open until January 30th. And this morning it comes out, Treasury is going to have a conference call on the issue at 4:00 today. Moving fast, somebody's really pushing this politically.
Yeah, so what he's talking about is if you're doing a project now, biogas RNG project now, if you fit within the window before the guidelines are finalized for the prevailing wage, you can actually grandfather in. And so those rules just got released. Now we have that 60-day window. So if you meet the criteria within the grandfathering, your project is considered as though it met those requirements. If you go past it, then you actually have to meet those requirements. And Jamie, to your other point is, there is an enormous amount of political pressure that is being brought to bear to get these going quickly, in part because, again, you look at what are the drivers of this. Well, it's decarbonization, it's jobs. And for as much as we all love the environment and decarbonization, there is a larger political lobby behind jobs and workers than there is about the environment. And that's the biggest thing driving this right now. But it's happening really fast. Probably not as fast as many of us would like as far as getting the actual rules. But Treasury came out with a bunch of questions, and they rarely do that, right? They came up with a bunch of questions about, what do you think about these issues about parts of the Inflation Reduction Act? And there's an enormous amount of responses that have come back to Treasury from that. So it's exciting to see the movement in this.
Michael Sparby, are we ready to eat? Okay, let's start our networking lunch break, and we'll be ready to go with the afternoon program at 1:00. Here to share a story about what happens here at Farmamerica is Jessica Rollins. Jessica is in her 7th year as Farmamerica's executive director. She grew up on a crop and livestock farm in southeastern Minnesota near Harmony and received a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from Northwestern College in Orange City, Iowa, after studying abroad in Australia for a semester. It wasn't until after her time in Australia that she recognized her passion for a career in agriculture communications. Over the last 16 years, she has worked for ADM, South Dakota Pork Producers Council, FLM, and DuPont Pioneer, assisting farmers and promoting agricultural awareness through her public relations work, marketing, communications, and agricultural education positions. Under Jessica's leadership, Farmamerica is incorporating the story of today's agriculture into its programming and newly installed exhibits. Please welcome Jessica Rollins.
Hello, and I am told I get 10 minutes. So I'm setting my timer right now, and it will ding when my time is up. I have two little kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, both daughters, and I'm always setting the timer with them because we always are late for stuff. So I'm going to try to be respectful of your guys' time. All right, so the very first slide I'm going to show you. Wait, I think I can click, right? I'll let you click. How about that? You want me to click? Okay. All right. So welcome. Thank you for choosing this space to be here today. We are Minnesota's Agricultural Interpretive Center. So in the 1970s, the state of Minnesota said, you know what, we should have some interpretive centers to celebrate the rich heritage of our state. And so that included making Farmamerica as an interpretive center for agriculture. They did the same for forestry. And then there's also one in Chisholm called Minnesota Discovery Center that celebrates the Iron Range. So there's 3 of us interpretive centers. We're all operating a little bit differently. Farmamerica is a public-private nonprofit. So that means we do actually receive funds each year from the state of Minnesota through the governor's appropriation budget. So thank you, taxpayers in Minnesota, for supporting our organization in that way. That makes up just a little bit less than 1/3 of our budget. We actually own 360 acres now. A chunk of it was donated from a farmer in the area. And so with that, then we also have 200+ acres of farmland. And so through that, and a partnership with Crystal Valley Co-op, who farms some of the land for research, we're able to sell the crops at the end of the year, and we use that sale as an additional 1/3 of our budget. And then the remaining 1/3 is made up through grants that I write and sponsorships, donations, voting memberships, and season passes, and then admission to just some of the fun events that I'm going to tell you about that we have. So that's a little bit of a background on how we're structured. Our target audience is tricky because we want everybody to understand, appreciate, and love the story of agriculture. So we do try to reach everybody through the different programs that we offer. And also how many people come visit is tricky because there were the numbers before COVID, then there was the COVID numbers, and now we're trying to get back to what is our new normal. And we've launched this new space that we think will also start to increase our attendance. So it's usually between like 7,000 and 10,000, but would really rather see it about 20,000. And I think as we start building up advertising and doing a little bit better job communicating and bringing awareness to our 44-year-old organization, we will start to see those numbers increase. So I'm going to try the next slide. All right. So our, oh, you can't, that means I have to have it memorized. Oofda. I was going to read that part. No, our mission is to connect Minnesotans to the evolving story of agriculture through hands-on educational experiences, partnerships, and community engagement. And if we're doing that right, hey, you moved me. If we're doing that right, then the next slide says our vision. Yes. And so if we're doing that right, then we feel that we should have a space where Minnesotans and consumers understand and respect and view agriculture as part of the solution to our food, fiber, energy, and environmental challenges that we're facing today. So this is just a visual. You probably also saw this out in our entryway of our visitor center. So we have a 120-acre walking path, and you can experience the history of agriculture in that way by visiting our 1850s settlement farm site and at a country school, 1930s dairy farm where we have animals in the summertime, feed mill, and blacksmith shop. We do have some really fun partnerships, and I'm going to call out a couple of those. I already mentioned Crystal Valley. ETS, Environmental Tillage Systems, out of Faribault, makes strip till equipment. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. But all of our farmland that we have then is strip tilled. So a good conservation tillage option for us, it works for our soil type, and we only disturb 33% of the soil instead of going through the whole field. We just do the little chunks where we need to plant our seeds and put our fertilizer right in the ground there. And that is something that they donate to us, which is incredible. We also turned some of our farmland into some CRP, Conservation Reserve Program land. So that helps us tell that story to consumers as they're coming to this space. This is one of the options that farmers are doing with some of their lesser productive land. Whenever possible, we try to borrow and steal other people's agricultural curriculum for the experiences we offer to youth at Farmamerica. There's no point in us trying to be the experts in that. We want to be sharing your story. We want to be sharing their story. We want people to understand. So we grab information from Minnesota Ag in the classroom whenever possible. Waseca FFA students have some sheep out on site. If they don't have their own farm to house that type of livestock program, we're happy to help be a partner in that space. The Waseca Community Garden also is helping take care of our gardens. We are recently a water quality certified farm, which is through the state of Minnesota. And we also are doing some new tile drainage research on our land, and they're putting some new tile in right now, and that will make us a discovery farm site for Minnesota as well. So they'll be collecting data from the water flow and the water that comes off of our farmland, and incorporating some of that, and I don't fully understand it, some of the shutoff valve options as well, so the controlled drainage options. So that's really another way for us to be reaching another audience and helping consumers and farmers both kind of understand some of these new things happening in Minnesota. Oh, beautiful pictures. Oop, two ahead. That's all right. The other one was just beautiful pictures of our land in the summertime. This just talks about our youth programs. So 3rd through 6th graders often come from about a 70-mile radius to experience our space in the spring and the fall. And we do historic interpretations around the sites for students. We also try to pop in 1 or 2 of those sessions to be talking about today's agriculture. And then when we have them come back as junior high students, and we focus entirely on careers in agriculture, and they rotate through 6 different hands-on learning sessions to discover how their interests might align with a career in agriculture without them even. For high school students, and it's a 4-day job shadowing program. So they come to the space, and then we go out into the community and see lots of different ag businesses and let students see people actually doing real jobs. And in some cases, they were able to even experience some of the things that people were doing and be standing next to them and have that hands-on opportunity. So the goal is that we're reaching them young, we're reaching them in middle school, we're reaching them in high school, so that when it comes time for them to start making those decisions of what to do with their futures, they love this area so much they want to just stay. Or maybe they go to college for a little bit, but we still want them to come back and know that there's a spot here for them in the green seam with a fabulous career opportunity. So when we did that program with the high school students, we were able to actually go to Waseca's AURI site here, which was really fun. And there's so many gems like that right in this area. So that allowed the students to see something super close. We went to Guardian Energy as well, which was really neat for them to understand that concept, because a lot of these kids were not farm kids. They were mostly just kids whose parents said, go do this thing this summer. But they left the program feeling inspired, and their testimonials were that they really did feel more confident in the direction that they wanted to go. So yay, we did our job. I got 2 minutes left. All right. So if you're not a student, what is there here for you? There's lots of other opportunities. We do some fun Saturday events that are themed, some of them around the ingredients of pizza. One of them is all about fall harvest and pumpkin party and barnyard bash experiences. We have goat yoga and Meatapalooza, which is my favorite event because it's adults only, so my kids can't come. And we celebrate Minnesota-made products, meats, beers, wines, local distilleries, and then the experts behind them, and an opportunity for the attendees to converse with those experts. We have a butcher come on site, and they also break down pork and talk about the different cuts of pork and how this one might be fattier, but how do you cook it? And this one might be more muscle. And so that's very fascinating. Then we give away some stuff at the end, like we give away some pork. So that's my favorite event, August 10. So be sure to come for that. So something else that we're really excited about, as you saw, this visitor center, if you've been here before, looks a lot different than it used to. I was charged when I started over 6 years ago, I was charged with the mission of making sure we're telling today's story. Like, we do a great job talking about that history of agriculture, but what can we do to be sharing the work that's happening right now in the industry? So we spruced up the place. We added an actual immersive experience, so you can feel like agriculture is all around you. So be sure to go in there and open all the things that say open me and watch the videos. Specifically, we have a video. There's one of my kids. And I see that my font didn't translate, and I apologize for that. That video is about renewable energy on a farm in Owatonna. So they have chosen to do solar panels, different than some of the cool stuff you guys are talking about today, I think, but still good for farmers and consumers to recognize that here are some options out there, and they're successful options. Another opportunity, we have 4 videos where we feature 4 different farmers in Minnesota from 4 different farming styles, and helps consumers put faces and names with actual farmers in Minnesota and watch that 1-minute video from that farm family and feel more connected to where your food comes from. And there's some more of my family. So we also updated the feed mill to be a better, warmer educational classroom space for us when we do those breakout sessions with youth. That is my time. But the good news is I'm done. So come back in the summer to take a tour. Maybe you didn't see your name on the wall, but you'd like to. That wall is not permanent yet. The final wall will be printed later and actually put onto the wall. So if you would like to contribute, please let me know. Maybe you want to volunteer here because you feel so passionate about sharing that story of agriculture, or maybe I need to know you and I don't, or you have someone who I should know that I don't know. So please be sure to grab a business card or catch me at some point and introduce yourself. We're not experts in everything, but we want to find the experts so we can share that story to other people. But you know what? There's no time for questions. The last slide was questions and you don't get them. That's my time. So thank you guys for coming to Farmamerica today.
That was impressive. And we move to our afternoon session now. Luca, I'm going to call on you. Luca touched on it earlier today when he talked about the Digestate and mentioned that we would be discussing that in more detail as we got further into the program. We're at that part of the day now. For those of you who maybe came in late, we had a keynote speaker that was sick this morning. We moved some things around, and so your agenda may not coincide with what we're about to do, but Luca's got some information on what to do with that Digestate.
Well, so earlier today, I said, okay, there is, and we briefly touched the topic that what come out of the digester is very rich in nutrients. And it's very rich in nutrients regardless of the source. Obviously, there might be some sources that the conversation we had about PFAS might cause some issue, but if it comes from manure or food waste, typically can be used for fertilizer. And it's going to be becoming a very important source, in my view, of fertilizer as we move forward. Yeah, as we move towards trying to decarbonize the fertilizer sector. I mean, this going a contribution. I mean, just for a reminder, is that 2% of global greenhouse gas emission are caused by the production of synthetic fertilizer. And so obviously we'll have to decarbonize the sector, but recycling nutrients can be a very important part. And manure and digestate is a way to do that. Obviously when you start looking at this, change the way also you handle your manure and which traditionally has been used as a source of nutrient. And for that, I would like to introduce the next 2 speakers that come from the University of Minnesota. And first, I would like to introduce you Dr. Erin Cortus, which is an associate professor at an extension engineer at the University of Minnesota. And her work is, the broad mission of her work is to work with producers and communities to understand and continually improve the quality and products of livestock environments. A specific applied research interest is at the intersection of measuring and communicating sustainability metrics and improving air quality. Dr. Cortus holds a PhD and a Bachelor of Engineering from the University of Saskatchewan. And please welcome Dr. Cortus, which there she is. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Dr. Melissa Wilson and I are somewhat of a tag team in this next set of presentations. Our task was to talk about the use of Digestate. And as Luca acknowledged, we look at that as fertilizer. But in order to get it to the field, we first of all do need to store it. And so I'm going to tackle the first part of this, which is some of these storage considerations or storage implications with our typical regional farm models, okay? Now, in the ideal world, we could design a system that meets all of our needs for both the farm production and the digester and so forth. But what I'm going to touch on is how do we incorporate digesters into farms that we typically have now? What are some of these considerations? And then from there, Melissa is going to talk about then the use of that digestate. In a very simplistic term, when we start talking about animal manure management systems, we look at three main components. There's the storage, the collection, the storage, and then the application or utilization. And then that links back then to that feed, right? That goes back into the animal that generates the need for collection. So in a very simplistic system, we have these three. Now in some certain farms, some certain barns, some of these aspects are combined, particularly the collection and storage. In the dairy barns that we often focus on in these digester conversations, these are two separate entities. We have the collection or the barn area where the animals are, and oftentimes that manure is moved outside into manure storages, or oftentimes referred to as lagoons. But we have this storage separate from the collection. In some of our farms in Minnesota, deep pit swine barns, deep pit beef cattle barns, for example, collection and storage are in the same place. The storage is underneath the animals. And so I just wanted to open up some of the conversation to some of these other types of farms and some of these other types of barns that are in Minnesota. And then how can we look at digestion for the broader set of ag? At the application and utilization side, the 4 R's of nutrient management probably aren't a new concept to most people, right? The 4 R's are about the right source, rate, time, and place when we use those nutrients. And Melissa is going to focus on that source and rate question, but I'm going to talk about that time and place because that is really what's going to dictate some of our storage requirements. There are various requirements when it comes to manure storage. The MPDS permit or similar state permits in Minnesota and other states are really a guiding force around what we need to do when we are storing manure. Manure storage requirements, in order to have those nutrients at the right time, meaning when the crops can use them, we need to be able to store manure. And so we have capacity that we need to provide. Some states require 6 months of storage capacity. Other states require 9 months. Some states require a full year of capacity storage. And so I'm talking about a typical manure storage, but this fits into our digester conversation. How much manure do we need to store on site? Depends, well, where is this digester going to be? Will it be on site with the manure coming back, or is the manure leaving the system? No discharge, of course, from our manure system. Siting is often more of a local conversation, but there are requirements for water quality protection. And then the nutrient management plan, which Melissa is going to talk about in more detail. So what are some implications of digesters for regional farm models? I'm going to look at this from two perspectives. First, how does the incorporation of digestion, how does that change our manure storage design and management? And then I'm also going to touch on biosecurity. Biosecurity has been front and center in the livestock industry for many years, and most recently with the high-path avian influenza outbreak. But we have these biosecurity risks for all species. And so I think as we start talking about energy, we also need to recognize some of these other aspects and figure out how do we work with them and work together. So when we put in a treatment system, a digester in particular, it's often in between this collection and storage. We have the collection, goes through the treatment, in this case, a digester in this conversation, before storage, and then application or utilization. So in an on-farm digester, all three of these elements are within the farmyard. They're within a fence line. They're within a single operation. Now, this digester may be technically owned by somebody else, right? But it's part of a system that's on farm. When we talk about anaerobic digestion, I think someone went through the basics this morning, but when we have manure versus digestate, generally our nutrients aren't disappearing. We might be changing the nutrients, but the nutrients, that's not the purpose of the digestion. Similarly, we're not necessarily changing the volume. We might be separating out some streams and we might be breaking down parts of some of those volumes, but we're not really changing that volume or mass of manure. But what we are focusing on is removal of that organic matter or transformation of that organic matter into energy, right? That is the purpose of anaerobic digestion. Anaerobic digestion doesn't necessarily remove all the organic material, but recognize that these are some of the differences that we're talking about. So from a manure storage requirement aspect, you know, that changes some of our siting considerations and our nutrient management plan. We do have some odor and gas impacts. We do expect some odor and gas impacts when we add digestion onto a farm. Through the destruction of that organic matter, we should be reducing the amount of volatile fatty acids and the amount of volatile organic acids that are in that manure, and thus the amount of manure. We do have tools available. We do have some estimating tools available to say, well, what is our odor impact around an operation or around a proposed operation? What we don't currently have is what is that odor impact when we add in a digester, or what is that potential odor impact when we add in a digester? So while we think, or while we have seen reductions in odor, we have seen increases in manure, we don't yet have a lot of data on how this influences estimated odor impacts. Is this important? Well, I raise this because in some counties in Minnesota, this calculation is part of the siting process. In other states, a similar tool, doesn't look like this, but a similar tool, similar function is part of the siting process. And so as we move forward with digestion, if we have the ability, we hope to have that ability to fill in some of this lack of data so that we can answer some of these questions and add to that siting discussion. Now, from a biosecurity perspective, when we have a digester system on farm, right, we have our collection that goes, puts the manure through the digester, and then it does have that long-term storage. When we talk about biosecurity, what we're trying to do is prevent the movement of pathogens onto or off of a farm for the protection of the health of the animals. One of the terms that we often refer to in biosecurity is a perimeter buffer area. The perimeter buffer area is that area that relates to day-to-day care of the animals. It's our first line of defense against pathogens. On some farms, it might be a physical fence. On other farms, there might not be a fence, but we're talking about that area that relates to the day-to-day care. Not necessarily where the animals are, but what needs to be involved in the day-to-day care. So what happens when we do add digestion onto a farm system? Well, because we are adding another business entity, frankly, to a farm, we do have some increased traffic, increased human and vehicle traffic that's crossing that perimeter buffer area, that's crossing that fence line, if you will. Oh, I need to go back. Can you go back for, oh, I can go back. So with a digester, then we also have manure movement. We have manure movement regardless of whether or not we have that digester or not. We have that manure movement off the farm. Manure movement is one of these recognized risks for biosecurity, especially for moving when we do have a pathogen on a farm, risk of moving that pathogen off a farm. So what are our options? Well, we can physically change where a perimeter buffer area is. The digester, the manure storage isn't necessary for that day-to-day operation of the farm or care of the animals. It's part of the farm, but not necessarily for the care of the animals. So we do have some structural things we can do on farms, and adding another pathway, for example, another roadway to access that storage is again another line of defense for biosecurity reasons. Now, when there's an off-farm digester, we have the collection at the farm, the treatment and storage might be somewhere else, or it might come back to the same farm. So with an off-farm digester where manure is coming back onto the farm, one of the things that we want to look at are what are the considerations from a capacity, siting, and nutrient management plan. From a biosecurity, from a capacity standpoint, I think one of the questions is how much manure is coming back onto the farm. is it pound for pound? Is it gallon for gallon that's moving on and coming off? Because then that changes our capacity requirements for management. Siting, the questions that I raised before still stand. And then from a nutrient management plan, again, same items. But from a biosecurity standpoint, one of the points that we want to raise is that when we have storage on a farm, we still have increased human vehicle traffic potentially to that storage. We still have manure movement off that farm to go to the digester, but we also then have this mixed manure or digestate coming back onto the farm. So is this a concern? Sometimes, sometimes not. There is more biosecurity concerns in the swine and poultry industries currently, but that can change rapidly in the beef cattle and the dairy industries as well. So as we look at some of these movements, when it comes to manure, when it comes to digestate, we do have to consider how they fit into our storage options on farm. Also, the proximity of the manure or digestate to the animals is part of this conversation. So a couple of questions that Melissa is going to tackle in part, as well as we move now that we have this manure or digestate stored. Is the digestate still manure? How does this impact our manure management plans or permit requirements? But I also leave this question with those that are planning digester projects. What is crossing the farm boundary? Not only what's crossing the farm boundary, but what's crossing into that perimeter buffer area. Some farms might have that delineated, other farms may not. There is some guidance available through Minnesota Board of Animal Health about perimeter buffer areas to further guide some of those conversations. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Luca to introduce Melissa. Will we save questions after? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Erin. And I'll introduce Dr. Melissa Wilson, which is the Associate Professor at the University of Minnesota. And a research program focused on two aspects: evaluating manure handling techniques that reduce impact on water quality, and filling knowledge gaps around manure nutrient cycling as farming practices technology charge. She worked with Extension, and she holds a Bachelor of Science from United College, a Master of Science from the University of Minnesota, and a PhD from the University of Minnesota. Please, Melissa.
Hello all. So as Erin mentioned, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the land application and use of digestate and how the digestion process will potentially change like nutrient management of your manure when you're thinking about it on farm. So some of the different considerations to think about are, one, there's going to be changes in nutrient content. And because of these changes, you may need more or less land when thinking about the whole plan and how you're handling all of this digestate. You may need different application equipment because it depends on if you're doing, post-treatment after the digestion, that sort of thing. And then you have to think about changes in state regulations as well. And I'll cover that a little bit at the end. So if we're thinking about it, as you have the raw manure that comes out of the back end of animals, it changes based on species, storage, feed, all of that sort of thing. And so that feedstock is really going to influence the nutrients that are coming out of the digestion process as well. As Erin mentioned, total nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are not really changing. They're still there because the point is to kind of burn off the gas and not necessarily the nutrients. But these nutrients are changing their forms. So digestate in itself typically has higher ammonium nitrogen. The ammonium nitrogen is way more plant available than you'll typically see in like raw manure. There's a lot more organically bound nitrogen in raw manure. And we also know that the pH generally changes. And what's interesting about that is the pH changes actually drives the ammonium to convert to ammonia gas more quickly. So there's potential chances for losses of your nitrogen if you're not handling it properly once it's digested and you're putting it back into storage or land applying it. The other good things are, though, that dry matter content is usually lower. As Erin mentioned, we're getting rid of some of that organic matter content. That means it's a lot more easily mixed, so you can get a really good distribution of all the nutrients. lower carbon to nitrogen ratios. Again, as you're burning off that carbon or turning that into a gaseous form, that means there's less likely once you apply that to the soil that the microbes in the soil will try to steal nitrogen from the soil to break down the carbon because there's less carbon there to be broken down to begin with. And then finally, there's reduced viscosity. I don't know if viscosity is a kind of a fancy term for how well something mixes. If you think of your breakfast, oatmeal is very hard to stir. It has very viscous versus your orange juice is very easy to stir. So going through the digestion process makes this, again, more easily mixable. Then I've started seeing, and again, Luca can attest to this, we're starting to see a lot more liquid solid separation after the digestion process, where they're essentially trying to get as much of the solids out as possible. So if you do this further step before land applying, then there's going to be more changes to the nutrients as well. If in the liquid fraction after the liquid solid separation, you're going to see a lot lower solids content, about 4 to 7%, which means it's going to be a lot easier to pump, a lot easier to mix, and again, redistribute the nutrients throughout the matrix. And again, it's going to be typically high in nitrogen and potassium. Phosphorus actually separates out with a lot of the solids. There's a little bit of phosphorus in there, but it's still a much better nitrogen and potassium source when it's in the liquid fraction after liquid solid separation. And the nitrogen is typically in the ammonium form, which is the plant available form. So it becomes a very high value fertilizer in that case. The solid fraction, again, has lots more of the solids. It's still only, 19 to 25% solids. That's actually, it sounds really wet, but it's actually feels pretty dry when you're touching it. It has a lot more phosphorus, so it's considered a pretty good phosphorus source. The one nice thing is if you're thinking about like precision agriculture, because you're getting this more customized where the nutrients are, you can kind of custom apply it. Say you have a field that needs more organic matter and phosphorus, the solids fraction can be applied there. Then if you have fields that already have a lot of phosphorus in the soil, then maybe the liquid fraction is better to go there. So when you're thinking about, digestion, and if you need to have a more customized nutrient source, liquid solid separation may be something that you want to consider for your digestion system. So as mentioned, because of these changes in nutrients, it's probably going to change your application rates. Because digestion makes the nitrogen more plant available, we usually, when we're thinking about application rates, we're taking into account how much nitrogen is going to be available the first year. We also have second year credits, so on and so forth. We joke that manure and digestate are the gift that keeps on giving. But with digestion, it becomes more plant available, so a much larger proportion is going to be available that first year. This diagram here shows us some different manure types here. And then this is the percent of total nitrogen from 0 to 100%. The yellow side of the bars is how much nitrogen is organically bound. So that's what takes, up to several years to break down to become plant available. The proportion in the red bars here and what's highlighted here with the percentages is the fraction that's in the ammonium nitrogen or the plant available proportion. So you'll see typically if we're talking about dairy and beef are both roughly 50-50. They're about half of each. When you go and move into a digestion process, it's now up to over 70% in that ammonium form. It's actually getting really close to what we expect a swine manure to be. So if you're someone who's used to dealing with dairy manure and now you have something that's more like swine manure, like they're completely different ball games. You're going to have to think about getting this applied closer to plant uptake, because some of this nitrogen can be more easily lost. That's kind of the second point here too. Ammonium can be lost in two ways. One, it can turn into a gas. So if this is surface applied, it can be turned into a gas and then it can be lost to the atmosphere. So we recommend getting it incorporated as quickly as possible into the soil because the soil will trap it. The problem is once it's in the soil, it can convert to nitrate rapidly, which likes to be dissolved and can leach with the groundwater. So again, it's good fertilizer source, but you got to get it closer to when the plants will actually be needing it. So thinking about when you're applying this, if you had been applying your dairy manure earlier in the fall when soil temperatures are still warm and it's a little risky for all these processes to be happening, you're not going to want to be doing that with Digestate. You're going to want to wait until soil temperatures are cool, the microbes aren't causing some of these transformations to happen. Or you're going to want to think about moving to a spring application because that's, again, closer to potential period for crop uptake. So when thinking about adjusting your nutrient management plans, obviously one of the first and best places to start is getting samples of digestate. In Minnesota, anytime you have a new permitted facility, you will be required to take samples once a year for the first 3 years. If everything is consistent and you have a consistent feedstock, then you can move to applying or taking samples and testing every 2, 3, 4 years. I think 4 years is the max. But that's something to kind of keep in mind. You want to get samples pretty regularly as this gets going. And then you have to calculate your application rates. If you do something like a dairy manure, say you typically apply 15,000 gallons per acre, it has 20 pounds of total nitrogen per 1,000 gallons. We assume about 50% is available. So you get about 15,000 gallons per acre. If you're digesting it and it moves up to say 75% nitrogen availability, then that's about 10,000 gallons per acre. So usually you're applying 15,000. Now you can only apply 10,000, which means you're going to need more land if you have the same volume. So it's something to think about. Do you have enough land to apply this manure to if you're changing it to digestate? Now, if you're doing liquid solid separation, and we're starting to see this more and more, where some of the solids are being recycled back into the barn as bedding, you have to account for those nutrients, but if they're going back into the barn, they're not being land applied. So then that kind of might offset where then you don't have as much volume that you have to apply. So these are, again, considerations to think about, but realize, as Erin mentioned, all the nutrients still have to be accounted for in your nutrient management plan. And quickly, just thinking about application equipment, if you have something where maybe you're like doing a side slinger, you're broadcasting your manure on the surface, digestate is going to be a lot more liquidy, so you might need to get kind of more complicated equipment. We highly recommend digestate to be injected or immediately incorporated in some way to preserve nitrogen. With fertilizer prices the way they are, we want to be preserving as much nitrogen as possible. Leaving it on the surface risks that volatilization or those gaseous losses of nitrogen. Getting it mixed into the soil is your best bet to trap that nitrogen. If you are doing liquid solid separation, you may need 2 types of equipment then. You may need to be able to do a liquid and you may be able to need to do a solid. And those are 2 different types of equipment, generally speaking. So commercial haulers in the state, we actually have a pretty robust commercial hauler organization. They can help with some of these things or think about purchasing this equipment as well. And then finally, don't forget to check your permits when thinking about citing one of these. I emailed some of the folks at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency that work with feedlot systems and asked them, like, got any tips, anything you want the people to know? And this is what was sent back to me. 1, a manure digester is treated like any other storage on your farm. So if you get permitted, you can get it permitted like a storage unit. The other thing is if manure is going in, then they consider it manure coming out, even if it's called digestate. So manure in, manure out. The only thing is when you're co-digesting a significant amount of other stuff, that's when you may get into a little more complications. Interestingly, I don't know what significant means to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I'm sure they have a specific number, but that's something to think about too, is that you may get into other things that are beyond the feedlot program then if you're starting to go digest other stuff. And then of course, I'm not a regulatory person. You should totally talk to actual regulatory people when thinking about this. So get a hold of your local MPCA folks to see what other things you may be needing to consider. So with that, always like to say manure happens. It's one of my favorite slogans. So, get the best bang for our buck out of it. If we can get energy and a fertilizer source, that's always great. So I think we have time for questions. As long as you're getting the solids out. So I think there are some people that are starting to work with fertigation. Again, you have to check with your permit. Right now, if it's considered manure going in and it's still considered manure coming out, from what I understand, again, I'm not a regulatory person. From what I understand is you have to check your permit because larger facilities have to incorporate their manure. So I don't know if fertigation would be allowed based on current things, but if going forward, if they work that into their permit, I don't know how that works, but I think they might be allowed to, but I don't know.
What is the recommended, this is online, what is the recommended depth of injection for maximum crop uptake?
In this case, I don't think we've done a lot of research on maximum depth for crop uptake. I know most people are going 6 to 8 inches or 3 to 4 if they're doing more minimal disturbance. And as long as it's pretty well incorporated, we haven't seen any particular losses with gas. The big thing is getting it incorporated. If you see some on the surface, that means you're going to have some ammonia losses.
We'll start over here and work over there.
Hey, Melissa, on the plant available like percentage as you transfer or change manure into digestate, you mentioned that you may have to add more acres. I'm trying to wrap my head around that a little bit in that, okay, so it becomes more plant available. Does that mean then after essentially 3 years and you're done kind of giving the subsequent manure credit from the previous years of manure? Like in theory, can you go back up to the full, whatever your manure management plan called for? Are you tracking what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. So there's going to be second year credits. They're going to be a lot lower than they would be, if that makes sense. So like for dairy, if 50% is available the first year, we assume about 25% is available the second year. So if it's a digestate and it's acting like swine manure, it would be more like 75% is available the first year, then 15 or 10% is available the second year. So the second year credits would be smaller. So yeah, you still have to take those into consideration, but because most of the nitrogen's available up front, then yeah, it just works out differently. Yeah, I think so. And it depends on your rotation as well. If you're doing corn, soybeans, that's one thing. If you're doing continuous corn and you want to apply every year, that's going to be a bit of a different scenario.
All right, Natasha Rain, UW River Falls. Maybe my question has two parts to it. One is, do we have any idea about how we're doing in terms of adoption of land application of digestate? That's one. And two is, how are we doing with that education piece, right? Educating our farmers.
So as far as I know, I think one of the presenters earlier said that there's only about 3 farms with digesters currently in the state. So I would hope that, at least knowing some of the farms that I know that have them, they're pretty big. And I think, yeah, I think it has to be adopted at this point because of the permits in Minnesota do require injection in most cases or some sort of incorporation pretty quickly. So I think in that case, adoption is high. I don't know what would happen on smaller farms if adoption would be quite as high. But right now, from what I understand, a lot of farms in Minnesota are injecting their liquid manure systems or incorporating pretty quickly. That's not the case in other places. So that was one thing I was interested in learning about when I came to Minnesota. As far as education, we do a lot of education with our commercial animal waste technicians, which are commercial manure haulers. They have to do 2 or 3 hours of certified training every 2 years. And we pretty much every year talk about nutrient management rates, calculating rates, keeping records, how to talk to your customers about what you applied, that sort of thing. Some of the interesting things are how much was applied, and then, does a co-op come and didn't know that there was manure applied there or some things like that. So we're trying to figure out those, like, are there miscommunications happening? That's possible. But right now it seems like a lot of our manure should be applied at the right rate because we think at least half of our manure is probably applied by custom applicators and they come to regular training. And as far as farmers, we try to get out and talk to them as much as possible too about application rates and stuff like that too.
So I have a question relating to potentially storage here, but so right now with the nitrogen rule, manure still is able to be fall applied. Of course, there's rules around some of that, right? But there's still application there. Now you're moving to more of an ammonium form, more of a potential for loss. So then you're looking at moving that to a spring application. What effect, obviously we've got to have a lot more storage, and what effect does that have long-term on these farm operations?
So from a storage perspective, if you're shifting from a typical fall application window to a typical spring application window, there would be that one season or that 1 year where you would either have to you'd only use 6 months of your storage, or well, you would just have to simply use only 6 months of your storage, and then you'd start that cycle again. So would your storage requirements change? Not necessarily. There is obviously risks in either fall or spring about your ability to get into the field to apply that manure. And so most permits do have some require the ability to navigate some of those risky periods. So regardless of whether it's digestate or manure, your storage capacity isn't necessarily going to change from that regards, but it does take some management and planning ahead of time. And then did you want to touch on the, there was a question about ammonia in there?
Yeah, there's some alternative options too. One of the things my group has been looking into is also summer application. I don't know if that would, again, handle some of the winter application issues because you got to be able to store it over the winter then too. But we're looking at spring application. We're looking at summer in-season application between row crops. Those are some of the alternatives. If we can look more into fertigation, maybe that's another alternative that can be used as well. So I think some of the things as people are thinking about installing digesters, they will want to consider, do they need a year's worth of storage? What size storage do they need? That sort of thing.
If I'm a food processor, is that digestate valuable?
If you're a food processor?
If you're running your waste stream and digesting it,
I assume so.
you sell that to farmers or?
I assume so. I think it would be sold probably as a soil amendment in that case and not a fertilizer source because there's rules and regulations around selling fertilizers and not soil amendments from what I understand. But yeah, as long as there's nutrients, you know, you can always get a value of it out of it as a nutrient source.
And most of what we hear is it's going back out on a farm field. Is there a business opportunity to bag this and package it and make it a lawn fertilizer and a garden fertilizer?
I think potentially we have companies in Minnesota that are like commercially composting materials and selling them all over the world as fertilizers on like golf courses and stuff like that. So I could potentially see that. Do you have another comment?
Composting is, in my opinion, somewhat similar to that anaerobic digestion process. Both processes are the breakdown of organic matter. It's just done in different ways. And so we are changing the format of that manure. It's called digestate or compost in the different cases, but we are removing a similar fraction of that manure in both cases. And so there are some models from the composting industry that I think could be looked at a little closer.
Question?
So speaking to the commercialization of this material, as it's gone through the digester and there's more plant available nitrogen, does it intrinsically make it more commercially viable to the greater ag community, whether it's energy crop growers or feed growers? Do you think it's adding some sort of monetary value to the product itself?
The value of that plant available nitrogen has a value if we can keep it in the digestate, in the manure. I think what Melissa was alluding to is it is a lot more volatile. And so at the storage point, can we keep it in the storage until it has to get to the field? And I think that speaks to the other comment at the back as well. So can we keep it in the manure is part of the first question.
And as a follow-up, are there good technologies to kind of process that digestate, whether you dewater it and pelletize it or concentrate it? There's obviously different solutions to dewater material, maybe expensive or otherwise, but have you guys seen or heard of good technologies that can
one of the technologies that's being investigated right now is acidification. By lowering the pH of that material, you're keeping it in that ammonium form, but it's in ammonium versus ammonia. And so it stays in that manure. It stays bound in that liquid a little bit. It stays better bound in the liquid portion versus being volatile into the air. You want to speak to other ideas?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know in Europe, a lot of them are moving towards acidification and they're finding that they don't necessarily even have to inject it as much in that case, because as it's sitting on the surface, it's soaking in, but if it's acidified, it's not losing that ammonia either. So that's one way that they're moving as well. So it's certainly promising, but sometimes it takes a lot of acid. So it'd be cool if we could find some sort of co-product that was like a really acidic co-product that could then acidify this, but.
So drying is another technique. I mean, we see that with poultry manure to begin with. The faster we can dry poultry manure, the faster we get that volatile component into a saved form, shall we say. So drying has some implications and energy implications as well. But as far as widespread use, I haven't come across one.
Question.
Are you aware of anybody that's tried fertigation? Can you take the liquid fraction and is with 4 to 7% solids, will that flow through a center pivot? Because that would solve a lot of the logistical application problems.
Yeah, I think we talked about that before. I don't think right now in Minnesota, because they're considering it manure as it's going in and as it's coming out, they don't necessarily allow that. Yeah, but I think it is being done in other places. I know there's one researcher that we've talked to, sometimes it's actually trying to do drip tapes where they are having the really liquid stuff. And then it's actually, I think it's subsurface irrigation actually, where they're pumping it out to the field that way. So that's kind of an interesting progress. And that's here in Minnesota that they're actually trying that. So it's interesting to see how that does over the winter, especially in an open winter like this, where it might get frozen pretty deep down.
I can kind of answer to this question. Is done actually in other states and was done. So I give you an example of a project I work in Idaho where it was done. In that case, as was mentioned before by Melissa, we were the solids were recycled into the barn. So we were doing it. We had basically a fan separator, removing the solids. So then the water was going to just a settling lagoon for the fine solids, and then was going to a center pivot. So it was done. This was in a Twin Falls area. So, and that was permitted. But again, Minnesota has a different regulation, so it can be done. Is a regular. Well, and there's also a condition to the fact that you have to separate the solids and then do something else with the solids. Yeah. 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 Well, and that's why in a place like Idaho was done, and then this farm was growing corn, which was feed to their animals.
You two almost started a new presentation there, so we'll get that. Any other questions? If not, we will thank you, our presenters, and we'll move to a networking break. All right, well, welcome back from that networking break. Let's move to our Developer Spotlights program here this afternoon. And nearing the end, and I think Shannon's going to talk about it a little bit too, but we do have a tour that's set up, and if you've got a agenda today, the directions to the anaerobic digester in our pilot lab are on the back of that agenda. And we hope you can join us. But we're moving now to Developer Spotlights, and we have three experienced presenters for this portion of our program this afternoon. Raycho Spilkov, Vice President of Organics Development for Vanguard Renewables. He has over 20 years of experience in originating, structuring, and executing equity investments and joint ventures in the renewable, thermal power, and midstream energy sectors. Now, prior to joining Vanguard, he held leadership positions with Energen and then Advanced Power in Boston, Massachusetts, where he led multiple cross-functional teams in the acquisition, divestiture, development, financing, and portfolio management of over $5 billion in district projects on the three continents. We'll start with his presentation first. So, Mr. Spilkov, welcome to the podium.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Very excited to be in Minnesota. Thank you for organizing this great event, and it's been a pleasure to learn more about what's going on in this nice state and all of the developments around the biogas industry. I would like to start with introducing Vanguard Renewables. Maybe some of you know the name, maybe you don't. We're a developer, but I would like to think about us as, problem solver or providing solutions, because just putting digesters is a great thing, but obviously working with various stakeholders in the industry is what is exciting me in particular. The company was founded in 2014. We don't have agricultural background or utility background as many other in the industry. The company was founded by two entrepreneurs. It's a pure American success story. Two people that believe that anaerobic digestion is the future. Maybe they were a few years too early, but they persevered and were able to build a portfolio in Massachusetts. That's, we call it our laboratory, because we learned a lot from the 6 projects that we put in Massachusetts. The one that you see here is in Vermont. It's a standalone digester that's fully contracted with Vermont Gas and Middlebury College. So it's a good example of a partnership between a utility and a environmentally minded institution that actually triggered this project to be a great success. Obviously, spearheaded by the farmer being the champion of the success of the story. But back in the day when John Hanselman and Kevin Chase founded Vanguard, they really wanted to help the farmer, because the farms that we're going after are not the big industrial farms that the manure-only projects are going after, but smaller farms, family farms. So really wanted to help, you know, these family businesses persevere and actually use the energy transition as a new source of income and position to be successful in the future. So being a problem solver, we decided to go after the 2 most underutilized sources of energy in this country, the 2 big waste streams. The waste stream that's coming from manure, you know, on farms, and the other one that's actually more interesting to me and more challenging is the waste stream that is coming from food waste. And just before, you know, this conference, I wanted to kind of give you some facts of some of the research that we've done. For example, New York City metro area produces 2.7 million tons per year of food waste. This is about 7,300 tons per day, which is sufficient to generate 7.3 BCF of gas per year. That's a very, very huge quantity of gas that obviously is now not used, you know, to power homes or, you know, for electric vehicles. People talk about it, or for other things. It's just going for waste. Obviously, having these digesters built, we're also saving a lot of CO2. Just to give you an example, for every ton of food waste that goes to a landfill, you have about half a ton of CO2. So obviously, when you divert this from a landfill and goes to a co-digestion project, you're saving this directly. And one of the biggest sources of CO2 also is the production of milk. I know if you know that about 2 pounds of CO2 are going in every pound of milk produced in a dairy farm. So obviously, working with dairy farms, we help the environment directly and indirectly. But like I said, because we're a solutions provider, we position our model to be unique relative to a lot of other solutions on the market. We try to divert food waste to dairy farms using a system called organic recycling facility. So basically having a co-located project that includes a receiving point, and then, you know, the slurry that's produced out of this process is going to a digester, and then the digester then obviously produces biogas that's upgraded and produces renewable natural gas. With that model, we were able to position ourselves to help 3 key stakeholders in the process. Obviously, the farmer, because many of you touched on this, we provide manure management, we control odor, we provide fertilizer, which is a low CO2 fertilizer, high nutrient fertilizer back to the farmer. We provide stable revenue stream, especially for small dairy farms. And when price of milk is fluctuating so much, this is something that's appreciated by the farmers. Then we provide services to large industrial companies that are environmentally minded, that want to do something else with their food waste as opposed to just going to landfill. So we have an alliance that's called Farm Power Strategic Alliance. It was co-founded by Vanguard, the Dairy Farmers of America, Starbucks, and Unilever. And based on that, we work with these big industrial companies to basically, go after, their locations, their facilities, take their food waste, and then use it for our projects. And obviously, this is pure circular economy because some of these industrial consumers then consume renewable natural gas from our projects as well. And then the third stakeholder in the process is large utilities in industrial companies that are purely interested in buying renewable natural gas out of our facilities. A little bit on our program. So like I mentioned, we have 6 operational facilities in Massachusetts. We have 1 organic recycling facility in Western Massachusetts. We call this model a hub and spoke model just because the organic recycling facility is separated from the digesters locationally. Our future projects are likely to include co-located organic recycling facility and a digester. Our national program targets 30 metros, and Minnesota, the Twin Cities, is one of the key markets for us going forward. I'll speak a little bit more about that later. We have another, this is all develop, build, operate program. We call it organics, co-digestion program. We have another leg of the company that is manure-only business. This is something that obviously it's more vetted relative to organic recycling and organic recycling to energy. The ag side of the business is a partnership with Dominion. In that program, we are develop, build, and transfer. We operate, but we don't provide the equity for these projects. So this is solely Dominion's discretion. The program is very ambitious and it's been very successful. The ag side of Vanguard is a little bit ahead of organics. They already have 4 projects that are operational, and they have 6 in construction or in commissioning. So this program is moving forward really well. One key differential, and I think this was mentioned earlier, that the manure-only program relies on subsidies. So obviously, the LCFS market is something that Dominion is attracted by. And then on the organics co-digestion, our program is 100% voluntarily, which I personally really like. And I'm coming from a solar and wind world, which was obviously very much driven by subsidies. The fact that our economics are working without subsidies is speaking about the robustness of the program. So this is a snapshot of our depackaging facility in Agawam. Like I said, the future sites will be co-located. Each of these facilities has ability to get, we model it as 225 tons per day, but it can be upsized to 250 tons per day. And like I said, the co-locational component of the program has a lot of benefits, both logistical, but also economics, and when it comes down to reduction of CO2. A little bit about Minnesota. So we're not sure if this is going to be a technical panel or development panel. So the presentation is light on details, but there are a lot of cows. Cows never hurt. But I'll give you some details about our plans in Minnesota. So we have 4 projects, about 200 million of capex planned to invest in the state. This is about 900 tons per day of food waste. We are targeting 4,000 herd size cows farms, and the RNG potential is just under 1 million of AMBTU per year. So it's a very significant program for Minnesota. And every plant will have 6 operators, which means that it will create significant jobs during operations when we're in a steady state. And with that, I think I'll open for any questions you might have. Or you're going to go to there?
I think we'll go to our second presenter and we'll come back to you for questions
All
at
right.
the end. Thank you, Raycho. Next this afternoon is Stephen Dvorak. Stephen obtained an engineering degree from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and is a professional engineer. He founded the DVO, an environmental engineering firm, and in 2001, he began installing its patented two-stage linear vortex anaerobic digester, which processes agriculture, food processing, and industrial organic waste streams. DVO is the nation's largest digester company with over 100 digesters in 19 states and international projects now going in Australia, Canada, Chile, China, Serbia, South Africa, and South Korea. Stephen, welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'd like to present what DVO does and give you a little bit of information about why we do it and what we might have to offer in the industry. So put in our first digester in 1985. It was a traditional upright tank system. This was put in a packer line packing company in Green Bay doing food waste, slaughterhouse waste. Still running today. They're taking their biogas, running it through a boiler and creating steam with the energy from the biogas. And they, of course, being a food plant, use a lot of steam. So they run that 24/7. We patented a different digester. We thought it was much more efficient. In 2001, we installed it at Gordondale Farm, which is in central part of Wisconsin on a dairy. That is still running today, and you can see it there. And we have gone to an in-ground digester, so we have a lot less chance of leakage and spills and so forth. Even when we have high water table, like this site here, we earth shelter it, so we're still kind of in the ground. And we're running at about 130 sites right now in the United States. Our number one customer starting out is in dairy, and we're doing about 400,000 cows a day worth of manure every day now worldwide. We also do a lot of hog waste. And there was a question before about California. California has a program to accept the biogas from dairy and from hogs. And they do not have a program to accept it from beef, cattle, or poultry. Just clearing that up a little bit. Okay. So we do beef and we do poultry, but there's not as much revenue there because California is really not buying. You still get the federal RINs. You get of course, the value of the gas that you produce, and you get the LCFS, you get the ITC credits under the new program. But the LCFS credits from California are not there for the beef and for the poultry. Okay. So we're producing about 300,000 million BTUs a day, which is when you're in the RNG business, your value is sold by a million BTUs. And a million BTUs is when you buy a decatherm of power on your bill. It's the same as a million BTUs. We have an in-ground digester, concrete floor, concrete walls, concrete precast ceiling. Our liquid level is below the outside earth shelter, as I said. This is a site in the state of Washington. And so we have a very simple collection pit. This is a flush dairy. And we concentrate the manure, goes in. We use the recycled water back for flushing. It's one way that we can do this. This is about 4,500 cows at this site. It shows a construction feature, removable precast planks, fully insulated. We have a lot of them in the northern climate. We have a lot of digesters in Wisconsin, Vermont, New York. We have 3 in Minnesota, by the way. We have the 3 at Riverview Dairies in Minnesota. We just finished 3 in northwestern Iowa for GEVO, which is an ethanol plant in the state of Minnesota, but we have quite a few in Idaho. My first, Luca and I did 3 or 4 of them in Idaho together a long, long time ago. I was a lot younger then. I'm not sure about Luca, but that's the way that way. So we have a little different system when you have a 2-stage mixed plug flow. What does that mean? 2-stage means that we developed it. I'm just a farm boy from Wisconsin, grew up milking cows. And we developed to be like a cow's stomach. Cows got 4 stomachs for a reason. So the cow does the homogenization for us. but we have an acid chamber where we break down the heavy material into simpler carbon chains, and then we go through the acid, the methanogenic stage where we break those into biogas. We would tell you that we're kind of the reverse of photosynthesis. What the plant builds up, we kind of tear down and give you the energy back. And that's how I view that. And I'm a visualist. If I can't visualize it, I don't do very good at it, but if I can visualize it, I think I do all right. But that gives us a guaranteed retention time for every single gallon of manure or waste stream that we put into the digester. So you saw this morning biogas curves and how it works, and that's exactly what does happen. We have our own lab for 16 years. But that's if everything stays in there for that length of time. So we're probably the only digester that will tell you that we guarantee that we will keep everything in for that 22 day retention time. And that's why we get a lot of awards for having more biogas per ton of waste than anybody else gets. If you do a better job biodegradation, you also get much better odor control, because odor comes from the breakdown of organic materials. And if you do it in a digester, your gas smells, but it won't smell outside of the digester. We'll get better pathogen destruction. Most pathogens that bother people in this room are aerobic pathogens. Strep, staph, E. coli, Klebsiella for the dairy people live in oxygen, and they need oxygen to survive. If we keep them in an environment without oxygen 12 to 14 days, every gallon, 12 to 14 days, we'll kill them. So we have a lot of data. Our health laboratory in Minnesota, one of the famous ones in the United States, zero detect on Klebsiella and our effluent, for example. So that's why we have a lot of dairy people, because we give them a very good bedding, because we will do that good a job on that. We also have optional NP and K separation. I'll show you some slides on that coming up. And we're very thermally efficient. So our CI score leads the nation. And if you have a better CI score, Todd can tell you that California will pay you a little bit more. That's the way the LCFS credits work. Very complicated system. They take you more than a day to figure out how that works, but take my word for it. If you have more thermally efficient, you get a better CI score. This is the first, I believe, the first RNG plant in the United States at Fair Oaks, Indiana. It was put in about 2008. And they had a water wash system that scrubbed their gas based on Henry's Law. And they had their fleet of trucks that they milk about 45,000 cows here. And they haul their milk, they have their own milk hauling fleet, about 48 trucks. And their trucks are all running off LNG. And they got credit for being the first, and it's still running today. Okay, so they've hauled a lot of milk since then. We have a lot of farms that bed with our solids, and we'll produce surplus solids. So if I tell you that we have 400,000 cows a day going through, we're probably bedding about 500,000 cows a day with solids, because a lot of our farms sell their surplus solids to their neighboring dairy for a little bit of income, but they sell it for his bedding. And when you do that, you're also selling a little NPK off of the solids. And that's important for some of the farms. We have people that are selling it for fertilizer. We have people that are selling it as a peat moss replacement. A company called Magic Dirt sells it into the Walmart distribution chain, which is our fiber, and it's bagged. People asked, I heard a question before about bagging this. Walmart does that through Magic Dirt. Magic Dirt's got a very nice website. You can look at that. And we also have a joint patent with the USDA to make particle boards out of this fiber. USDA has a research department on the University of Wisconsin, and they have 3 in the United States. One is there, and we're actually making particle board out of cow manure. This shows the bedding site. This is at Fair Oaks, separated solids. And this is, of course, post-digester, separated solids. Goes into a side slinger truck, drives down his manure alley, and beds is freestall barns with that truck, and that's what they lay on 24 hours a day. Very common sight for us. I talked about pathogen destruction. Again, it's the guaranteed retention time that gives us that advantage. And this came up. We have a lot of application experience. A digester, as we said before, does not destroy NP and K. Those are elements. They're in the chemistry chart. You cannot destroy them. You can change their nature and can take them from an organic form to an inorganic form, which is what a digester does, which is the same thing that the soil bacteria does as well. So it's the same cycle. We just do it a little faster because we're a controlled environment. But you don't destroy NP and K. So, and there's no NP and K in our gas. We have CH4, CO2, a little bit of H2S, and the S is the sulfur, but that's a very small part. But there's really no NP and K in the gas. It all comes out in the liquid. But we converted from organic to inorganic in the digester, just like the soil does if you gave it more times. And if you had a Minnesota PDS permit like it came up before, you would be told how much you can put on per year because it takes 3 to 4 years for that to break down. It does break down in the digester. So what you did in 3 to 4 years, you bump that up into 1 and 2 years, really what you do. The same application, you just bump it up because your soil bacteria aren't doing as much work for you. So it is plant available because it's inorganic, and it does not burn the organic crop. My grandfather, my father always would yell at me spreading manure on the farm that, oh, you're putting it too heavy on that crop and you're going to burn it. And they were right. Organics burn organics. Inorganics don't have that tendency. They don't burn it. The organic acids are gone. The organic acids that burn the crops are gone. So you can put more manure on a growing crop if it's digested than you can if it's raw manure by far, because you don't have that burning effect on the crop. I don't think my grandfather could have told me why we couldn't do that, but he was right when we told him we couldn't do it. So you aren't removing or changing the nutrients, you're just putting it more available. And your pH does increase. So those of you that are buying lime, we've had farmers that were able to stop buying lime because the pH was up there. And I think I got one other. So we get a lot of this. So if you go to Fair Oaks, Indiana, 45,000 cows, a lot of manure, a little over 1 billion gallons a year. 90% of it is irrigated in the summertime. And there's brown water. We take the solids out, we run it through a digester, and we put it on a growing crop. So if you didn't want to have runoff, and you did this in July, August, and September, on your first crop, your second crop, your third crop hay, do it on your soybeans, do it on your corn. They don't grow a lot of soybeans, but they grow a lot of corn and alfalfa. Isn't this the right way to put it on? And if you want to no-till, this is probably the only way you can put it on. And in most states, I'm not sure about Minnesota, but Wisconsin, if we put it on a growing crop, we don't have to work it in. I'm not sure about Minnesota, came up today, but in Wisconsin, we don't have to. And in Indiana, they don't have to either. And we're finding that obviously, if you spread this manure, you're not only, this is probably 2-3% total solids once you take the solids out, 97% water. It's like irrigating with a little starter fertilizer. So you can put it on the rate a little heavier, but if you put it on, it's just like giving a nice shower to that crop, and your regrowth on your second or third crop in the dry year is really very nice. And I think the Fair Oaks people tell you in a dry year, their yields are 2 to 3 times higher for alfalfa. So what do I think is a requirement? I think you need a guaranteed retention time. You want to make sure that you don't have stratification. Every mammal in the world has a plug flow digester system, including me. You have a stomach and you have intestines. Every mammal in the world has that. And there's a reason that it's more efficient. So we tried to mimic that. We worked very hard at a constant temperature. The professors in the room will tell you that the methanogenic bacteria are extremely temperature sensitive. They don't like to be stressed, or they stop eating. If they stop eating, it hurts everything we're trying to do. And to be honest, they make less gas then because that's their waste from eating. So we try to do a constant temperature, mix it so the bacteria, which are really poor swimmers, get in contact with the food. That gives you we are able to handle multiple waste streams. I think we have the largest food waste digester at Biotown in Reynolds, Indiana. They're doing about 100, let me see if I got my number, about 1,000 tons a day of food waste, about 12 megawatts of power an hour. And we do, because of our system, we are able to do poultry and hog and food waste and so forth. We're doing ethanol waste right now. And we're able to handle both high and low solids as long as we're consistent. We do have a problem, like most digesters, is that when you have a digester, you need to feed it constantly the same thing. One of the biggest changes in the dairy industry in my lifetime has been the advent of the TMR mixer. And what we learned in the dairy industry with the TMR mixer is that the cow will eat more and produce more milk if you feed it the same ration every day, 365 a year. Sounds pretty boring, no question about that. But when the TMR mixer, when those animal nutritionists came along and came with the TMR mixer to feed it exactly the same to that cow's stomach, it was feeding the cow's stomach, not the feet, not the head. It was feeding the stomach. We want to do the same thing. We'll get more biogas for the same reason. The other thing, I think you want to run a simple digester. We have a design so that we put it on farms and we can run it with less than one person a day. Low maintenance. The financial aspect is you're looking at your cost per BTU because that's your profit, and your BTUs produced per unit of waste. If you're not asking that question, how many BTUs you're going to get per cow, you're not doing your due diligence on your digester. There's not a dairyman in this group that would not tell me what his herd average is of milking per cow. You should know what your biogas production per cow is as well. For the same reason, for the economics. The rest of it, I think you can read. Like I said, we've got a lot of digesters out there. We also have a system where we put in phosphorus recovery. And this would be after the digester, and on the dairy it would be after the coarse separation. This would be the secondary separation. On a hog facility, food waste facility, poultry facility, you don't feed them enough fiber that you have primary separation on those waste. So this would be the primary separation on those, but on a dairy where you feed a lot of fiber, you would need this as a secondary. But this will separate your fine particles. And as correctly was said before, the phosphorus adheres to particles, which is why phosphorus tends to run off in erosion and nitrogen goes down. And we'll get 90% phosphorus recovery with this. We have a lot of them running. And the advantage of that is you can handle it. You can take the phosphorus as a solid instead of a liquid to your further field for spreading, much cheaper. And your liquid that is left, maybe 1% total solids, only 10% of the original phosphorus in it. You can spread a lot thicker, and you can spread that closer to your barns and where you have the irrigation systems. So we have a lot of people that are running this through their irrigations, and they can put on 60, 70,000 gallons a year at Fair Oaks, Indiana on that sandy soil because they took the phosphorus out and they're meeting their PDS permit. We also do have an issue in the digester business with release of nitrogen because it volatilizes. In a digester, you convert proteins to amino acids and amino acids to ammonium because you're in a liquid. So you convert it to NH4 ammonium, which is not volatilized. It'll stay in the liquid. From an engineering standpoint, if you reduce the pressure on that, what they call the partial pressure, and you let it aerate or get the wind on top of it in a lagoon, some of it will release and volatilize because you reduce the pressure on that and you go from NH4 to NH3. That's just the way it is. The only one of the nutrients that does that. Nitrogen doesn't do that. Phosphorus doesn't do it. Selenium doesn't do that. Nothing else but nitrogen does that. That doesn't mean you're done with that if you don't want to be. And that's what's common when you put raw manure underground and your soil bacteria, they go through that same cycle of breaking it down to amino acids and to ammonium. When it'll volatilize some of it as well. If you take it, and we have a patent on this with Washington State University, but if you take that liquid and you intentionally volatilize it and convert the ammonium to ammonia inside of a pipe or inside of a vessel and not in the air, so you don't lose it, and then you hit it with sulfuric acid, same sulfuric acid that paper mill uses and the waste treatment plants use, you can make ammonium sulfate out of that. You actually take the ammonia and you make ammonium sulfate. And that's stable. That will not volatilize. So the wheat growers in this area, wheat needs a little more sulfur. I grow wheat on my farm in Wisconsin, and I buy ammonium sulfate to grow wheat because I get the ammonia, the nitrogen, and the sulfur, and I got the same thing here. And you can also put that with your sludge and dry the two together, and it got a very high NPK together because you just added your nitrogen back to it. And we have lots of people doing this now too. And for two reasons. It's an income source, but it also makes manure nutrient management so much easier to handle as a solid than as a liquid. So I guess we're ready for questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I saw you getting the hook out, so I was getting ready. I'll have you take a seat at the table. We'll get to questions in just a bit. We have a third presenter in this segment, Noah Carlson. He's an application engineer at BioFerm Energy Systems. Before joining BioFerm, he worked for MSU's Anaerobic Digestion Research and Education Center, and he interned for the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. He'll be joining us virtually. Welcome, Noah Carlson.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, yes, thank you for having me here today. Apologize I couldn't be in person, but like you said, I'm the application engineer for BioFerm Energy Systems, and I do not have access to the slides, so I'm just going to ask you guys move along for me. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on BioFerm. We were established back in 2007, and our technology has been used on hundreds of plants, initially mostly in Germany and Italy, based on our former parent company. Since then, we have focused on the US market, and our president and CEO, Nadeem Afghan, purchased the company in 2015. We started in gas upgrading we started in anaerobic digestion technologies, but have since moved to gas upgrading as the market transitioned and focused on renewable natural gas. We also recently added solar because of its value for LCFS driven projects. And I'll touch on that a little bit later. We offer consulting, engineering services, complete turnkey EPC systems, as well as plant operation and maintenance. And we also have a complete performance guarantee and partners who can provide financing. Next slide, please. We have facilities across all market sectors. So landfills, we have gas upgrading systems, we have digesters at wastewater treatment plants, working with municipalities, food processors, and on dairy farms for agriculture. Next slide, please. The process of anaerobic digestion has been touched on quite a bit today, so I'll just skip through this pretty quickly, but basically it's a series of complicated bacterial reactions, and in its simplest form, it's the breakdown of organic material by microorganisms in the absence of oxygen. Next slide, please. So at BioFerm, we offer 3 AD technologies, a pretty comprehensive suite. And really what drives the selection of your AD technology is the characteristics of the feedstock, specifically the solids content. For low total solids, there are lagoons or high rate digesters, and that's typically below 6% solids. As you get a little bit higher, say 6 to 15% solids, typically we would suggest a continuously stirred tank reactor. And that's the one pictured there. It's those dome-shaped digesters with often a gas storage roof on top, sometimes just a fixed cover. But those are completely mixed. As you get a little bit higher in solids content, often up to almost 25% solids, is when we would suggest a plug flow digester. And those are the rectangular digesters that were just talked about, and that's where the material moves from one end to the other. And it does have a much more complete retention time. And for the highest solids feedstocks, we have a batch system called our Fermitigo. And this is where food waste, yard waste, anything that can't be pumped is basically placed into a garage chamber, and then percolate bacteria is sprayed on it, and it decomposes without any internal moving parts. Next slide, please. So basically, I'm just going to go through some of our case studies that we've done across the country, starting with our digesters, followed by our gas upgrading systems. So this first one is in Wisconsin. It's for Rosendale Dairy up in Pickett. And this is a sand-bedded dairy. So we had to incorporate sand removal technology from McClanahan. The dairy houses about 8,500 cows, each in total producing about 350 tons per day. These are fed into 2 concrete digesters, each with a volume of about 1.4 million gallons. The gas produced from these digesters is stored in that double membrane pictured. And originally it was sent to a combined heat and power unit, there's a couple of them. Since then, the project has transitioned to renewable natural gas and installed an upgrader, and it now directly injects into the pipeline. And yeah, this has been operational since 2013. It's still operating very well. Next slide, please. This is our facility in Akron, Ohio. It is a public-private partnership between the city and private entity KB Bioenergy. It was commissioned in 2013. It started with a year-long pilot process where we installed a smaller digester that you can barely see. The whole facility is in that picture on the bottom left. You can see the 2 CSTRs, and then the third, which is the pilot. And then there are 2 plug flow digesters, but it's next to that long rectangular building. This system takes sludge from the city's wastewater treatment plant, which is just across the river to the top right of that picture. The sludge is piped over, and then it is dewatered using a belt filter press. The dewatered sludge is then passed through a 2-stage digestion system, starting with the plug flow digesters, which then passes into the CSTRs. The plug flows have a hydraulic capacity each of about 250,000 gallons. The CSTRs each are about 1 million gallons. The gas produced from these systems goes to 3 Jenbacher units. combined heat and power units, and the heat and power is used for the operations of the facility. So the electricity obviously powers all of the mechanical equipment, and the heat is used to help dry the digestate, which is where the main revenue for the facility comes from. The digestate is dried and pelletized into Class A biosolids, which KB Bioenergy sells as fertilizer. Next slide, please. This is it's a small scale digester, a small scale plug flow system that we did also here in Wisconsin for Allen Farms. And this was a partnership between the University of Wisconsin Oshkosh and Allen Farms. So the partnership with the university really made this project affordable and made it work. But this is a scraped dairy, pretty small dairy, just 135 cows or so. It's a plug flow, a couple plug flows, each with about 100,000 gallon capacity. And we installed it with a CHP system, combined heat and power. Since then, they've done a number of tests. That's kind of why the university was involved, was to use it as a laboratory for the students. And they work with, other private entities to conduct experiments. I think right now they're working on producing biodiesel using the Fischer-Tropsch process. But it's been operational since 2012, and we still do site visits up there. It's operating great, but really these smaller systems are harder to pencil out for a private farm by himself, just because of the operational costs and the capital costs aren't offset necessarily by the gas sales. Next slide, please. This was a facility also for the University of Wisconsin Oshkosh. This is one of our dry digestion systems. It was the first dry fermentation system in the US, and it's won a number of awards, but the University of Wisconsin uses the campus food waste, municipal yard waste, crop residue, all from the surrounding area, and puts it into these batch style digesters, where trucks drop off the material daily, basically 6 days a week. And then operators use a front loader to load the garages with the material. Each chamber, we call them chambers. Those are like the fermenters. They're about 65 feet long, 25 feet high, and 15 feet wide about. And each one is meant to have a retention time of 28 days. So once a week, you open up one of those chambers, exchange the material, and then close it. And then the next week you use the next chamber. So you do that once a week on a different chamber, and in total it'll have a 28-day retention time. These also have CHP units. So the electricity is sold to the Wisconsin Public Service under a PPA. The heat is used for on-site heating and surrounding heating for the facilities at the university. They're expanding that heat usage right now to use the neighboring buildings as well. Yeah, the chambers are basically concrete with steel doors, completely sealed, and like I said earlier, it's a recycled percolate stream that has those bacteria, the methanogens in it, and that stream is a closed loop. It just keeps circulating through the system, and that's really what digests the material. The advantage of these systems really is that contamination could be handled because there's no internal moving parts. So you could put a bike or a car in there. It's not going to hurt the digester at all, but really on the back end, if there is contamination in your food waste and your yard waste, oftentimes the digestate from these systems is used at composting facilities, and that contamination can really become a problem on the back end. So this facility here also sends their digestate to a composter. Next slide, please. Renewable natural gas, I'll kind of go through this slide pretty quickly too, because it's been talked about today, but renewable natural gas is basically the same as just fossil natural gas. It just has much lower life cycle CO2 emissions. It can be used for heating, vehicle fuel, and basically it's just pipeline quality natural gas that comes from organic sources. Next slide, please. Some of our gas upgrading systems, we offer both pressure swing adsorption, PSA, and membrane systems for CO2 removal. Overall, we offer turnkey gas upgrading systems from compression all the way to direct injection or final product gas compression for CNG, compressed natural gas for vehicle fuel. The desulfurization we use to remove that H2S can be either activated carbon scrubbers, biological desulfurization, or chemical scrubbers. And all of our one-stage PSA systems and membrane systems can get up to 98, 99% methane recovery and methane quality. The two-stage systems, which are used for high nitrogen applications like landfills, those do have a little bit lower recovery, typically around 92 to 96%. And we use pre-manufactured skids and try and reduce on-site installation costs as much as possible. Next slide, please. This is a case study in Guymon, Oklahoma. This was done for Seaboard Energy. They installed one of our one-stage PSA systems. This is done at one of their hog or food processing plants on basically hog waste. They have covered anaerobic lagoons that you can see in the back of that picture. Those are each a couple, several dozen million-gallon lagoons. And from those lagoons, about 1,200 SCFM, standard cubic feet of biogas per minute, is produced and then sent over to the gas upgrading plant. The gas upgrading plant includes a biological desulfurization tower, which is that tower on the left of the picture. And it is all of the renewable natural gas, about 400 million standard cubic feet per year, are directly injected into the pipeline. Next slide, please. This is another gas upgrading project in our home state of Wisconsin. It's up near Green Bay, and it was commissioned just this past February. It's a pretty large dairy farm that has about 3,500 dairy cows. It's family owned and operated. And the cows, the manure from these cows is then fed into 3 concrete CSTRs, which you can just barely see in the back of that picture. The gas, about 500 standard cubic feet per minute, is then sent to this one-stage PSA gas upgrading system. Again, only a one-stage PSA system is used, and that's because the nitrogen content wasn't very high, which is very typical for anaerobic digestion projects. Typically only landfills, you'll see a 2-stage PSA required. Our traditional biological desulfurization was used, and that's because dairy manure can have a pretty significant H2S, hydrogen sulfide content. And in total, I think it's about 150,000 decatherms or MMBTUs of energy are injected into the local pipeline each year. Next slide, please. This was also done in our home state of Wisconsin, actually it's a few 30 minutes down the road from where I'm sitting near our headquarters. This is the Dane County landfill. And this is a 2-stage pressure swing adsorption system. Landfills do tend to have higher nitrogen in their biogas, so that second stage of pressure swing adsorption vessels is really meant to just adsorb and remove the rest of the nitrogen and some oxygen. This capacity has about 2,500 standard cubic feet per minute of raw gas that's then processed into renewable natural gas. And at this facility, they do not direct inject. They actually have, they compress it to CNG, so about 3,600 pounds per PSI, pounds per square inch. and they have a decanting site just, a few hundred feet away from our facility where they truck in gas from all over and decant and inject into the pipeline. Next
Noah?
slide, please.
No,
Yes.
I wanted to just let you know that about 2 more minutes and then we want to take a few questions. So,
Sure. Yeah, I only have one more slide.
okay.
Yep. This just quickly, we do offer solar, so I just wanted to touch on it that often if you're chasing that LCFS market, solar can help reduce your CI score, which leads to a lot more revenue. So it depends on how much renewable electricity you can use to operate your facility, but that does have an impact on your CI score, which can lead to more revenue. Next slide, please. And then just about BioFerm, some of our advantages is that we do offer multiple technologies. We do offer anaerobic digestion and gas upgrading, so we are kind of a one-stop shop. We have financing options, we have performance guarantees, warranties on all of our equipment, and we can really help from conception all the way through operation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to present today.
Thank you, Noah, and hang on the line there. We'll maybe get a question or two coming your way as well. Is there anyone that's generating a question while they watch these 3 presenters here this afternoon? I guess we'll let Jen ask the first one.
Thanks. Okay, so I think this was touched on, but just in summary, for each of your businesses, who is the typical owner and operator for your facilities, the anaerobic digester sites you're putting? Is it you or is it somebody else?
Let's start with Noah on the screen, and then the 2 gentlemen at the table can decide who wants to go next.
Yeah, typically we are just a technology and construction firm. So we work with developers who would be the owners and operators. So we have provided financing in the past. So we have partial ownership in a couple of facilities, but often it's the developer, our client, that is the owner.
Should be on. I don't know that we turned them off, but
Okay. I would agree with that comment. When we first started out, it was virtually always the farmer that owned it. And that kind of changed when we got into the renewable natural gas versus the electricity, simply because it was more expensive and more complicated to run. So then we started seeing investors and we started seeing outside owners, even some utility companies. And we own a couple of ourselves that we develop, but that's not really our goal. So we sell digesters, about as simple as that.
Can you hear me? Yeah. And for us, on our manure-only business, Dominion is the owner. We're a developer and we operate the facilities for Dominion. Dominion invests the capital and obviously takes the benefits of the LCFS credits. And our organics business, which is the business that I'm responsible for, we are the developer, owner, and operator. So this is our own capital, or I'll say the capital of our shareholder, BlackRock Real Assets. And although the farmer, just provides the manure, and obviously we're leasing the farm from the farmer, I think they're the central point of our story, even if they are not, engaged with ownership.
what struck me, Raycho, during your presentation was so often we hear that scale drives the economics, but Vanguard seems to have figured out a way to incorporate some of those smaller units into the system or into the business model.
Yeah, I would say the units are not, 250 tons per day, that sizable unit, equivalent of, 2 megawatts of generation on the farm. But I would say our business model is unique because we're going after smaller farms that are, obviously if you look at the whole population of farms in the US, you have a limited number of large farms that, are suitable for manure only business, 500, 700, 7,000 cows farms. Our farms are between 350 and you know, I would say 13 to 1,400 cows. Again, very different population of farms, and I would say the farms that are the backbone of the whole system in the US, but probably the most vulnerable.
And we'll maybe start with Noah, and I'll let all three of you respond again, and then we'll wrap this segment up. But I'm just curious how you go about or your process of being a good neighbor and where to site these facilities and what's that process like in each of your companies? Noah, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that we have to work with the developer because they will be the owner, the operator that's there working with their neighbors. But typically long before construction ever starts, you have public meetings, you have community meetings, you go and meet the neighbors and introduce the project. That's often part of the zoning or permitting process. Also on some of our sites, if it is a concern, we've used enclosed flares or biofilters for the odors. And you really try and address just any concern that comes up from those meetings.
Stephen?
Well, if I understand your question right, I would say that when we first started, the reason we put in our very first digesters was because the farmer had a neighborhood problem. And so not picking on him because he's not here, but what I had on a slide that Gordondale Farms in Wisconsin was the first one. He was actually being sued by his neighbors because he smelled too much. So we got a job because we told him we could handle that problem for him, which we did. He's still running today. The lawsuit went away, if you will. We had a lot of them in the beginning. That's not, now we're doing it because there's economics in it, but our first digester we put in, we were getting 7 cents for electricity. Nobody was making a lot of money at it, so we put it in for some other reason. So digesters get a lot of credit, I think, for, you know, everybody's digester, not just ours, get a lot of credit for odor removal. You make it one time, you make it in a digester, you take it out with the scrubbing system, and you don't release it to the air, and that's why you just do a better job.
About Vanguard.
And for us, I think the key, we try from partnerships. If you see what we've done on the feedstock side or offtake, we partner with big utilities, industrials, but also on the farmer side, we try from partnerships. And I think the key to that is that we're humble, we listen. A company that is striving on providing, creating solutions, and kind of this is for all stakeholders involved.
I promise this is the last question. We have an online question. Is anyone working with the U.S. military sites?
Not us.
No, I'm not either.
Noah?
No, we are not.
Very good. Let's thank our panelists for spending some time with us this afternoon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Luca as he brings us our last panel of the day.
Thank you. I'll keep it. I'll try to be as short as possible because one, probably you're going to start getting tired of me, and secondly, because actually the presentation after me is much more exciting. You know, and we're talking about biogas upgrade. Obviously, we know that in this presentation, you know, I'm going to talk a bit about biogas upgrading, and you hear about a lot about that. We know that the gas is the gas that we have is dirty. And has to be cleaned up to put in the pipeline. Now, the interesting thing about that is that, you know, it's actually not that difficult to do that, or a better way to say, nothing that cannot be solved writing a check, because the technology exists. And technology exists in large part because the gas that we have in the pipeline, the natural gas, when it comes out of the ground, is actually not that clean either. It has to be cleaned up. So the industry has to develop a lot of technology. You can look at actually natural gas from the ground as a biogas that just it took a few million years to be made. So this is really a summary that kind of summarizes some of the discussion we have done today. You have the gas, the coming of the digester, and the just material we can use liquid as a fertilizer, soil amendment. You see the EPA actually used the language of soil amendment for the reason that Melissa was mentioning before, animal bedding or other innovative uses. Then what happened to the gas? Well, the gas we use for energy. And before going to energy, we have to do a few things. we remove the moisture, we have to remove the sulfur and siloxane. And now we haven't discussed a lot about siloxane today because thankfully there is not much siloxane from digesters unless you do municipal solid waste. And so we don't really have to worry about that, but there is quite the sulfur. And then depending on what we do, we might have to compress it more or less to go to the CO2 removal. But if we use it for heating, electricity, and other local industrial use like boiler fuel, we actually don't have to remove the CO2. We just account for the lower BTU in our application. And that first compressor in that case would actually not be that much of a compressor, it would be more like a blower because we don't have to raise the pressure that high to go say in a biogas engine or in a boiler. But obviously, if we go any other CO2 removal, we require going up in pressure, which is okay because we have to go up in pressure also to go to the pipeline. So the second compressor is going to be typically much smaller. But sulfur removal is important in most of these applications. So as I said, this is what you get from methane. We always need to remove the CO2 depending on the application. Methane is 50 to 70%. Highly reduce the feedstock, like a lot of fats and oil, you get 70%. Lots of carbohydrate, less reduced, 50, and the rest is carbon dioxide. Nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, not much typically in the biogas, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Ammonia, well, I like that in the gas because ammonia is ammonia. It's an NH3. You don't have to mess with all the chemistry of nitrogen, which still today is, I was one of my worst, less preferred topics in chemistry. And still occasionally I do confusion between nitrates and nitrates and so on. So, but this is all ammonia. Then we have hydrogen sulfide, and that is really the big actor, and can go from a few traces to a few thousand ppm. And water is saturated. So because you have a digester might be 40 degrees or a bit warmer, but it's saturated with water, the gas. Okay, again. Okay, so what we use the gas? On-site use, electricity, boiler, no need of doing CO2 separation. And the nice thing about sulfur, and also we don't have to remove a lot of the sulfur. Some applications can actually tolerate a reasonably high amount of sulfur. For instance, in a gas engine, typically 200 to 300 ppm is fine. You can go up to 1,000 ppm if you have the right metallurgy in the motor and the right oil. Now, you're not going to change. You're not going to like the cost of that oil change because it's not like a Jiffy Lube. It's more like a mortgage payment, but nonetheless can be done. Boilers also require less than 500 ppm. Again, with the right metallurgy, you can do it. And some microturbines tolerates up to 5,000 ppm. Now, the problem is on the other side, that sulfur will come out of the exhaust stack as a SOx, and in some geography, you'll have to deal with that. But you can do relatively small amount of gas cleanup. Pipeline injection, completely different. Obviously, there is a lot of different specification, but typically 97% of methane is the lower you get, 1% or less CO2, no oxygen or nitrogen. And if you're generous, maybe 1 to 4 ppm of sulfur, but typically can be much less. So water and ammonia removal, nice thing, easy to do. Water, you chill it out, water and ammonia precipitate, you can take it out. It's not really a big deal other than, you have to have the right metallurgy, but a chiller will work. Some application like membrane might require a secondary drying, but fairly easy to do. And most digester will have a chiller similar to this. Sulfur removal technology. Well, there are a lot of different sulfur removal technology. I'm not going to enter in detail a lot of them. I've tried here to summarize in this slide some of the different capabilities. I will focus later a bit more on biological fixation and iron sponges. But it's worthwhile to mention a couple that are common as well. Iron chloride dosing, this is typical in the wastewater industry. They put iron chloride, the sulfur precipitate. It's not very popular in a lot of digestion application because it's complicated managing the dosing with the solids. But air injection is very popular, especially in Europe, where you put a bit of air in the gas cap. That air creates makes the sulfur react and precipitates. It's not a big deal having then now sulfur in a different chemical form in the digester, and works. But again, works up to 300, 500 ppm. Above that, you cannot go below that, but works for electricity applications. And then there is water scrubbing. I will talk about that a bit later, because that is also a way to remove CO2. But the two most popular you will find today are either the iron sponges or biological fixation. Sodium hydroxide scrubbing, we're not going to talk about it, but there for completeness, the oil industry uses a lot of it because it's very effective, but it's expensive. So when you have extremely large volume of gas, what they have is okay, but it is not. I haven't seen many applications of sodium hydroxide scrubbing in the biogas industry. So really, most of the time, the decision is between iron sponges and biological fixation, and they're both very valuable solutions. They have pros and cons, and there are plenty of commercial vendors. So with iron sponge, it's very simple. Basically, you have a vessel, the sulfur-laden gas goes through an iron sponge, and the iron sponge is really shaving on iron oxide, which is a fancy way to do rusty iron. The sulfur reacts and is fixated in an iron sulfide, and then after a while you need to replace the gas, and you obtain this. That is the thing I don't like. We know people might not like about this technology. You have a lot of, basically this is toxic waste. So sometimes there is a bit of a chemical cost, and then you have to get rid of this mess. But sometimes if you size this appropriately, you have to remove the bed only every few years. So, but that is really one of the major problem of this technology, in my view. However, what I think in the last few years we have seen really coming up of age is biological fixation. And biological fixation is very interesting. It was originally developed by Thiopak by Pax in the Netherlands, and in the US was sold by, I think, was Siemens, and then now it's Suez. But the patent has since expired, so a lot of other people are all following this solution. Basically, what you do, you scrub H2S with water. H2S is very soluble in water. That's also, you can scrub it just with water. But what happens when you do that, then you have to deal with the fact you acidify the water. But now what we do, we go inside the bioreactor, where there is class of organisms that actually metabolize the sulfur. And then you can recover that sulfur through a centrifuge as a wet cake of elemental sulfur, which is inert and is also a potential soil amendment. So this is actually, it is very effective technology, and I think it's probably the most common today. As I said, there are at least half a dozen vendors today that you can buy a skid-mounted system to do this. CO2 removal. Again, there are 4 major technologies that you will see talking: amine scrubbing, water scrubbing, pressure swing adsorption, and membranes. Go very briefly through them. I want to start with amine scrubbing now, because it allows me to put a formula, and so I can justify being an engineer. I don't have a way to put in a differential equation, though. I still haven't figured that out on this one. But basically, what we do here is amine is an organic compound with nitrogen. This is a primary amine because as an organic chain, you can have 2 or 3, and then you use secondary or tertiary amine. They're very expensive liquid, but you don't consume. What happens is that you basically go through is a temperature-driven process. It's very soluble. CO2 is very soluble, much more than methane in the amine. So when you basically scrub with amine the liquid in a column, the gas in a column, the CO2 selectively dissolves in the amine, and then you go in another column where you warm up the amine, and basically you boil off the CO2. And the CO2 comes out pretty pure. Now, the nice thing about this, and that's why the oil industry uses this a lot, amine is very soluble, so this plant can be pretty compact for very large gas plants. and you have almost completely clean gas coming out of this way and very little losses of methane on this other side, which is one problem you will always have. You're going to hear about the concept called a tail gas. Tail gas is basically that CO2, but often that CO2 contains still some residual methane, which is really a loss, and also means that you have to treat these in a thermal oxidizer. With amine, you can sometimes getting away with a thermal oxidizer, but it's an expensive technology, and most important as a thermal load. So most digester might be too expensive in a digester. So instead of using amine, we can go to water scrubbing, which also we have seen. And I think Steve before Dvorak was mentioned a project where they had actually ferriox with the water scrubbing. Again, differential solubility in this case is driven by pressure. Anyone that has opened a can of LaCroix knows how much CO2 is soluble in water. and basically what we have high pressure water. We pressurize the gas, goes through the CO2 again selectively is dissolved in water, and then we flush the water and the CO2 is lost. Now, is not as, however, the selectivity is not as higher as in amine scrubbing, so we lose a bit of methane here, but it's also a very simple technology. Now, nice thing about this technology is that when you use this, you can actually get away with desulfurization, because water will also take out the sulfur. However, if you do that, this plant has also to be stainless steel, which is going to be a bit more expensive. Pressure ring adsorption. The only reason I have it here is because this is the only technology that works if the gas coming in as oxygen or nitrogen. Typically, this is not a case for in anaerobic digestion, other than or biogas, other than in landfill gas. So the only time you're going to see PSA, and given the cost also, I think is the good reason, is for landfill gas. But for completeness, I put it here. If anyone that is familiar with the ethanol industry know what pressure swing adsorption is, it's basically the same concept as we do to remove water from ethanol. Basically, it's a sponge, but the exact, adsorbs, and then we swing the pressure, and then desorbs. And we have always a bed that is being regenerated, and that is the regeneration process. And also, this problem is that tends to have relatively high losses of gas in the tail gas, but it's very compact. That is another thing, and that's also why the oil industry sometimes uses it, because they can have quite a bit of oxygen and nitrogen in the feed, and it's very small for large flow. Lastly, membrane. Membrane was one of the technology when I started studying that was always 5 years away from being commercial, and but now it is actually, and it's very cool because I think it's a fantastic technology, very compact, inexpensive, relatively inexpensive, no moving part, and very scalable. The way it works is that you have basically, it's kind of a filter if you want. You pressurize the gas, and then because the structure of the membrane is such that only the molecules of methane that are smaller can flow through the membrane, you separate the CO2 flow through, and you separate the CO2, and the other side you get the gas. Now, the way these things are done are basically, you have to imagine those are very tiny strands. You see here an example bundled together in a module. So a plant is basically a bunch of those modules put together. As far as I know, there are only 3 vendors in the world of these modules: Evonik, Air Products, and Toyo Chemicals, I think, in Japan. But there are literally hundreds of integrators, because when you have this module, is pretty much the only thing you have to do is put together a manifolds of pipe, and then you can scale it up. Now, it's very suitable for biogas because you can do a compact plant and it can work well for small volumes. Doesn't work well when you go to very large volume, because now you get to have hundreds of these modules. Now, interesting thing about this is that this is a pretty delicate polymeric material, so you really need to have a clean gas, no sulfur and no moisture. So typically you want a desiccant bent before it. So again, I put together a small gas scrubbing at a glance, and as I said, you see that there are always trade-offs. And, so membrane, for instance, tend to have much higher energy cost compared to the electric, or much input cost compared to amine scrubbing. But on the other hand, the capital cost is much lower, and so is the operating cost. And that's for small scale, still is worthwhile doing it. And they're actually pretty efficient in not losing too much gas, but you still have a reasonable amount of gas losses, which in a digestion plant you would take care with a thermal oxidizer, which actually is not a bad thing to have, because then you, a place like Minnesota, we can always use the heat for the digester. And so, conclusion, this is actually, I wanted to demystify this. People always agonize about gas scrubbing. Is actually technology very easy. You can get performance guarantee. There are a lot of vendors. Choosing the right technology is only a question of trade-off cost performance and specific of the projects. And there is one thing that we leverage the fact that the oil and gas industry has done this pretty much for 70, 80 years. And with this, I wanted to go fast on this one, because really now we've seen we call upgrade. I want to introduce what is the really interesting upgrade, which is not throwing away the CO2, but making something with the CO2. And if you have CO2 and hydrogen, well, you can make more methane. And you know that we are all very interested about the future of renewable hydrogen. So with this, without further ado, I want to introduce Dr. Kevin Harrison. And Kevin, he leads the power to gas development and NREL, which is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. It's a national lab from the Department of Energy, and leads the energy system integration facility. There he supports a number of near commercial R&D projects, including renewable hydrogen production, which obviously is very important for this application, system integration, and renewable natural gas production via methanation. And NREL is always very interested to develop strategic partnership with industry players. So we hope that this visit might be valuable for make sure that there is biomethanation in the future of this of the industry in the States. And Kevin, please.
Well, thank you very much, Luca, for the introduction and setting it up quite well. And it's nice going at the end because a lot of this has been covered. But I will spend more time now talking about hydrogen, and there's a lot of discussions about hydrogen hubs. The reactor you're seeing here is a collaboration with SoCalGas, who's the largest provider of natural gas in North America, and the company that provides the organisms. So this is a little bit different. And I think, like Lucas said, it is an opportunity to start recycling the CO2. And the CO2 could come from a tail gas, like he said, or you could flow the entire biogas stream through this reactor that has one organism, single cell organism that's been on the planet for millions of years. It's not a consortium of organisms like an anaerobic digester. This is located in Golden, Colorado, which is one of two sites for NREL. I guess technically one of three now. We have a cold home research center up in Alaska that recently joined the NREL team. But we have a facility near Golden, which is just west of Denver, and then closer to Boulder, Colorado, 20 miles north. About 3,000 people at NREL, for those who haven't really heard about us much. And I want to talk really about more on the hydrogen side. So talk a little bit about hydrogen at scale. We've heard about the hydrogen hubs, and maybe you've heard about the hydrogen shot initiative, where we're trying to compete with steam methane reforming. So the hydrogen that's made today that is used for ammonia production or upgrading oil comes from steam methane reforming, a process where you pull methane from underground. That's been there for millions of years, like Lucas said, and they strip the hydrogen, the CO2 gets released. So for every kilogram of hydrogen you get about 10 kilograms of CO2 released through steam methane reforming. This focus is really on low carbon hydrogen that comes from low carbon electrons. So electrolysis, and earlier presentations mentioned that. But since I've been in the hydrogen space for about 20 years, I love the idea of turning waste back into energy. So diving headfirst with SoCalGas and Electrocea into this waste energy space. So those are handled by two different groups. The hydrogen work I've done previously is with the Hydrogen Fuel Cell Technology Office at the Department of Energy, and Waste to Energy really focused with the Bioenergy Technology Office. So we brought these two groups together, which I thought was quite nice. Low cost electrons really leads to the low cost hydrogen production, which would lead to competitive RNG through this biomethanation process. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So hydrogen at scale, what does that mean? Starting with low cost, low carbon electrons. So we're inclusive even with fossil, as long as there is carbon capture and storage. But my focus has really been on integrating wind and solar. And there's some synergies with hydrogen production, because if you have a solar field, you have DC power, and the electrolyzer in the middle here producing the hydrogen runs most of its load on direct current. So there's some synergies there. As an electrical engineer, the opportunities to do DC to DC conversion versus AC is an interesting option. So moving hydrogen, well, moving electrons to the right. So this is, at NREL, we call it the electrons to molecules play, where I'll show an energy storage map later. So I don't spend a lot of time talking about conventional batteries, lithium ion chemistries, and other chemistries based on lithium in future will have a place, you know, in moving energy by a few hours or a couple days. This is the idea of where you can store basically hydrogen attached to CO2 back into the natural gas grid. So there's some benefits of using existing infrastructure, of course. Underground storage, our partner SoCal Gas has 4 underground storage facilities in California. So we're not talking, we're talking terawatt hours, not megawatt hours or gigawatt hours, but terawatt hours of storage in pipeline pressurization, underground storage, the opportunity there to recycle CO2 and the methane that's coming off of biogas sources, or if you're at an ethanol plant. Most of our hydrogen today, we make 10 million metric tons, mostly from steam methane reforming, of course, that go into the ammonia and upgrading oil. Some hydrogen will be used in California to move vehicles. They have 50 to 60 fueling stations that dispense up to 10,000 PSI of hydrogen into cars or trucks. I certainly like the idea of using existing CNG and LNG as well. The benefits of installing hydrogen via electrolysis, it is sort of renewable electrons. It's another load on the grid, but it would enable higher penetrations of renewables. And that's because the electrolyzer is a thermochemical device, so it can move very quickly, like a battery can move quickly to provide power. So you can also use the hydrogen production as a demand side management tool for grid services. So reading some of the bullets on the right, I was interested to see some of the, one presenter provided his system that makes oxygen. So the electrolyzer, of course, makes oxygen as well as hydrogen. So whether you're at a wastewater treatment plant or that particular facility, which is the first I'd seen, and maybe Luca can explain to me later why that facility used oxygen, but I think there are a lot of synergies. The electrolyzer makes heat as well. So opportunity for systems integration really is one of the selling factors of putting electrons into hydrogen. Not only do you get the energy density improvement, you can move it in pipelines and start decarbonizing the natural gas grid. So what was well teed up is that this is not a gas separation technology. It takes CO2, whether it's from the biogas sources that have been covered really well today, but you could also be at an ethanol plant. Not a lot of talk about taking hydrogen from combustion, flue gas or anything like that. But there's certainly something to say about keeping the carbon and recycling it alongside the methane from biogas sources. On the hydrogen side, these solid state devices are getting larger every day. More and more companies are getting into hydrogen production via electrolysis, and there's a couple different technologies. Alkaline electrolysis, for example, has been around for hundreds of years, making aluminum and things like that. And then this PEM technology really came out of the space agency, where it's a solid membrane. Think about a solid membrane where you circulate water on one side of the membrane. The protons come across the membrane to make hydrogen, and then the oxygen stays with the water and heads out of the system. So basically water and electricity, and especially if it's low carbon electricity, you have low carbon hydrogen production. All this can go into this bioreactor, and every CO2 turns into a CH4. The organisms also make water and heat. So not only would you have a heat source at about 60 degrees C on the electrolyzer. So if you have got a 1 megawatt electrolyzer load, perhaps 20% of that is coming off as heat, because the electrolyzer, of course, is not 100% efficient. So the biomethanation process is another source of heat to keep your anaerobic digester warm, or however you'd like to use it. These single-celled organisms have done one thing for millions of years. They started at hot springs in Yellowstone or deep under the ocean, converting CO2 and water. So they haven't been genetically modified. These organisms were first isolated by Dr. Metz at the University of Chicago, and now sub-licensed, actually licensed to Electrica out of Germany. So they're the technology provider. And of course, you can find a growing number of electrolyzer technology providers. This is a system integration opportunity. And of course, better than 97, 98% methane coming out, perhaps trace amounts of CO2, but that all can meet pipeline quality specs right out of this reactor. And for those who like to run the numbers, I simply started with a 1 megawatt electrolyzer. That's basically the building block of hydrogen production today. And 1 megawatt would make 20 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. What is a kilogram of hydrogen, besides just being a mass measurement instead of a volume? It's basically has the same energy content as a gallon of gasoline. So when we talk hydrogen production, we talk kilograms per hour, and we all know what a gallon of gasoline can do for us. So it's basically 20 gallons of gasoline equivalent on an energy basis. Like I said, 80% efficient based on the higher heating value of hydrogen, which is a whole other discussion. But if you have this much energy, you can make a kilogram of hydrogen. In California, where you might fuel a fuel cell car, that kilogram of hydrogen would take you 60 miles. So you could load 5 kilograms of hydrogen on board a car. Admittedly, if that's at 10,000 PSI, it could travel 300 miles, which is what the battery electric vehicle folks are striving for. But you could also fill up in 3 to 5 minutes. So the hydrogen is pre-cooled. Just to give you an example of what basically a kilogram can do. So you're carrying less energy on board a vehicle, and that's because the fuel cell is 50% efficient, also running at 60 to 80 degrees C. You do need water, of course. So here, basically, this is the stoichiometry behind the water. You would need a little bit more for water cleanup if there's some rejection from a reverse osmosis system, for example. Flow rates on the right. But that hydrogen goes into the reactor. This is the reactor that was in Copenhagen, Denmark. It was one of the Electrica projects. The methane component, so we've seen varying amounts of methane from 50 to 70% in the presentations I've seen. That flows across. The organisms don't really care about the methane. It just floats by. They grab the CO2s, this upper blue line, and that comes out goes in at 50 norm and comes out at 50 normal cubic meter per hour of synthetic biomethane combined. So essentially, you're increasing your RNG production by 70%. If it was a 50-50 mix going in, of course, you're doubling it. This biogenic CO2, I don't believe is considered in the LCFS or anything like that. So biogenic CO2 isn't counted. So your CI score essentially gets cut in half, but you're doubling your flow rate of RNG. That's really the biomethanation process. It is different than gas separation. This is the only reactor that's in Golden, Colorado today. We're moving it to a dairy digester in Maine. So it is going to sit next to an amine scrub system, and we're going to compare really the two technologies side by side. So that's a project with Summit Utilities. So one of our new partners will take this reactor, we're going to install it in Maine and do this biomethanation alongside the amine scrub side by side. So in a way, we're graduating, I guess you'd say, out of the back of my lab, where you've got very expensive operators, and we're going to put that out in the field to look at the performance. So really what's allowing all this discussion on hydrogen, it's low carbon electrons that cost in the range of 2 to 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So if you can start with low cost electricity, most of the cost of the hydrogen is buried in the electrons. So if you can start with low cost electricity, you end up with low cost hydrogen. I like the play of waste to energy. People ask me, how can we invest in hydrogen technology today? Well, there's not a lot of cars and buses running around on hydrogen today. So I think the waste to energy angle is a really near-term opportunity to start decarbonizing our natural gas grid while having a hydrogen component for future applications as well. It's very modular. You could build these 1 megawatt electrolyzers year by year so that you have hydrogen for other things, whether it's ammonia production, decarbonizing ammonia production, or other biological approaches. Another thing I like about it is it's a biological approach. So you have this organism in a reactor, and if it spills on the ground, you've essentially spilled seawater. We feed it some nutrients, some sodium sulfide and ammonium hydroxide, because all living things need those things. But it's basically, and I'm not oversimplifying, could be put down the drain. And we're working around, in Denver, where we look very seriously at water quality and what goes down the drain. And we could put it down the drain because they're making water. So you actually have a waste stream today coming from that bioreactor. But there are opportunities for better water management that we're working on. Carbon markets have been covered. Todd and Emma did a nice job summarizing some of the incentives around that, and then energy storage opportunity. So in places like California, and even in Maine, if you can believe it, curtailed electrons are a reality. So they turn wind and solar off, and those could be making hydrogen, otherwise wasted electrons. So looking at this particular graph, solar can compete with traditional, and it is competing even in the orange with legacy nuclear and coal and combined cycle down on the lower left in the orange. So new wind and new solar competes, and that's where you have to be to make low cost hydrogen. So this is clearly one of the enablers that have happened over the past 10 years that is enabling low cost hydrogen. And then why would you even do this? So starting in the lower left, you have flywheels, you have other energy storage technologies, batteries have been talked a lot about. And why does that rectangle not move to the right for batteries? And that's really where I think people that made this diagram thought batteries become uneconomical. But if you want to move in terms of energy along the x-axis and storage duration on the y, you start putting electrons into molecules, and those can flow through pipelines. You can store a lot more energy. So when I talk about terawatt hours worth of, or even hundreds of terawatt hours worth of energy storage in natural gas, this graph really says it all. So if you have, for comparison, if you've got a bunch of Tesla batteries, a terawatt hour would require 25,000 10 megawatt Tesla batteries to store a terawatt hour. And that's really where hydrogen might end at a terawatt hour. And storing hydrogen attached to carbon in the form of methane is sort of a sweet spot. So just as importantly, the volumetric energy density, hydrogen struggles. So if you just look up and down, hydrogen down here at 350 bar, which is 5,000 PSI or 10,000 PSI that goes into cars, or even liquid hydrogen. Methane at pressures that scuba divers wear on their backs or firefighters wear at these pressures, 3,700 PSI or so, have a higher volumetric energy density than even liquid hydrogen, which is quite amazing that throwing a carbon into the mix allows those molecules to be closer together. Of course, you've got LNG and then a lot of the other liquid fuels up at the top. So as long as we're on this planet and volume matters, there is an argument to say that maybe taking a lesson learned from nature and letting carbon carry around, at least biogenic carbon carry around hydrogen might be a play. This has been covered plenty. I'm not going to spend any more time on this. Just really, there's a lot of opportunities that have already been covered, much better than I would have, and a lot of opportunities still out there for food waste and livestock waste. And I like the idea of existing facilities. So like I said, somebody said earlier, 2,000 operation biogas systems, a lot of them combust them on site, but there's still a lot more opportunities. And then we think about hydrogen in California, but across the US, we've got CNG, LNG fueling stations. And of course, a lot of this is fossil, but what if it was a renewable CNG or a renewable LNG? I think there's a lot to be said for that. And just one last plug, I guess, for the biological approach, while your carbon intensity might get cut in half, your biomethanation produced RNG almost doubles. So I think that's something to be said for not letting the CO2 go. And the projects we've been working on is starting on the right. Summit Utilities spun off Peaks Renewables, but you can see our other partners there. So this reactor is moving from Golden, Colorado to Maine, like I mentioned. As researchers, we decided this was a lot to work with. We have operated it very successfully, but we're scaling down to a 16-foot trailer and putting a 5-foot tall, 5-inch diameter reactor inside of a trailer with all the balance of plant, so we can go to different biogas sites and do that not only for education and outreach or in training of the next generation of engineers and scientists, but really the devil's in the details, whether it's H2S removal or siloxanes that we talked about briefly. So similar people came out to fund this scale down. So scaling down before we even scale up further is really what we've been working on and continue. We run a lot of electrolyzer stacks for industry. So people across the world, from Germany and even more recently France, they're starting to look at PEM technology. So we designed and built this electrolyzer test stand over 10 years ago. So we bring in these electrolyzer stacks. We've got deionized water in the big water tank, pump, heat exchanger, and then some drying. So we settled in at this 1 megawatt level, which seems to be a sweet spot for what companies are doing. And then we take hydrogen outside to compress it, store it, and use it for light duty and heavy duty fueling R&D, as well as provide hydrogen for number 3 in the middle, which in my opinion is the most interesting. Wouldn't say that next to my light duty and heavy duty fueling people, but you're combining a lot of different technologies and still playing that waste energy angle. So we've operated systems, we design and build them. We spend a lot of time on safety. So PHAs and HAZOPs are all within our language at NREL. And our goal is to make a mobile system to go out and really look whether we could be at an ethanol plant or a wastewater treatment plant and do this in a mobile fashion, designing and building the thermal system, because you heat the culture up to 60 degrees C. That's where the organisms become productive. When they cool down to 20C, they basically just they're dormant. So they're very flexible that way. And at the same time, the electrolyzer can be slewing its power. And we've shown that the bioreactor, changing the flow rates into the bioreactor, the organisms can pick up and leave off as well. So in a sense, the electrolyzer could be load following, and so could the bioreactor.
Kevin, we'll probably give you a 2-minute warning here, so.
Yeah, that's good timing. Really power to gas or electrons to molecules. It's pretty straightforward. How you'd start with low cost electrons, working on systems integration and pilot demonstrations. We do a lot of TEA, LCA at NREL, of course, and then being able to really train the next generation of people is interesting. So I'll leave it at that. My partner, Nancy, and our other technology partners, we have good relationships with them all. If you're interested in getting in touch with them, feel free to get a hold of me. There's our contact information. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin, and we'll stand for a few questions too. We have a couple that have come in electronically here. What is beyond renewable natural gas and electricity? What's the next thing?
Yeah, I think I set that up. Someone from NREL probably put that. Yeah, I think different organisms can make different things. So we've got in touch. So gas fermentation, this is a gas fermentation play. So if you could feed CO2 and hydrogen into a different organism, you could make amino acids for protein. So we've talked a lot about decarbonizing the back end of agriculture. Well, you could start decarbonizing the front end, the food source, and even our food sources. So different organisms make different things. Food production, not out of the realm of gas fermentation.
Is there any potential I'm going to try and get this right, split the CH4 molecules into biogas from anaerobic digestion into CO2 and H2, where the H2 can be used as a vehicle fuel?
Yeah, I think they do that. They would take biogas, methane, and perform the same process, steam methane reforming, to take the hydrogen. So you would have a CI benefit for that hydrogen coming from biogenic methane through the steam methane reforming process. So yes.
And I'm not a scientist at all, but you've worked 20 years in hydrogen.
Right.
It seems like a logical road to go down.
Sure.
What's the barriers? Or are we going down it?
I think we are. I think
how far are we away from using it more?
Yeah, I think where you have the incentives, like in California and other carbon markets, they're coming up everywhere. I think you do need a little bit of an incentive to get started with biogas to hydrogen. I know it's being done. In California, there's a rule that a certain amount of your hydrogen has to come from renewable sources. I do believe they consider biogas a renewable source. So that's where that hydrogen's coming from to achieve the California goal.
Any other questions in the room? Nan, do we have anything else online? Kevin, thanks for your time today.
You're welcome. Thanks.
So that's going to get us to the end of our program. AURI works on the Renewable Energy Roundtable for about 5 months. We have a real strong internal and I mentioned earlier the external team that helps us pull this together. But it all goes through our AURI Connects program. And we're not going to, introduce you to the whole team, but somebody who was constantly flexing today was Nan. She was afraid to answer her phone or her emails and her texts, but Nan Larson, great job putting the program together. We want to thank the sponsors who made today possible: Vanguard Renewables, Bioeconomy Coalition of Minnesota, of course, Avisen Legal, Nature Energy, XL Energy, CenterPoint Energy, and Compeer Financial. Thanks to those sponsors who helped us out. All the speakers and participants did a great job for us today. Thank you. We are recording the program and we'll make it available on YouTube. We want to thank our online audience who stayed with us throughout the day and came up with some great questions too. And we will send out surveys to everyone, so please respond. It helps us make the next program that much better. With final thoughts on this Renewable Energy Roundtable, I'm going to hand it off to our Executive Director, Shannon Schlecht.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. And thanks for emceeing today. You always do a great job of keeping things moving and that radio voice, putting it into practice. So just a couple of things. First of all, thank you all for being here today with us and participating in the Renewable Energy Roundtable. Hopefully, maybe a show of hands, how many learned something new today? All right. Second question, how many cows does it take to power an F-150 Lightning? Nice, well done. Everybody was paying attention too. So I just had a couple of takeaways from today. I think one is there's a lot of activity going on in this space, right? And I think there's a lot of more activity going on in Minnesota than many of us realize as well, in terms of the development that's going on and the interest and how different developers and companies are looking at our programs and at our biomass feedstocks. I think it's also really interesting the policy incentives that were talked about earlier too. Everything from federal policies of the Inflation Reduction Act to our local policies through the bio incentive, through the Natural Gas Innovation Act, and there's just a lot of different pieces there to pull together and right to help pencil and make these viable as we go forward. So I thought that was as well great to have that information shared, and as we think about that as we go forward. I thought a lot of questions on Digestate. All right. I know we've talked a lot about the renewable natural gas side that's driving a lot of opportunities, but there's a lot of opportunity on the fertilizer side, as we talked about, biomass fuel, right, as well as we think of some of that in the bedding piece, and just a lot of questions and opportunities as we look at, one stream in and two value streams out, and how do you make that work and how do you make that pencil and move forward. The other thing I'll say is it's not without challenges. Right. We heard about PFAS. We heard about right, just the capital costs of some of these things. We heard about biosecurity as well as some of the challenges that exist out there. So, right, working together, how we move some of this forward as well. And I think bringing a group like this together is really helpful in terms of getting the right people in the room across the value chain and the elements to have those conversations. Think about what is that step forward. With that, I do want to let you all know today as well, if you know of somebody really interested in the anaerobic digestion space, that AURI is going to be putting out a position description for somebody to focus on anaerobic digestion within our organization. So that will, it'll come out with the link on the survey. Hopefully we'll have that person on board in early 2023, right, to help answer questions, kind of be our eyes and ears, really get down and focus on what's happening in the market, how do we help develop, how do we connect the pieces and connect the players here to really be successful around renewable natural gas and anaerobic digestion within the state of Minnesota. That's in partnership with a USDA grant that we received from the Ag Innovation Center that we're able to do this and looking at value-added opportunities for producers and looking at, right, our manure and co-products is one of those value-added opportunities that just seems to be aligning with the times currently. So look for that. And if you know of individuals that are interested, we'd love to visit with them and see if there's an opportunity there. I thought one final just interesting piece that I think Todd raised, and I thought it was a great slide in terms of, right, Minnesota's potential in this area. As we think about that going forward, I think it was eighth out of 50 states, right, in terms of what we have here already existing, right, and how do we take that, capitalize it, and really move forward on the livestock side, as well as in the agriculture side, food waste, and then our wastewater treatment facilities as well, and thinking about pulling all those pieces together, just a lot of opportunity. So with that, I just want to say thank you again to our sponsors, as Dan mentioned, to our speakers. Maybe one more round of applause for our speakers. And to our planning partners that we have at MDA, Department of Commerce, U of M, and Minnesota State College System. And then again to our AURI team for the great work, and Nan and Luca for all the work that you did to put this on today. And with that, we'll let everybody get on with their day. And again, thank you for participating, and have a super afternoon, evening, and a great holiday season.